Yeah, sorry, Gio, I was lagging. Nah, I'm just gonna stay right here. That's pretty much what I got planned. I might have to log out and come back in.
We can hear you good now.
So
I
where
think
was
this thing
everyone
must
at?
have updated or something. Because sometimes it'll ask me to update and then I hit update, and sometimes it does it itself. And I've had updates happen where I would get really bad lag. I mean, I've actually watched where I'd be in the chat, and let's say it's 7 o'clock, and I type in a response and hit enter, and 2 minutes will go by before it went up in the chat. So, and then a couple updates later, it stopped doing that. So I think it must have did another update where once I've been on here for a few minutes, like when I try to scroll through the screen, it's like it goes, it's like tick, 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 tick. And then, like just now, when you asked me a question, I was pushing on the mic and it wouldn't cut on. So it seems like when I turn the app off and then log back in, it helps. But then a few minutes, it lasts for a few minutes and then I got to do it again. So it must be a new update or something because it just did it all of a sudden.
So Jeremy, you getting you got the kids are gonna be opening all kinds of presents and stuff. Do you tell them Santa Claus is coming, or how do you handle that part?
No, we do Elf on the Shelf and shit. Most of the kids are older now. I got a 3-year-old. We'll probably do Santa and shit with him, but Elf on the Shelf, little Santa. We're actually doing it on Christmas Eve this year because my wife's got to work nights.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm just thinking about Christmas. It's like I guess when I was a kid, it's so much different than it is now in terms of.
Yeah.
I think it's also
That was,
yeah.
Yo, it was slow tonight. Where was everyone at? Yeah, well, I was nervous for a second because I couldn't talk the whole time because I had mad shit going on in the background. So at least we had Johnny here.
Johnny B.
I mean, I don't know if Crit translates, it would do all right, but
We need a translator for you, Johnny.
you need to type everything out and have like the Siri voice or the TikTok voice read it out.
Nobody lost my voice and nobody lost my sense. So therefore,
No, we love you. You got a sexy voice. We just can't understand what the fuck it is you're saying.
But maybe it's a sexual thing. Say, I have to move to him because I cannot hold me anymore. Okay, but it's not crazy. It's crazy because I was not doing anything. It was just bad timing. So don't mute me all the time.
You're good, Johnny. You're good.
Thanks.
I thought about muting you a couple times during the show. I didn't pull the trigger though.
Yeah, but that's life. We are not a fucking pussies.
So yeah, I mean, Rumpus is going to do this refraction measurement, right? Only measuring the temperature. He told me you only need to measure the temperature. That's the biggest factor. So if we get the temperature hotter on the bottom and colder on the top, it should be bending one way, right? And then if we have it vice versa, it should be bending the other way, I'm assuming, right? Or is it going to be just be bending both ways because that's the way they need it for their globe model? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. We're going to have to grill the Rumpus on this.
Everything in physics is about temperature, I think.
Temperature's a big thing, absolutely. I mean, light bending up is fucking. You should have heard the corner I had Moyak back into earlier. He's like, I don't know, it's weird because if you have light, if you have light bending one way or the other, depending on if it's hot on the bottom or cold on the top, then that's gonna fuck your whole shit up for the refraction model they have built. They can't have that.
Yeah, but temperature is also explanation for the gradients.
The
Globe is
temperature is
all,
exponential for the gradient.
yes. No,
What does that even mean?
explanation for gradients because gradients because the gases change and change density because of temperature.
The
And
gases change the density because of temperature.
yes, absolutely, yes. So everything is dynamic. Everything is changing all the time, and all the gases changing and blending together. But the clean gases goes always like a filter, highest up. But the rules is everything is going in all directions. But always need a container to let it happen. And that's true. There is no way out from it.
Sorry, what was that? Were you talking to me that whole time?
Yeah, I was talking with you and
My
everybody
bad.
else.
Oh, my bad.
No,
I'm kinda
no,
like,
no, I know. It's all right. The other guys were listening.
Like with John, like sometimes when you say stuff, it's easy to follow if I kind of have a gist of what you're talking about to start with.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, like
it's ironic.
yeah, I know. Okay, if I know what you're going with your conversation, like with your idea, I can kind of fill in the stuff I missed. But if I don't know what you're talking about, it's really hard to follow what you're. Like there's an accent. You have a really powerful accent that makes
Yeah,
it
okay.
difficult.
Okay, I understand. So I have to talk like I Clint Eastwood, then you understand. Hey,
No, Clint Eastwood is hard to understand too.
yeah, okay. Maybe somebody else.
Just do
Yeah.
you, and just I mean, wait, that's right. Don't
No,
say
no,
that.
no. I
Just be
cannot
like.
do me because then it be failure, of course.
I
So
mean,
I
okay,
have to.
this is what I mean. Just try to talk natural, and if I miss something, be patient with me.
Yeah, I know. Alec Baldwin. No, it's not. Maybe I will talk like what the fuck. Maybe I will try to talk like
Bro, you need to try to talk like Tom Cruise or something, because right now you sound like a drunk Pepe Le Pew.
JFK. Who was playing in the JFK movie? Yeah.
Oh, Sean Connery? Not Sean Connery.
No.
What's his name? The bodyguard.
Yeah.
Dances
No,
with
yeah.
Wolves.
No.
What was the guy's name? That Dances with Wolves is fucking the bodyguard with Whitney
He has
Houston.
a fucking band now.
Waterworld.
He has a fucking band now. He's
Kevin
playing.
Costner.
Kevin Costner, yeah. Yeah. Maybe I will talk like a Kevin Costner in my nose. Yeah, okay, man. It's all right. You just have to listen to me,
I
and you
think
will
another thing is you need a
understand.
better mic. You need a better mic. You're not crisp at all. Nothing crisp about your mic.
Okay, it's making the mic problem.
What do you go? Maybe try using some AirPods, like the first version, not the pros.
But I think I will go after Kevin Costner.
And no accent's gonna help you Ed, until we get the mic problem fixed.
Okay.
And your blood and your BAC needs to be fixed too. But then we can work on the accent after that, though.
I think
Hey,
a mic
man.
change, a different mic would help. Yeah, I think that would.
Different
Yeah, I
mic.
get
We
it.
lower the blood alcohol content a little bit, and now we're cooking.
You got too much blood in his drug stream.
Too
Yeah.
much blood in your alcohol stream.
He's got no
Yeah.
card in his beer.
Yeah, you have to give me some money for a mic, so you can live with.
Start a fundraiser tomorrow.
Yeah, I will find some.
Start a fundraiser for the
But
mic. Get you in
the
an
best thing
AA
is,
group.
I have the best mic in the world, but it's more mic that you're recording
Things we need to
instrument,
do. We get you a
song
good mic.
and so on. Yeah,
There's
real
a list
good
of shit
mic.
we need to get you we need to get you a good mic. We need to get you in the AA meetings, and then work on accent. We'll be good.
Yeah, but I have news. Between the holidays, I will have a debate with Professor Hill.
No clue
On
what you just said. No,
oh,
I'm not even a clue.
yeah, on Mr. Sensible channel.
I heard Mr. Sensible. What are you gonna do with him?
I said you have to fuck a chat up. You cannot come in between. He said, I promise you, I promise you. And
Did you
we
just
will
tell me
have.
to fuck to shut up?
I say it with Mr. Sensible. Yeah, you have to shut the fuck up. Yes.
Man, y'all want to hear
Shut
something
up.
funny, man? Y'all want to hear something funny? My fucking daughter's got all these cats, right? And she's staying with my oldest daughter for a few weeks, and long enough to get a few cats and shit. Anyway, they wind up over here, man. And I'm like, damn, but she's got she's got one of these cats, the main male. It's a black cat, and she's got a fucking collar around its neck with a jingle bell hanging off that bitch, right? And so she's got just this just this one cat with a jingle bell, and it's
Thing
fucking
about
and so it's been walking around jingling and shit, dude. And the last 2 days, it's figuring out that if it keeps it fucking doesn't jingle as much, it's trying to fucking walk like kung fu, fucking across the fucking carport. It's instead of jingling, it's just going tink, 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 like every
Yeah,
time it hits the back right foot, you hear one little tink. It's fucking funny as shit. We're trying to watch this cat try kung fu.
My daughter had that jingle bell thing on one of our cats' necks, and that shit was still out there killing squirrels and chipmunks and birds and shit.
I have to say, you have to relax, but I have to say, I love you, guys. I love you, my friend, on the Nathan show. I love you, and I'm with you. And
Merry Christmas, Johnny. Merry Christmas.
he is making the Nathan show much more interesting than, they are doing the same thing every time, but he is always
Oh, we like to make stuff
trying
here. Talk
to
about
say
different.
something through.
Well, Oakley's good. He does his thing.
Yeah, man, Oakley is narcissist, but I love him
About
somehow. But I know he has got over the line somehow.
If you're gonna
It's
run a platform like that, you can't. You ain't no nice guy gonna run a platform like he does. So ain't nothing nice about Nathan, man. So yeah, he does his thing, man. It's not really, you know. I
I
like to.
love him. I love
like to
him.
dig
But
in. I like to dig into the topics a little bit, man. But
Whether
I mean, if
love
you
you're
look
nice
back
or
at the
whether
old
you're
love
nice or
Nathan
not
and
doesn't.
hear
I
all
love
the
Nathan.
shit that he put up with, then you hear all the older episodes, you understand why he is how he is now. But yeah, nothing nice
It's
about
not
Nathan.
easy.
Man.
It's not easy. I understand. It's
Hold
not
on.
easy. It
Whether
is.
you're nice or not doesn't change the argument, though, right? Whether if you had just killed 10 people,
Everybody has
it
problems with
doesn't.
narcissists. everybody. I
Whether
know.
whether you if you had just killed 10 people, that doesn't change your argument, right? So I mean, if
Yeah.
you're nice or not, whatever, it's really and like
Let me
like
throw
you
it
said,
out here like this, real quick, Jeremy. Let me put it to you like this. So what he's asking for is for people to come in with proof of the globe. Proof of the globe. So the first thing he wants
Yes.
before they start. So when he says begging the question, it ain't like us discussing different topics. He's asking for proof. So when they start begging the question, he's like, hold on, first you got to prove this shit. So it's different when it's us talking when you're talking about begging the question shit. What he's demanding is proof in the first place. And so he's
Yeah,
got to
like if
hold
you're
stern
gonna
on that.
use
If he lets him start begging the question, then he's gonna, there's no telling where it'll go. You see?
yeah, like
Yeah,
if you're gonna go on
it's boom
Oakley's and
boom.
try to use an observation, if you're gonna go on Oakley's and try to use an observation for proof of the globe, and then use a refraction formula that has R in it, you lost. You lost. That's not how you can prove Earth's curving by using the R value. Like that's ridiculous. You need to. How'd you get the R in the refraction value?
Yeah, exactly. When they talk about it, when you're talking to people who aren't like the anti-flat earthers, they're all like, just science, man. Just science is known forever. Travis' conversation with that guy. Travis had a real good video yesterday. It's about an hour long, and you start listening to it, you'll want to hear the whole thing because this guy's got a perspective of not knowing a whole lot about the flat earth. He knows a little bit, but he just says what they all say, like science we've known for thousands of years. So Travis is like, so when was it established? So that's kind of what Nathan's getting at is, don't come in here just saying science and we've known for thousands of years. We've known what? What can we do? Where's the solid proof? So I'm with him. I stand with him on that. But as far as
Yeah, I know.
I'd let the people talk a little bit more if it was my show. I'd let them hang themselves a little bit before I cut them off, in my opinion. And I'd let Rumpus's dumbass back on because he's kind of what helped establish the show, man. That's what I liked about the show when I started listening to it. I was listening to him trash on Rumpus. Who cares? He lied. He stomped. Pointing that shit out to me is fun. Is pointing out their double speak and all that shit. He just totally kicked Rumpus, but that's a mistake, man.
I know.
That's why I don't think his show's gonna grow if he keeps doing shit like that because that's what established his show in the first place.
But you have to
Yeah,
understand. You have to understand that we have to take it from the own. We have to use our own brain. You never let Nathan or someone else take over you. Just be like a god that's looking over your show. Take it for you. Make it your own show. Don't relax. Just make it your show, and everything will flow better. You don't have to go through like you are doing all the time. You're trying to say something, they are not listening, are gone again and again and again. You're trying to say something, they are not listening, and they go through you. They are fucking narcissists.
no, I don't
But-
know about that, but you just
but-
don't ever let anyone dull your sparkle, Johnny.
I'm just saying, I love them all, but I'm not better myself. But I'm just saying, we have to know what's happening in real time also. So just be awake. And yeah, and the Earth is absolutely flat, that's true. But what's happening is not always the right thing. It can be wrong sometimes.
But yeah, I don't agree with that seeing in straight lines thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just physics. You cannot be against it. It's just a physics. That's just the reality. You cannot say a light is not going in straight lines. Light goes always in straight lines.
yes, but now, so if we have two static objects, say an observer on a beach and an oil rig, right? They don't move ever.
Yeah, but you have a
And-
lot of material that's going around, right?
I know, but listen, here's why I think we're not seeing in straight lines. You got an observer. You're looking at an oil rig. One day you can barely see the top of the oil rig. So it's you know,
It's
say
called
the top of the oil rig. Hold on,
refraction.
Johnny, hold on.
Refraction.
I think refraction does. Makes us not seeing straight lines.
Yeah, but you have to do it many days and come over one.
Yo, geometrically, this is like some kind of geometric proof or something that we're not seeing in fucking straight lines. Like, you have 2 points. One day you draw a straight line to the point, and the next day the object appears to have moved, even though we know it didn't actually move. It appears to move, so you got to draw another straight line to it. Both of those straight line, if we're seeing in a straight line, why is the thing moving?
It's because of long distance, because of refraction. It's because of the air that's moving, and I can say many things that can happen, but you have to, you cannot do it one time. You have to be there day after day to get the right answer.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Johnny. Lewis the Lion, how we doing? Johnny said he'll debate you right now, bro.
That's fine.
And the Black Swan, many people have been there, and there's multiple takes. And
The winner
it's
gets
no
a
question
Bitcoin,
about
Lewis.
it.
1 Bitcoin to the winner.
Oh, goddamn. Look, I only have a couple of questions.
I'm waiting.
All right. So, Johnny, you can walk. Is that fair to say?
No, I cannot walk. No, yeah, I can. Yes.
Okay. So, all right, you can walk, right? You said that you can walk. That's correct, right?
Yeah, I say so.
All right. And Hitler could also walk. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. No, I have no more questions.
What's your argument? So we are the same because he can walk and I can walk.
Lewis, are you the one? Lewis, are you the one from one of the earliest? You go to Nathan Oakley's channel and you go to the toe tags. Are you in one of like his earliest videos where it's just you?
He's trying to be funny.
You're actually on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you. All right, I was just checking.
Probably.
How come you didn't answer the question?
What?
How come you didn't answer the question? You just sat there in like silence.
Oh, that video. Because I didn't think the question was worth answering.
He was saying, because I can walk, I am a fucking Hitler. It's not.
Johnny, it was just. I don't think there was anything to it, really, Johnny.
I don't get it.
I was in a different mindset at the time, and being me now, I just would have never gone on the show, but I didn't understand Nathan, and I wasn't aware of the personal transformation that he was going through, and so I misread that situation. Yeah.
What are you talking about? He has never. Do you know how Nathan has been? How a show so fucking many years. And do you think you have got through his whole transformation? You are talking bullshit.
Yeah, what is the personal transformation you're talking about?
Well, when he first started out the debate show, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. And then
pretty good. There's nothing. Tell us some fact. You cannot talk like that. If you talk like that, you're out.
I have no idea what Johnny's saying, guys.
I don't either, but I want to hear finish what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying.
You're out if you talk like that. Do we understand that?
Let's just let him finish what he was saying, if you can. Sorry.
Understand. He thinks He got, Johnny, I don't understand Johnny. Everybody understands what I'm saying. If you talk like that, you're out.
All right, so around episode 100, he like became much more hostile, and I had this theory of mind about his hostility, and that was incorrect. I thought it was more of a tactic, but I think it was just his real personality that was coming out. And if I had
No,
recognized,
I don't know. You have to tell us.
Johnny,
Not, you know.
I'm not talking to you, Johnny, and you interrupting belligerently is honestly frustrating. All right, I see you muted him. I don't know. Yeah, he became bitter and angry, and if I had recognized what his show was gonna be about in the long run, I would not have gone on. But hindsight's 2020. And when I was on there at the time, I just thought, okay, well, this is a stupid question that I'm not going to answer. So
Do you remember what the question was? I forgot, honestly.
yeah, I think it was how do we
distance to
know?
the sun?
Yeah. How do we know the distance to the sun? Yeah.
Well, that's not a dumb question. That gets answered all the time. Radar, parallax, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, that's exactly why it's a dumb question, because he knows the answers already. Whether or not he agrees with the answers is another question. But he knows what the answers are.
Well, that was somebody else asking you that question now. Wasn't that like a caller called in or someone in a chat or something?
It might have been on a super chat or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. Everybody on the show knows it. There's nobody there. You could make the argument that I should have made it for the audience or whatever, but I had already heard the argument made so many times that I just I thought it was funny that it was being asked again.
What would be your biggest proof for the distance to the sun?
The parallax is pretty good.
The parallax?
Yeah.
Oh.
With Venus, you're talking about the parallax with Venus, the assumed size of Venus, and then using that parallax. You mean?
Oh, just I don't. There's a few different bodies that have been used. I guess the transit of Venus that was used. I didn't have a specific one in mind when I said that.
And you feel like those are definitive to get the distance to the sun?
I think they're good to get in a range, to get a general idea.
To me, it's proof the planets are smaller. They're still huge. They're still probably about 5 miles. Maybe a mile, 5 miles, maybe. Sun, I don't know. Like I was saying before, even if the sun was 50 miles, that's still fucking huge. That's huger than any city, in the world, pretty much. 50 miles. Think of where you're at now. Think of 50 miles away, and that just being the diameter. That'd be a massive fucking thing. So if it was a few thousand miles away, 4,000 or 5,000 miles away, then yeah, it would heat up. That's if it's something tangible, man. I mean, it makes sense to me that if something went in front of it, it would be smaller, even if it was fucking huge itself. Even if it was something that was a mile in diameter, it'd dwarf it. I don't know. I kind of go back and forth in my mind whether this shit up there is tangible or if it's just like plasma. In my mind, it's probably just freaking plasma, the stars and all that shit.
I've heard arguments where the people, the Globers will say, like, or the flat earthers will say, well, the sun's not a physical object. But then I hear Globers make the argument about, well, light's physical. How do you get a physical thing from a non-physical if something's non-physical, right? Would you agree with that, Lewis?
I mean, on the surface of your statement, yeah, I'd agree with it. But in the substance of your statement, no, I don't agree with that, because we're using these same words and they hold different meanings within our minds. And so when we ask those questions, it's because you or a flat earther has used physical in a context that makes us wonder what you actually mean by it. And so,
well, assuming that light's physical. Like, would you agree that you wouldn't be able to get physical light from a non-physical object?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense that would work. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that when they say I don't know who.
But in the Big Bang, we know what we're saying. Hold on, Brian. Hold on a second.
I don't know who said that the sun is not a physical object.
Well, the case. The thing is, I mean, in the Big Bang, the mainstream idea of how the whole universe came to be, you have all this non-physical matter is just an infinitely dense ball of energy, right? All this non-physical shit, or is it physical in there?
Oh, well, I mean, the way the Big Bang Theory is phrased, like, it doesn't actually say that, oh, it was this infinitely dense non-physical shit. They don't phrase it that way. The way they phrase it is that, at this calculated point in the past, all matter and energy existed inside an area the size of the head of a pin. And it doesn't say anything about the properties that it was before then. It's.
All right. I've heard Glover claim it was just a infinitely dense thing of energy, and it wasn't actually matter or physical. But all right.
I mean, and you might hear different explanations on that. I'm sure you have, because there are a lot of theories about it that like the antimatter and matter.
That's not a really solid thing. Yeah. No, I hear you.
Maybe not.
I don't know, and the thing is, neither does science. Science doesn't know either. But the way it's talked about, like when you guys talk about scientism and science being the new religion or whatever, I mean, you're kind of half right about that. Science has like occupied this place in our culture and society that it is on par with God, where God used to be, I suppose. And that's frustrating to me because I don't think God deserves that pedestal. I don't think anything deserves that pedestal. Like, kind of one of the main criticisms I have with God is that it's an arrogant position. It's saying that I know things that I could never possibly have information to know. And science, when you put science on that pedestal, you're kind of doing the same thing.
Isn't science the only thing science tries to do is to interpret reality, whatever that reality is?
I mean, I view science as I'm not sure I would describe it that way. I would describe it as
The problem is when we're telling people. Go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
I'd describe it as a way to deduce, just to make deductions about the universe.
Yeah, it's knowledge, basically knowledge. But man, like when we're trying to debate shit with some people, like they say, just science. Look at all of science knows the Earth's a globe. It's like, no, all of science. We have to make that distinction, because how else are we gonna narrow down the fucking debate to to get people to understand that it's legit. It's a legit topic to debate. In my opinion, nobody knows exactly what this world is, and it's a legitimate debate. Therefore, for them to say science knows and they known 2,000 years ago, look, we're trying to find out what's the proof. Like, when you say it was known 2,000 years ago. Okay, who knew it? Okay, I understand about models and all that, but as far as proof goes, there's they confuse technology. Like, you got a cell phone, don't you? You're talking on your cell phone. You're like, yeah, there you go. The Earth's round. Like, what the fuck's that got to do with fucking the shape of the Earth?
I can't even expand on that, Brian, on that 2,000, 3,000 years ago, right? Just think about it, right? How even if let's just say there's a certain a family that they're curious and they have the funds, right? Even if they somehow manage to discover whatever the Earth is at that time, right? Imagine 2,000-3,000 years ago, right? How would they make that knowledge known to the masses, right? Because it isn't like this motherfucker over here, Tonto from this motherfucking tribe. He's not gonna all of a sudden drop all his beliefs because this fucking gringo or this fucking Spaniard comes with this bullshit information, right? That isn't how information works. People don't just say, hey, man, I'm just going to change all my motherfucking traditions because Ringo over here came with new information with the truth. That doesn't work that way, bro. So if it isn't instilled by some sort of force, right, by killing the people that have previous knowledge and installing the new knowledge to whoever's replacing them, right? Because nobody's going to just decide to believe you, motherfucker, because you think you know the truth. And how are they able to even communicate, right? Let's just say they did discover the truth. How would they get that piece of information from their place to the whole world?
Well, it wouldn't have spread throughout the whole world like that. It would have been local to that specific group of people, and all the people that they had relations with.
Doesn't that quash the whole notion of everybody knew them 2,000 years ago?
Not necessarily, but it puts it in a more strict context. I think also there were two things I wanted to say. Something that Brian said there. Oh yeah, but quickly, the role that the church played is to propagate, basically education. The church used to be responsible for education. So that's how, like, when the church, whatever the church decided is true, that's what would get taught to people. And most of the population weren't literate. So, they kind of had to take it on faith even more. But what did Brian? You were saying something there before.
Yeah. First off, I want to say I can appreciate that they took away the dogma of the church government, church state. I can appreciate that, but they've, in my opinion, it's been going on long enough. It's flipped. But my point was, like, hey, you got a cell phone, don't you? Yeah. Okay, the Earth is round.
Oh, right. Like, yeah, you were making a criticism that science doesn't know as much as we think it does, basically.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint shit down, man. It's really hard.
Well, and there was also, you were also making the point that this flat Earth debate is a legitimate debate. I can understand that that's what you think, and I don't want to take that away from you, but it's not convincing. It's not convincing. It just isn't.
To who?
Well, let me say one thing right off the bat. When you say it ain't convincing, just as a common person, and you're gonna just bring up flat Earth right off the bat, and just say, look, this is more like what it works, and just show like the Zodiac clock app, and just say maybe this ain't it, but this is more like what's really going on. Okay, then what's the first thing you do? You'd be like, okay, so he said that the sun gets closer, it gets hotter, So you'd say, is it really the angle of the sun making this car fucking hot in the fucking summer? So just simple little shit you could do, your common sense. And you put your arm on the car after it's been in the sun, you pull it out of the garage for 10 minutes. and you can't even hold your arm on there for a second because the sun's directly overhead. But despite the temperature around you and all the energy bullshit, just the sun is fucking closer, bro. I'm in Florida. It's like a magnifying glass, dude. It ain't no angle because it's even at 10 in the morning, but the same angle as 10 in the morning in the summer as high noon, or let's say 8, 9 in the morning to high noon at in the middle of the winter. It's not the same sun, bro. It's the same angle, but I'm telling you, it does have nowhere near the fucking same effect. So if it is a globe, whatever model, you know, they're missing information, bro, because it doesn't jive with my common sense, bro.
I understand that there are issues that you have with it. And my point is that many people don't have those issues. They
Oh,
don't.
it's common sense, bro. You're gonna
It,
tell me that it's a sun angle, and I'm gonna tell you, I'd bet my fucking life that it ain't.
right.
My
Well,
life, my
that,
life.
yeah. Well, where are
The
you
thing is,
realistically going to put that bet
hang
in?
on,
Right? Who's the bookie that's going
Louis,
to?
the thing,
I wouldn't even bet my life that the Earth is flat, but I bet my life that the sun ain't fucking. It ain't angles making that car fucking that hot and fucking within 10 minutes. Like because like I said, I could use the same angle in the wintertime, you know, and it's not nowhere near the same, man. It's something else going on.
I think FE was trying to get in.
Yeah.
just quickly, Louis, I'll add to what Brian, that sentiment that Brian put forward about science not knowing what it thinks it does sometimes. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think we all think that science is fantastic and it knows a lot of wonderful things, and it has shown us and given us a lot of wonderful things. But I think what it does is it then dines out on that credibility and imposes that into realms that it doesn't have the same degree of certainty and credibility, and sort of pushes that on all and sundry to say, well, we're science, so we're telling you this is what it is. And now you can apply that to whatever you like, you know, distances to stars and redshifts in light in space and all these things where science will impose its unfounded credibility based on the fact that in many areas it does have the credibility. That's where I think I sit on it. I think science overreaches many times.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's generally I'd agree with that statement. I'd probably disagree with you on where it's overreaching, but like I think major portions of psychology are overreaching, and I think the astrophysics is a softer science, but it's still a science, and I think it is probably interpreted, with too much seriousness. Certainly, when the media reports on it, they talk about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a definite level of concreteness about certain areas of science, and then it gets fuzzier the further out from that concreteness that you go. Now, as you get out into some of those softer realms, you know, what you view as softer may be slightly different to what I do, but we all would probably agree that there's parts of science that overextend its assertion of correctness.
I'm not sure. I kind of stopped paying attention halfway through that. I'm sick, so it's not your fault.
So maybe it is. I'll stop now.
No,
Thanks.
all right.
So, Lewis, you don't think it's possible that through propaganda, deceptive, whatever it may be, that they've taken, quote unquote, real science, like, physics or building a computer, things like that, and have kind of blended that into the cosmology in terms of trying to feign as if there's that much repeatability and solid science to the globe and outer space as there is to, building a car or something?
Oh no, yeah, I think that's a very fair characterization. Like dark matter and dark energy, that's all a good example of that, and to some extent, black holes as well. A lesser extent, though. Like if there's a glaring issue where you have to invent a concept as a placeholder, a concept that wasn't predicted by your mathematical model, then
Yeah, but real quick, Lewis, bring it back to like things we can and can't prove. Like I can prove I do grades and slopes like a curve. Like I can physically prove, and anybody else can, that like this 10-mile stretch of highway has a 2%, or not a 2%, but like a fucking a certain slope. I can say that it's about an inch every 10 foot, or it's real drastic, and let's say it's we only got an inch every 100 feet. I can measure that. I can measure the fucking ground, or I could take and give you the elevation of a hill over long distances. I could say what's flat, and the Earth curve, we can't do that. They say that, well, we're just unknowingly fucking shooting our way around. But when they're doing surveying, pretty much they just give you topology of what's higher or lower than zero, the horizontal. So that's how that you get your elevations. And they do curvature corrections and put it on the maps, and then in hard to reach places like mountains, valleys, and shit, they'll do geodetic surveying, from longer distances. But that's kind of averaging shit, and that's kind of made to fit their model. But long stretches of where we walk and where we drive, we can measure that, bro. We can measure the fucking exact slope down to pretty good point. We don't measure fucking Earth curves. So when you say it's not a good debate, you're not being honest, bro, because or you just haven't really opened your mind up enough to understand the problems we have, man. That's a serious fucking problem. When I can tell you, exactly the pitch, the slope, or how high or how low by measuring it, but when I go to measure it, I'm not measuring Earth curve, then to me that makes it a good debate on its face. Go ahead.
yeah, I can appreciate that it's an issue in your mind and in the minds of flat Earth, but it's not an issue in my mind because I don't think that globe or the Earth curve isn't measured. I do think it's measured.
It's not measured. It's calculated, bro. We've had this argument with Jesse. How many times have you heard it, bro? I mean, we get them to admit it's fucking calculated. It's curvature corrections, except for like mountains, like that they're not going to climb a mountain, so they could, that's why the elevations of mountains change a lot. You'll get one elevation then another elevation because they've updated that shit using fucking geodetics and all that. If you look at every mountain, man, you'll find, depending on how far you go back, you'll get different elevations, man, because it's what we can see or what we can apply to a model. It's always going to be fairly close, but it's different. And in my opinion, that's why a lot of the mountains, they try and use that as proof, but that was measured, that was surveyed fucking geodetically to fit their model. It was surveyed with the Earth curve, so it's damn well going to match fucking Earth curve in the distance because that's how it was plotted on the maps. And people try to use maps and GPS to how are you going to use a model to prove a model? I mean, it's like it's insane on its face, bro. You can't use the model to prove the fucking model. You can't use a globe or GPS to prove what it was modeled for.
I mean, I get it, man. I'm not trying to argue with you about this stuff. I'm just telling you, from my point of view, it's not compelling. Like we just disagree on facts.
But it must be compelling enough to still be discussing it, right? Like there's got to be something about it that's interesting for you.
Yeah, it's the fact that there are people who believe it. That in and of itself is interesting.
But there are people who believe Scientology, and there are people who believe the flying spaghetti monster. Do you also visit their Discord servers and ask them questions?
No, I don't. I don't think those beliefs are interesting.
Fair enough, man. That's
what
fair
would be
enough.
the interesting part about it?
I'm not sure.
Let me ask you real quick. What is it that makes you so sure that it's a globe? What actual proof? Because we can prove the Earth is flat. We can show you. We can prove it. What's, in my opinion, okay? I'll be fair. Since you're putting it like that, I'll say, from my mind, we can easily prove, like I said, the slope, and then we can show that it's not curving other than the fucking slope we put on it because we can't measure it. But anyway, that's mine in my mind. In your mind, what's the solid evidence of the globe? What's your best couple? You know, that makes you so freaking certain. I'm just curious.
Well, I guess there's a couple of things. I'll answer this with a few things. Firstly, I never doubted images from space, and I still don't. I don't doubt images from space. I don't doubt NASA, and I also don't doubt history. I just don't see this global lie that you guys see. I just don't see it. And I also don't think that it's a realistic possibility. So that's one. And then, the other is that Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. I went out there and took photos of it. And, that was pretty compelling. I mean, I didn't have
on planet Louisiana.
yeah.
I've drove over that thing probably more than anybody in the whole debate, man. I lived there. I lived right on the other side by Slidell. It's different. It's pretty much different, man. It's different all the time, man. But if you look at it from the side, or if you look at them towers, that they don't ever, you'll never see Jesse or any of them showing that 10-mile straight stretch of towers that you see horizontally. I mean, orthographically.
Yeah, but you wouldn't see the curve looking at it side on.
Yeah, but here's the problem. If you put me on one side of an island, 10 miles away, you put you on the other, and we've seen boats going off away from each other toward the other, we'd see them disappearing from the bottom up. But somebody off to the side, like visualize a triangle, somebody off to the side at the point of the triangle is going to see a boat going straight from freaking me to you. I mean, dude, it's and when you say history, like you say you don't doubt the history, but if they proved it historically, then they should easily be able to pull that same proof up now. And anyway, that's just me throwing back at you, man. I'm sounding a little heated, but it's a fascinating topic to me, man. And that's my take on it.
Well, I think it would be awesome if it turned out to be true that the Earth was flat. That would open the floodgates to everybody just going out and exploring and figuring out what's going on.
So go ahead.
But I don't think that is the reality at all.
But I might jump in a little bit of psychoanalyzing you, but is that maybe part of your interest? Is that like, what if it is, even though you're, maybe sure to whatever degree that is a globe, but in terms of your interest in this topic, is there part of you that's like, what if this thing is actually not a globe? And then what comes from that? And therefore you'd want to kind of stay hooked into the community, the convo.
It's there is no part of me that thinks there's even a chance that the Earth's flat.
So is it about
a part of you? Maybe not consciously, but trust me,
listen. It's conscious.
Ain't got at least a subconscious, possibility. After hearing all the arguments and how there's no globe proof, you got at least from our point of view and knowing us, talking to us, and seeing that we're not retards. Some of us are maybe, but we got experts out there doing shit. Like I've used auto levels my whole entire life, dude. Doing slopes, I've did seawalls and all that. So I have experience. That's what I do for my life, my career. And there's other people in different fields putting up good arguments for every supposed globe proof. To me, we'll never know exactly what the Earth is. That's my personal, honest opinion. We'll never know exactly what the Earth is, but I keep trying to figure it out personally for my own proof, doing different tests.
So to me, it's about the nature of my reality, because believing in one versus the other is two different realities, right? If we did come from a possible Big Bang, right, we could have evolved, we could have came from nothing, therefore not needing some sort of God. Although whoever provoked the Big Bang could have been considered the God, right? But whatever. But if this thing is a stationary place, that means we were either created here or created somewhere else and brought here, and we don't know if we're being kept here to be safe or imprisoned here, right? Two different implications.
I I don't see that at all. The shape of the Earth and the nature of the cosmos, that doesn't change the God question for me one bit.
No, not the nature of the cosmos. I said the nature of our reality. The nature of
Sure.
our reality.
Sure. That's either one. Yeah.
So, for example, if the flat Earth was confirmed, right, by authorities, every one of your accredited authorities, right, they came out, they said, yeah. What would be the next logical question you would ask?
Well, I think I would be very skeptical, very dubious of that. But I think most people would as well.
But wouldn't that make you paranoid? Because if you're skeptical of the flat Earth now, because all the only people talking about is just regular people, right? And then authority comes out, right? The people that you hold near and dear, right? They come out and they admitted it. What I'm trying to tell you is, it would be facts in that moment. There would be no place for you to doubt it. So throw away the doubt, even if you do just pretend, right? Make a character that he could pretend that it would be facts. What would be the logical steps or the questioning that you would ask yourself, and what conclusion would you get to?
I wouldn't ask myself anything there. I would be one of hundreds of millions of people who would be asking, okay, prove it.
That's just it. This debate was private, like back in the day.
The prove it is listen, hold on. The prove it is ridiculous. I already told you it's been proven. It's something that is true. Remember, in this pretend world, right? We're not gonna say that you could envision somebody else doing it. But let's just say this is known to be true by everyone. Every conspiracy theory, every authority, every government, it is known it is true. What would you do? What would you ask yourself? Right? Well, how would you follow that train of thought? Because I believe you've already followed that path, and that's what's intriguing you to come back, because it is a direct question on the nature of our reality. That's why I think you come back.
Okay, well, I haven't honestly thought about that possibility because I just don't think it is possible to happen.
Yeah, they're going off into hypotheticals and like off into space and cosmos.
Well, but I guess what I get from what Matrix is saying, let's say this idea, because I could do the opposite to say that if the Earth was proven in some way, like that there's proven curvature and so on, that I could share what I would think. But I think, Lewis, what he's asking, like, let's just say that there's physical measurements of the Earth that are so definitive and concrete that you personally can go to these sites in person and you can evaluate them, you can see it with your own eyes, and also that the entire world around you, from all other sort of scientists and everything else, also indeed confirm that yes, these measurements are indeed indicating.
Yeah, but I took the measurements.
So what I'm just saying, like, the idea would be that if it's proven to that level, then what are your next questions in terms?
You'd have to convince me if they said it was curve. You'd have to convince me that when I went and down Jack's Beach, okay, with my son and my buddy, okay, shooting it to see, if I could measure the curve. Granted, I should have went a few miles. I didn't go as far as I should have because I'm like, how can it just start curving? But I'm measuring the water as level, and then they're telling me. I thought I was like, hey man, look, I fucking have 30 years experience fucking surveying or short distance, granted, but I checked it personally, so I can tell y'all that fucking no. In fact, there is no curve. That's what I thought I was going to be telling people at first when I did this a few years back. But then they're just saying, no, dude, it's curving. You couldn't tell. And then they showed me the curvature correction. All you have to convince me that that the curve was there. That I just was fooled by fucking whatever. I guess it's possible, but it's so fucking unlikely, man. It's like, what can I do different than lay out a horizontal fucking line, through an instrument? See, today's technology, man.
All right, but Brian, hold on. Oh man.
Go ahead, man.
No, it's all right. I hear you, but I think, you were taking it in the idea that it was measured to be a globe. I guess because I was trying to tap onto what Matrix was asking Lewis, that if it was 100%.
Oh shit. I thought you said if it did come out, it was they had solid proof of the globe. My bad, dude.
Well, I kind of said both. I was saying that if they had solid proof of the globe, I could try to think about what my next thoughts would be. But I think Matrix was trying to inquire to Lewis, like if it was 100% proven and everybody on Earth agreed, yes, this thing absolutely is planar in nature. What is Lewis's next step from there?
Well, in order for them to prove it like that, they would have to show how they had been faking all this stuff.
Listen. Not a non-response is also a response, guys. Right? Notice what is going on right now. He is avoiding the question, bro. He's being clever about it.
No, hold on, Matrix. The answer is with models. That's how they've done it, with maps and models. Like the other day, they were talking about going 69 miles. You know, look, we can go 1 degree and we could see if it was flat or whatever. But I'm like, dude, there's, you know, when you look into the math, there's 10 feet of difference between a straight line and a fucking curved line, the size of the Earth. I'm like, so, dude, there's no way the margin of error is bigger than 10 feet with you know, it's getting where it's possibly that accurate. But with modeling, that's how they do it. That's how they've done it with modeling.
Now, Matrix, that was a fair point you made there. I hadn't answered your question. Let me ask a question in response for clarification. Would it be fair to rephrase your question as if you were convinced that the Earth was flat, you know, what would you do? Is that a fair characterization of your question?
If you were convinced that the Earth was flat, what would be the next line of questioning, right? The first question, the next, and would you be willing to accept whatever conclusion you ultimately end up finding?
Okay, well, maybe it's better for us to take the other phrasing. But if I was convinced, there wouldn't be more questions. I would be convinced, right? But
what about questions about the nature of reality, like the origin story, who we are, where we're going? Like, what about things like that? Like, yeah, at that point, there wouldn't be any more about the shape, but what about everything else around that? About who you are, where, you know, all those questions.
Well, in my mind, part of what would be needed to convince me would be getting those questions answered. So by asking the question, if you're convinced, what's next? I've made a ton of assumptions about those questions and that they would have been answered. So, unfortunately, the hypothetical is vague, and I can't really answer specifics about it because it's vague.
Did you see Blue Marble Science's video saying that we had a problem if you triangulate the distance to Polaris from Miami and then from Pittsburgh, that he come up with like 2,400 miles when in reality the driving miles is 1,026. But so I was like, you know what? Let me check my model, my refraction equation. And also I clarified in the video I just put out that why I do 90 minus A, because he real touched on it in another video, but it's to convert it to latitude. But and I clarified on that and showed the math behind it. But the equation 90 minus A over 90 times distance times point A. I did that equation and I knew it would work, but I just did it anyway. And fucking yeah, it come up within 9 miles of the driving distance between Miami and Pittsburgh. So I was like, anybody who's seen this and ran this equation, who says that on a flat Earth we can't have a setting sun, you know, is no longer being honest, because we have a refraction equation that easily works it out, and it's based on a parent celestial dome, you know, a celestial sphere, basically a parent, and the light refracting, basically coming through it as a function of distance. And I'm gonna post that video for anybody who wants to see it. It kind of clarifies the model and gives examples of the equation and answers Blue's question right off the bat, like what can you do to fix this? And like I started off the video, I thought you'd never ask, Blue. Here's our model. But anyway, I had to make sense of it myself, so I had to, you know, find the math and the equations to because they ain't out there. to make Polaris be in one place. But as far as the section goes, height is not used. That's insane for them to even say you have different positions for Polaris or the sun, because when you triangulate, you're not even using the height to Polaris in either model. So the globe, I would challenge them, if they're going to pin that shit on us, then I'm going to demand you triangulate it. And what are you going to get when you're trying to triangulate to something, A, on a curved surface, B, to stars light years away? So it's a straw man, them trying to pin the fucking heights with our sextant. It's a total straw man. It's a lack of addressing their actual pain. Although I do understand the way they work it out, but it's with assumptions. The math, they've made the math check out and all that, but it comes with a lot of assumptions, man. And them assumptions have consequences that we can, falsify, in my opinion. But anyway, I'll post that video for anybody interested.
I thought your equation was to calculate a distance from the equator.
No, this is my new model, man. I mean, wait, you talking about my model like a few months back, or just like within these last couple weeks?
Yeah, the recent one.
Yeah, no, it's well, Ruhif touched on it perfect, man. But I put on there, so if you take 1 degree to Polaris, you're gonna get, let's just say, well, you got to put 89 degrees for to get 1 degree of curvature. You got to go 69 miles. Okay, so you can't put in 1 degree though on the calculator, or else that'll put you at thousands of miles away. That'll put you by the equator. So you got to you got to subtract 89 from or subtract the 1 from 90 to get the actual latitude. So what I'm doing is just adjusting it to latitude. And in my video, I use the example of 10 degrees. So to figure out the distance on whatever model, you say the distance from the equator to Polaris is, let's say, 6,200 miles. So you divide that by the degrees. So 6,200 divided by 90 times the angle. So if it's a 10-degree angle, so 6,200 divided by 90 is let's just say it's 68 or 69.1. So times 10 would be 691, right? But we know that 10 degrees we know 691 miles ain't the distance from 10 degrees to the North Pole, right? Yeah, it goes back to the equator. It's so you have to subtract. So I'm putting it in latitude. I'm subtracting the 10 from the 90, and then you multiply 80 times 69, and you get like 5,400, which is accurate. And so if you're if you're 10 degrees away from Polaris, you're close to the equator, and you're closer to 5,000 miles away, not 600 miles away. So that, anyway, I explain it better in the video.
All right.
But anyway, it was a real life challenge with actual degrees offered. So I just ran my calculation on it. It worked like a fucking charm, like I knew it would. That was the short point.
How did you check it?
Well, he gave me the it checks out to what to what he offered. So he would never claim his is exact. It's driving distance, so he would never claim his is dead on. It's just as far as maps go and all that, we'd consider it close. So mine's right on top of his. The numbers match, but most of the numbers match to exact. Like, but then some of them are off by a few miles. But as far as in angles, that ain't nothing. When you're talking in angles, you're talking about arc seconds. Therefore, you can never prove which one was right. In my opinion, it's close enough to not be able to differentiate on whose is wrong or right. But I still got to work on the lower degrees. I'm right in the middle of that still, because when you start getting close to the horizon, then terrestrial refraction starts taking effect, and the globe has a different response to that. But our fucking model, we can have refraction too, right? Globe has it to explain some of their anomalies, and because it's real, you know. But in my opinion, if the Earth is flat, then yeah, there's got to be. It's one of two things: either the sun and the stars and all that are, you know, they're like 4-dimensional or some type of apparent, like kind of like a rainbow, the way they present to us, or if they're tangible, then they're refracting off of a, you know, apparent. We're getting an apparent position for them. But the point is that with the sextant, is what it boils back down to, is the sextant, and the height is not even factored in. It would never, you know, they try and use that shit on a globe, but the fact of the matter is they had to map it out underneath the stars and all that, just because it comes close to the infinite whatever angles. You know, that's still the way the world is mapped. If you try to plot it out on a globe, I encourage everybody. I've already tried it. If you take the almanac and get the distances, or if you just, you know, measure your own distances, and you try and triangulate it with equal, the equal altitudes from your GPS, it don't work on a globe, man, and it doesn't work on any map either, even globe projections. But you know, there's a good excuse for that, because you know there's always going to be distortions on a flat map, but it don't work on a globe either. It's inaccurate, and I think they're avoiding taking a look at that. Try to put it on an actual physical globe, not a model. You know, do it on an actual physical globe, scale it. It don't work. Sextant don't work.
What you're asking for is called a celestial star globe.
Yeah,
They are,
I would agree.
It is quite literally the physical model that you were requesting. That is the name of it. They're available for $10 on Amazon.
What's it called?
A celestial star globe. I will link a $10 or this $100 one in chat.
It don't matter. Like I said, if you try and it boils down to this: plot the fucking plot your GPs and use your equal lines of altitude, and try to get your position on a globe. Just try it. It ain't gonna kill nobody to try it. You know, we've already demonstrated it on a globe. It's wrong. It's you know, it's pretty close in some spots, like especially you're on top of the equator when you're not getting stars off to the north and south as much. But it's wrong. It doesn't fucking give you your accurate position. Period. That's probably why they put the disclaimer on the globes in the first place.
So you're debunking all sextants and all sailing that has happened over the last 200 years.
No, I'm not. Who takes the globe out to sea and plots their shit on a globe?
Sea captain.
No, we plot them on maps, bro. Globe projections. And they even start fucking up the further north you go. I'm saying take an actual globe. You should be able to plot it on actual globe.
You're talking
what I get every time right here is contention.
Hold on. You're talking shit. Sextants are 100% reliable wherever you are on or above the surface of the Earth. You can take your measurements from any elevation at any latitude and be extremely accurate with sextants.
Then you should have.
That's why they are used.
It on a globe, bro.
In the middle of my point here. This is why they are used for all navigation and have been for hundreds of years. If these didn't work, sailboats would not have been able to come over and
find. Bro, who's saying they don't work? Who's saying they don't work? I'm telling you to try to make it work. You take a globe and a sextant, measure your angles, and scale them onto a globe. Or write up a globe in a program. Use an engineering program.
Flat Earth tests. You didn't hear me. What you're asking for is exactly what I linked in chat. That's the model. That's what it works out to. If you don't want to build one yourself, buy this one. It costs $100.
No. Have you tried to plot? Okay, not on a map, not on a flat map. Have you tried to plot it on an actual globe, like a globe that you buy?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you've done it yourself?
Well, okay. I've never actually done
what I'm encouraging is that you try it yourself. That's all I'm saying.
I've used sextants for navigation. I've done this personally. I've never gone to Walmart and bought a ridiculously sized globe and attempted it on that, because that's just stupid.
Okay,
If
go
you
to,
want,
go in
if
the,
you
you
want
could
to
go in
know,
the engineering software and build a sphere, build your
there
little
you go.
globe, and
What you're
try
looking,
it. See what
what you're
happens.
looking at.
Or just use an actual globe.
What we do when we get this is this celestial star globe, as linked in chat 20 minutes ago. Please stop asking for it. It's right there.
This is what I get every time, you know?
You know, I did tell you, Brian, that your arguments are not convincing. It's because we disagree on.
It's not an argument, bro. It's not an argument. It's a challenge, okay? Because we've already showed you, okay, that when you plot the shit on an actual globe, okay? I understand about the celestial sphere and all that, but when you plot it on a globe, it fails. So now I'm gonna go in chat and take a look to see if they plotted it on the actual globe, not in a fucking on a computer, on a globe. And if he didn't do that, if
That
what he's
blue
showing me
thing-
didn't plot the angles
That blue thing
on
in
the
the
globe,
middle,
and I'm
the
coming
blue
back
thing in the
with
middle is the globe. The blue thing in the middle is the globe. Just so you know.
yeah, dude, I got a globe here. Let me grab my globe, okay? I got a globe in my hand, okay? I know what a globe is. Is it
Okay.
plotted on one of these things in my hand?
It's probably a different scale.
Okay, is it plotted on a fucking globe? That's what see, now that's what sorry, I need to cool down, but look, that's what I'm challenging you to do is get
Have
the
you
angles
bothered
and
to
plot
look at
them
what
on an actual globe. I mean, do you not understand that?
Did you look at what I posted?
Yeah, let me go look. Let me go look before I
Okay.
keep on.
Yeah, go look, because it's exactly what you're asking for, dude.
All right, I'll go take a look.
There are multiple different kinds of these celestial star globes too, but you know, I appreciate that. You know, you believe what you believe, but we just disagree on facts. So,
Well, I'm just it's a personal challenge. If he says they've done that, I'm about to find out. So just hold off on any other point. I'll pause. I'll pause my my challenge. But you know, we've demonstrated what happens when you apply these angles to an actual globe. But you know, I'll see if I was doing something wrong. I'll be right back.
Fucking warm.
Hey, Luz, how you doing? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your conversation earlier.
I'm doing all right. A little sick.
You got the Rona Bologna or something different?
No, I went and got the vaccine, and now I'm sick.
Yeah, the booster shot kicked my ass.
No, this was the first one for me.
Oh, I thought you had gotten it before. You just went and got your first?
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I've heard some people theorize that if you've already had COVID and then you get the vaccine, your immune system will exhibit a very strong response, and as a result, you'll get sick. You'll develop symptoms.
Bro, what he just showed me is laughable. Dude, it's got a little small globe with a flat layout of the globe to do the plotting on right behind it. That's funny, man. But you know what? I will further look into it. But upon first glance, it's got a globe in the middle, and it's got a projection, a flat surface layout to project actual angles onto. That's funny, dude. That's not plotting them on an actual globe. I think, in my opinion, they should, you know, you should try to put the angles on the globe. Get, you know, measure the angles, then put them on the actual globe and see what happens.
With
demonstrated it fails.
With his with the thing that he shared, you can measure their so the arc that goes around the celestial sphere and holds it in place with that rod. All along that arc, there are angle gradients, and then going around the equator of that sphere, there's also angle gradients. So you absolutely can measure the angles.
Then I'd like that demonstrated. It should be easy to make a video. It was very easy for us to make one showing it didn't work. So I'd like, that to be responded to. It's been obfuscated by everybody to this point. Maybe somebody's in the middle of making one, but we've plotted them on the globe and showed where it failed. We did it on the Mercator, which is a globe projection, which is Google Earth basically. Where it works, for the most part in certain areas. And then the further north you go on the Mercator, the worse it gets. You could still use it, especially up close, but anything. Anyway, I just challenge somebody to show the angles plotted on a globe. It wouldn't be practical to bring one on a boat out to sea every day, but once for the sake of demonstrating it, and we tried it. Don't work.
Why would we just have nothing to gain by doing that?
It's just a challenge.
It's a pointless challenge from my point of view.
Yeah, well, you're not looking for proof. Then you are willfully not looking for evidence, okay, against your model.
I mean, I can appreciate that you believe that, but that doesn't make me all of a sudden now want to go fulfill your challenge.
Well, then you could stay in your little world, man. I'll back down. I'll back off.
I mean, subtly suggesting that, I'm lying to myself and, trying to belittle my worldview, that also, that doesn't do you any favors.
No, bro, I'm not trying to belittle your worldview. I'm trying to take a steaming shit on your fucking worldview because it's wrong. But I'm putting it like that. But no, and all bullshit aside, I think if you could show that it did work and you do it, I think they would have already done it. Maybe, like I said, somebody's making that video. I think that's a big deal when the angles don't, when the points don't match up on a globe. When you take the three GPs, they don't line up the same as they do on a flat surface.
Unfortunately, the people that you argue with, I'll just speak for myself. And I'll speak for myself, but I do strongly believe that this is the opinion that almost every glober you ever talk to will also share to some degree. I gain absolutely nothing by convincing you that you're wrong and that the Earth is in fact a sphere. And so that's why no glober is going to go out and do these tests for you.
Okay, so when we demonstrate your model don't work, when y'all spend all this time is using it as proof, when it comes down to it, the navigation, when Nathan Oakley, all of them were saying, we're telling you, it don't work on a globe, okay? And then I'm throwing it out there, to personally challenge you, because I'm talking to you right now. I've done this with everybody else I've talked to on your side, and I can't get nobody to try it, okay? We've demonstrated it doesn't work, bro. So I'm just saying, in my opinion, it's not fair of you to just overlook it and just keep talking to me like, everything's fine. I think it's at least fair to leave it off like, yeah, I'll look into that, or, maybe somebody is making a video, but just to say, oh, it works, nobody's got to prove it to you, blah, blah, blah. We've shown the failure. I think I'll post the video, but I think it's up to the ball's in y'all's court now to show me where I was wrong, or show Rob Durham where he was wrong.
That's where you're wrong. Your belief that we have to show you that what you've said is wrong, that's wrong. We don't have to do anything like that. We just don't.
So you have absolutely no concern that the angles of equal altitude don't work on your globe. You have no fucking work. That doesn't bother you even a little.
I just don't accept that premise as true, and I feel no obligation to prove to you that.
So if I post a video showing you that it don't work on a globe,
that's great.
Will you watch it? Will you watch it?
Probably not.
Okay. I'm all right. Whatever, dude. Trust me, you're just like everybody else, and it's like, how are we gonna wake anybody up? And nobody will even fucking look, dude. You'd rather keep your fingers in your ears and la 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 la. Earth's glove, la 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 la. It's like, God dang, we're showing you.
Well,
You
all
know,
the
your
things
number one proof. We're showing you that it's a fail. It's flat proof, not a globe proof. But people won't even look at the shit. It's
at every
weird.
moment where you ask a Glober to disprove things that you've said, rather than doing that, you should endeavor to prove to them that what you've said is true. That's what you would need to
How
do.
if you won't watch it? If I've done that, I've took the trouble
No.
of showing you, and you won't even look at it.
Well, what you're offering me isn't. Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna post it anyway. If you change your mind, I
yeah.
encourage you to take a look at it, man. I'll pump the brakes. But anybody who wants to see what happens when you apply the angles of equal altitude onto a globe, you know, this is what happens. I will post it anyway. For anybody who might want to see it. It's a fucking in my opinion, it's a dagger. Okay, it maybe maybe there's I don't know. Maybe there's an alternate method of using the sextant that I don't know about. There may be something. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll keep an open mind, but I encourage you at least give it a fucking look. But either way, I gotta back off for a minute, guys. I'm listening though.
One of the reasons I feel, really the reason I feel totally fine not even watching the video, which I can understand why that'd be frustrating on any topic. The reason, it's every single flat Earth argument that I have ever heard is just not compelling, and most of the time is factually wrong. And so when I hear a new one, or I'm told that, oh, there's another, I've got this flat Earth argument that I want you to watch, I just already know that it's going to be wrong. I don't know how it'll be wrong. I don't need to know anything about the argument, and in my mind's already made up that it's going to be wrong.
That's not biased at all.
No, it is biased, but I still think I'm right. So, and that's a big problem that the flat earthers are going to have.
What do you say about all the people that have had a completely different experience when they've looked into it?
Those people are wrong.
Or even whereas the exact opposite, where it's like there's no proof for the globe, all of the globe is just a house of cards, etc. There's nothing solid.
I find I first, I think those people are wrong, but it's also very interesting because I wonder how did they arrive at that conclusion? What was their reasoning process? Because in my mind, it's like once I reason out in my mind why a particular argument is wrong, it's no longer a question. Like it's cemented in there, and it becomes impossible for me to understand how somebody else could have arrived at a different conclusion. So that, this flat earth thing, you guys are 100% confident with your beliefs, and that's interesting. So I don't know, man. For me, it's not about the debate anymore. It's about, and it never really was about the debate, but the debate serves as a way to pick your brains, you know.
And what if we're right?
Well, then you're right.
Because I think it's coming out in this lifetime. Meaning, I mean, obviously, if somebody passes away tomorrow, maybe not. But somebody like yourself, who I don't know exactly, you sound like you're roughly my age, 30, 40, somewhere in there.
No, a little younger. I'm 28.
Okay, you are a little younger, yeah. Well, then even more so. But in terms of that, if you're even younger, but yeah, I think it's all going down. So how it's going to happen will be interesting. But I would go as far as to say is that when you're 50, nobody on Earth will think the Earth's a globe. How was that for a bold statement?
Well, it just is what it is. I don't think there's any chance of that being true.
But I think even before you're 50, I just use 50 because that's a far enough distance to.
Yeah, no, I don't. No, I think there's a greater chance that you'll think the Earth is a ball than that'll happen. And I don't think there's a very big chance that you'll think the Earth is a ball.
But doesn't that indicate that it isn't definitive yet then? If you think that, I'm not saying for myself or for yourself, you may feel like you're definitive and vice versa, but I'm just saying like.
Oh, it's definitive for me. I absolutely believe it's definitive. It's not even a question in my mind. It's not definitive for flat earthers, but it's very definitive for almost everyone else.
I would say 99% of the people who are out in the world literally know hardly anything about any of this. If you ask someone on the street, like, how many times did the Earth spin in a day? They don't even know the answer. So, let alone the distance to the sun or the moon, or you've probably seen like Whitsitt and some of these other guys are out there. I think Whitsitt was doing his 3 questions, which it was like, how many times did the Earth spin in a day? Another one was, how far is the sun away? Also, That Flat Fellow, he does this too, ask some of these same questions. So, in terms of definitive for those people, I mean, they are literally just blindly believing whatever they were told. They don't know even the first thing about any of this stuff, to even have much to say on it. So that's kind of 99% of quote unquote globe earth believers out in the world is an incredibly weak, even understanding of the basics of it, let alone trying to conceive of, okay, the earth is actually a stationary plane and the sun and the moon and the stars are above us, and let alone even getting into all that, like as a, comparison.
Well, I mean, do you really think the fact that most people don't have, this trivia memorized, do you think that actually means they don't understand?
Yeah, I think it means they don't understand. They don't know anything about it. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, I think you're wrong about that.
I mean, I think as children, they were told that gravity and things stick to a ball and the moon going around the earth. I mean, yeah, they were all showed the solar system. So they probably have some kind of a very basic understanding, but
yeah, and probably most of them don't care. That's why they don't have it memorized. It never interested them.
Well, you were saying it's definitive for them, so I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
How could it be if they don't even know what it even is yet?
Well, because they don't care.
Yeah, when I think of definitive, I think of like something that, like if I were to take a ruler and measure my desk right here, I could get to a very definitive answer of exactly what the length of this desk is. But
yeah, but if you couldn't, if you couldn't give its dimensions, at the drop of a hat without being able to measure it, if you didn't have that memorized, it wouldn't be reasonable for somebody to say, oh, well, you don't know how big your desk is. Just in a general sense. Like you know how big your desk is. You use it all the time.
Right, but in that analogy, like people out there haven't measured the earth, so they're just believing that someone else did it. That would be like if I said, hey, my desk is 4 feet wide. Would that be definitive to the other person because I told them it was 4 feet wide?
Well, you would be the one to know it's your desk. So they would have no reason to doubt you on that.
But that's what I think people are doing with the earth. They're just saying they don't have a reason to doubt that the trusted, whatever they think is trusted with NASA or science or whatever, has figured it out. So I think most people would say that, like, oh yeah, they figured it out. That they would think it's definitive as a human race. Maybe they would believe that, but it couldn't be definitive for them because they don't even know the first thing about it.
Well, I think, like with your desk, most people aren't going to care how big your desk is. And most people don't really care what the shape of the earth is or anything like that. They just don't care. They're worried about surviving and status and, money. So I don't think they're worried about it. Doesn't it, like if they don't care, I mean, how is that deception like actually doing anything? Because in my mind, the beliefs that can easily control you are the ones that you hold deeply and care about and are conscious of.
Well, they do hold it deeply, right? Everyone's got a model of Earth in their head or a model of reality in their head. At the foundation of it, it's got us all placed on the globe. So, I mean, this is something very dear. We may not know, we may not realize on a day-to-day basis, but this is a thing that holds dear and true to everyone. It's the foundation of your reality, us either being a globe or a flat Earth.
Yeah, Lewis, they've done studies, and the number one thing that's important to people, some studies have found, is having a purpose, right? So if people, that's the number one deep care that they have, is having a purpose. This manipulating what realm we're in and how much, you know what I mean, God did or didn't. I know it's like, yo, God could have done either version, whatever. But like, if hey, they're playing with religion, they're playing with the, making you feel empty and a little ball and a speck of nothing like that. I mean, that ties in, Lewis, right?
Well, I don't think it makes people feel that way. So, no, I just disagree with that. I don't think the Earth being a sphere, that belief, I don't think that makes people feel small and insignificant.
Okay. I just think they're manipulating the stage, and though I could agree with you in a direct, micro instances, when you think about the bigger play, I mean, it might have some grains of truth to it. The big long game, the long con, you know what I'm saying?
Sure. And it has occurred to me now that one specific form of control would be climate change, and that basically requires that the Earth's a sphere. So that's a fair argument against what I said earlier.
Climate change, needs Earth to be a sphere, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
That might be the nuttiest thing I heard all day, and I was listening to like Pete and Johnny all day.
No. If the entire premise of climate change requires the dynamics of the gases in the atmosphere and the interaction with the sun.
So impossible
on a spherical Earth. Like it is the entire that climate change is something that the shape of the Earth does.
So greenhouse gases ain't more likely to heat up in a greenhouse?
Right. So impossible for the temperature to be changing slightly on a flat Earth. Flat Earth has to have the temperature constant.
Well, my point was that people, if let's say the Earth's flat, but everyone's being lied to into thinking the Earth's a sphere, and now because of that lie, they've built on it and said planets.
It's not a lie.
Yeah, planets can. Their atmospheres can heat up and become inhospitable to life. now this theory of climate change is now predicated on previous scientific understanding, which is this lie, right? So in that, all I'm saying is
You keep
that
saying lie, bro. It's a philosophy. It's a belief. It's not a lie.
I'm not sure that you're understanding the point I'm making. All I'm saying is that earlier I made the point that I just don't see an advantage. I don't see how people could be controlled by this. And then I thought of a way that they could be controlled by this, and it's climate change.
Hey, when you tell me Earth's a globe, are you lying to me? Let's say the Earth turned out to be flat, is Neil deGrasse, is he lying to me?
Ryan,
they're
I'm
not
happy
lying.
to I'm happy to have that conversation with you, but I really don't think you understand the point I'm making.
Well, I'll respond on the point. I think the heliocentric cosmology controls humans on multiple levels. I don't think the modern day could even be what it is today without the heliocentric model, in terms of getting people to obey with military and wars and education and all this shenanigans, let alone the genetically modified foods and all these different things. It wouldn't even be possible without this root deception.
We'd all take off past Antarctica. People would flee from the tyranny, looking for extra land and shit. No,
Even to bring it to one thing, like just looking at the jab, and I'm not trying to take it into a whole discussion on that, but I don't know of anyone who thinks the Earth is a stationary plane, flat Earth, whatever terminology they use, who got that thing. And in my opinion, that thing is a major, major control mechanism, without getting into all of it. But at the same time, people that are strong globe believers virtually not only have gotten it, but are espousing the wonderfulness of it and totally backing it 100%, even though they don't really quite know what it is, but they're just getting it and so on. So that's, right there. It just shows how people are more controlled by the cosmology alone.
I don't think that's true, because there are a lot of people from conservative areas in the United States, probably the globe, who think that the Earth is a globe, who are opposed to taking vaccines because they perceive it as a political thing, and they're on the other political side.
Yeah, there's definitely globe earthers that are against getting jabs. Yeah, I would agree. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm just saying, based on the cosmology alone, it seems as though, and I'm not trying to judge anyone, I'm just saying that those who are getting this thing, so like basically trusting the authority, it's like they've trusted the authority on the cosmology that Earth is a globe, and then now when the same system rolls out and says, hey, there's this thing going on, this illness, the air is going to kill you, you need to get this injection, most of those people are saying, well, I'm believing all the other things they're doing, everything else seems good, so the science is good in the NASA, so then the science has got to be good with this thing that they're telling me that's so scary and the air is going to kill me. So, okay, I'll line up and go get it.
Yeah, if your point is that, it's a foundational belief, and, that gives people faith in their society, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. But, aren't you... Then really your criticism is to simply be wary of foundational beliefs then, really. Your criticism is, principally, its philosophical basis is to be wary of your beliefs and how they could be used to manipulate you.
Yeah, just deceptions in general. I mean, I think that these people in power, they found out a long time ago, on terms of studying psychology, that if they could deceive people about where they lived, it makes humanity easier to control, and it makes additional deceptions that much easier. It's like an actual trauma. I think it's not the same trauma as, being abused as a child or something, but it's a form of mental trauma. It's a form of reality trauma. And once people believe something that, in my opinion, is completely false, whether they know it or not, they might think it's totally true or something, but just on that level, it like weakens the human to a particular degree that allows other deceptions to be sold that much easier. And that's why I was saying that they needed this heliocentric model to even usher in this entire era that we're in today, where people are okay with GMO foods and chemicals and all these other things, let alone getting the jab and this kind of stuff. Like it basically kind of creates a foundation for everything else that they've been rolling out on top of it.
Well, I can understand that. I can understand that point of view. I don't think it's true, but I can understand it. I think you've kind of reverse engineered a lot of things. I mean, I see, because I do think that a lot of the confidence that people have in science, it's based on a long evolving history of scientific discovery. A lot of that began with the globe. So I can see how you've connected these dots in that way.
The globe.
Hey, what's up, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, the Copernican quote unquote revolution, along with the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. I mean, you got Newton right in there, Descartes, and the whole materialistic paradigm of modern science. And then that's all birthed through Copernicanism and heliocentrism. So that's kind of all, sold to us as this kind of breakthrough in modern science and technology. And it all started with realizing the Earth's a globe, and then going to the moon, and all these other factors that are built upon it.
But that's not actually true. I mean, educated people have known for thousands of years that the Earth is a globe. They thought that the Earth was a geocentric belief. People believed in geocentrism. So Tycho Brahe, Johannes Kepler, all those people thought that the Earth was the center of the universe and everything.
They believe it's all belief, and it's all belief.
Yeah, I understand, but it's actually not. So they thought those things, and it was the Copernican revolution, which wasn't about the globe; it was about the sun.
Oh, I mean, but isn't this all just now we're hitting splitting hairs on the origins of, or how, the history of the globe. But I think the fundamental point is that the scientific evolution that I mentioned earlier, it basically began with the globe. It's kind of mankind's attempt to explain away things in nature that God would typically be the answer for.
That is so backwards, bro. God, everything you'll say is exactly backwards. It's so weird.
Well, what God provides an answer for why we exist and what our purpose is here.
I'm talking about you saying science started with a globe. That is, dude, the globe is held back. Science has made everybody just trust in corporations and a few people. Like, dude, we'd be so much further.
All right. Surely
if it wasn't for the globe.
Surely you can understand that I am not, when I say science, I'm not talking about what you mean science is in its pure, correct, true form. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you believe to be lies. I'm saying those started basically the first significant earth-shattering discovery in that body of lies is the Earth being a globe. Now, I'm not like Brian. Sometimes I wonder if you never mind.
I'm just saying it's not lies, it's beliefs, bro. I don't think anybody's lying to me. They think it's a globe. Okay, are you lying to me when you tell me it's a globe? Am I lying to you if I tell you it's flat and it winds up not being? No,
I think,
it's what I believe.
Brian, I just, I don't know how to say this in a nice way, so I just won't.
Do you believe that 2 + 2 = 4?
Dude, shut up. Why would you even go there? Look, my point is
the point
a bunch
is
of liars, okay? Everything, what's going to work different with my cell phone?
I'm going to explain.
Or with anything else, if the Earth is got a curve we can't detect,
Well,
or
GPS won't work if it's flat. So
that's horseshit.
No, it's not true.
Well,
so
hold on, Brian.
I was trying to point out.
I thought Lewis had a question for Brian.
Oh, he stopped. I think he stopped. Yeah, so I was simply pointing out, Brian, that when you think that 2 + 2 = 4, that's a belief. It's a belief that happens to be true. So knowing something is a subset of a belief.
So if I tell you the Earth is flat, does that make me a liar, Brenda? Or if you tell me the Earth's a globe, does that make you a liar if you're wrong?
No, because I
Okay,
could
then that's what that was my whole point. Is he keeps saying the lies, the lies, the lies. It's not the lies. It's the beliefs.
I was making a different point, which is beliefs. Everybody has just beliefs, and some of them are true and some of them are false, right? So imagine a big, like a big circle, and that circle says beliefs. There are two smaller circles inside the big circle. One of them says true, and then the rest of them are false. That's what knowledge is in the true circle, the smaller circle inside of the beliefs. That's what knowledge is. So when I say 2 + 2 = 4, it is a belief that is true.
Well, you know how people like I'll just use the term flat earthers in general, like you know how like in general like I would not to categorize everybody, but it's like question a lot more, question things. Don't necessarily blindly believe in authority, tend to have much more independent thinking, like think for themselves, although it's not always the case. Obviously there's variety within all these, but there's certain things that are like more decentralized. For example, like there usually isn't, you know, like a centralized authority in their minds. So
that's not at all what we've seen in the flat earth, though. In the
Yeah.
flat earth, we've seen the exact opposite.
okay, what
People
what are you
can't think
saying
for
in the flat
themselves.
earth? So what does that mean to you?
Like a few strong personalities, they set a narrative, and then the entire community repeats that narrative verbatim, to where they try to come in and pretend like they've got unique arguments of their own, and they're just repeating the verbatim of the big players. That's not thinking for yourself. I mean, it's hard to even find any topics that most Globers agree on to that extent, to where they're all basically repeating the same little phrases and catchphrases and sayings.
Well, I think it happens if if I were to say sides, it would be happening on both. I don't disagree with what you're saying. There are some people like quote unquote flat earth content creators, whatever they are, who do say statements that others copy verbatim. I don't, it's like a cult energy. I don't doubt that there's cult energies involved in various areas and places, but that's not really what I was referring to. I'm not really talking about just like the couple people arguing it and following an argue. I'm talking about just humans in general who come to the conclusion that the earth is a stationary planet. What I'm getting at is that if you piled up 10,000 flat earthers in a room, you're not going to get them to believe in authority. You're not going to get them to all take a jab. You're not going to get them to blindly just let their kids go to some school that's teaching a bunch of that. You're likely not going to be able to sell them genetically modified foods and chemicals on their food, and the list goes on and on. So my point is that it just links back to heliocentrism was required to control humanity to the level that they have.
It's even worse than that. Amongst what we've rampantly seen in the flat earth community is medically accepted treatments for highly treatable conditions get rejected in favor for some totally questionable / harmful treatments that not only doesn't help their illness, it actually makes them sicker. I mean, we've seen this, and we've seen it to ill effect in the community. We've already lost 2 flat earthers to that thinking. I can't think of anything on the globe side that's resulted in that kind of aftermath damage. Right?
You obviously haven't heard the stories behind the flat earthers we lost. If you heard the stories, you'd punch yourself in the fucking face, dude. You hear the
What's
full
that?
story. You just heard what happened. That's all. You ain't heard from the personal people yet. You will.
Your audio was really bad. It was really hard to make out what you were saying.
Wait, sorry, Jake. Could you say that again? Because it sounded like it could have been important, but I missed it.
Can I ask an important question when it comes to
Well-
like the unity? Oh, sorry, Gio. I thought there was a moment. I mean, I see some of the OGs, some of the Americans in here, man. I see Jake, Ellen, you know, some of the normie American minds up in here. How you guys doing?
I got a big bottle of Chardonnay, and then I'm going to have that with turkey tomorrow. It's going to be a good day.
Awesome.
What Christmas films are you watching tonight, though?
Probably Matrix Revolutions.
That's not
Welcome, everybody.
What's up, Godric?
That Matrix Revolutions, man, that's an important movie. It tells an important story.
That's what's up. Tell me more, Godric.
I've heard it's really bad, and some people
Tells
think
you
it's
of a slave society that's unbeknownst to the slaves.
I wouldn't say it's really bad. I would just say it's not great.
See, I think that's probably right. They haven't really had a big movie since the original Matrixes. The others have
Well,
been
I
kind
thought,
of okay, but not that great.
yeah, I mean, I thought part 2 was like okay, and I thought part 3 was barely watchable. So I would say this is better than part 3 for sure.
Well, that's good.
So is it out in the cinemas where you guys are then in America, I take it?
It was on HBO Max.
Yeah, yeah.
You can rent
Oh,
it
is?
off of YouTube too, or a lot of other places too.
Hey, that's a good question. So, like, is it possible to put somebody hooked up to a computer simulation and have them believe that it's real? Is that possible?
Not now. We don't have the tech for that. I ain't letting anybody put a great big old, what was that, like 8-inch metal spike in my head? No way.
Just in your arm, though.
No, it was in the back of their head, at the base of their head. It was a big spike.
They're talking about the vaccine, the person that just said
Shot
the
fired.
arm.
I thought you
Yeah.
were talking about Matrix.
No, they were.
No, you're right. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead. No, I like The Matrix. I think it's a great movie. I think it tells an important narrative. You know, it makes me think, you know, maybe you shouldn't believe something if you can't test it yourself. That's what I got from it.
Oh, I can test a lot of things for myself.
You don't actually go through life with that belief, though. That would be a ridiculously absurd, stupid way to go through life, right?
Tell me more about that, Jake, on the plane.
You just said, I wouldn't believe anything unless I can test it for myself.
Wait, Jake on the plane? Is
I
that a
said
snake?
the movie made me think that we shouldn't believe stuff if we can't test it for ourselves.
Yeah, but that's a retarded way to go through life, right?
I think we all go through life without believing
What's that?
stuff that.
And you don't live your life that way. Why would anyone live that way? That'd be idiotic. You don't actually believe that. I could demonstrate it to you.
I think we all go through life believing stuff we're told in school, on TV.
You just made the claim we shouldn't believe
no
things
way to
unless.
test it.
Are you back? Are you going to backpedal on what you just said? You said we shouldn't go through life believing things that we can't prove ourselves.
Well, actually,
I
what
think
he
we
said
all
was
go through life
what
believing
actually
things
he
that we're
said was
told in school and on TV, and they give us no evidence.
Okay,
You're
but
you're
it is
misrepresenting what he said, because what he said was watching the film, it made him think that you shouldn't just believe what you're told. He was
right,
talking
but
about
that would be really stupid. That would be a really stupid way to go through life. To not believe in things until you prove them for yourself. Who would do that? That's ridiculous. And nobody in this room lives their life that way.
It's called science.
Godric, do you think the movie made you think that you shouldn't go through life believing what other people said?
Do you think that is what you were saying? Is that what you thought the message of the film was?
No,
That's
he
what I
said.
got from what he said.
He said the movie made him think that. Isn't that exactly what you're saying you're not supposed to do?
Like I said, Jim Jam, thank you for saying that. You said it the right way. I said that it made me think you shouldn't just believe stuff unless you can test it for yourself. That's what I said.
Yeah. Why? Yes, that's exactly what you think you shouldn't do, though.
So we take everything basically on faith.
Well, you're taking the movie on faith that it tells you shouldn't believe things based on unless what people tell you. You're taking that on
The
faith.
movie gives you an idea. That's all.
Do you understand the point? The point is you're saying that the movie made you think that you should not do some certain thing. And that thing is exactly what you did. Is you're doing what the movie told you to.
The movie gives you an idea, and you have to use your better judgment.
But I mean, I think more importantly, that's a stupid way to go through life, right? To not believe in things unless you can prove them to yourself. So then that means you'd be having to prove everything, and you wouldn't be able to dodge all the landmines that exist in our life, based on other people's experiences and what you've learned, from other people have told you. You're like, no, I'm going to throw all that away, and I'm going to learn everything firsthand. That's stupid, because then you're going to hit every landmine along the way, right?
You said something true. You said people's experience. Is it experience or is it a story they're telling you? That's the question for you.
A lot of times it's a story that they're telling you. I don't know anyone that's ever drank a lethal dose of cyanide, but everyone has said don't drink a lethal dose of cyanide. I don't know anyone that's ever. That's what I've been told, but all the people that told me haven't done it themselves. So they're just repeating something that they were told. Now, for me to know for sure whether that's true or not, I'd have to drink a lethal dose of cyanide, right?
I'm glad you mentioned cyanide.
I need to get in here.
Check this
Jake,
out.
what you're saying is absolutely true. We all know about the monkey scenario where
I'm glad you mentioned cyanide. Because they told me in school only apples because the seeds have cyanide. Guess what? I've eaten many apples and many apple seeds, and I'm fine.
They have amygdalin in them.
If you do a science experiment, you might find out that the cyanide in apple seeds is not the lethal dose that.
No, right. It's not a lethal dose, but if you calculated the lethal dose and you put them on your blend tech, you got whatever it is, however many bushels of apples you would need. You took all the cores out, you stick them on your blend tech to guarantee you got more than the lethal dose of amygdalin in there, and then you extracted that and drank it. Yeah, you'd probably not be in for a great day.
Jake, but there's a middle ground, Jake. Just because you don't live your whole life that way, that doesn't mean when pivoting to investigation, right, that you don't go back and check. I mean,
for the flat earthers, they're very selective about what things they want. They need personal firsthand experience and testing knowledge to believe, where other things they go readily through life believing it, and even though it's just something they've been told, they accept it, and then they live their life as if that's true, and they don't feel at all they don't feel at all inclined to test that for themselves. The majority of things in their life they feel that way about.
Oh, that's a mixed message, although there's a overgeneralization there at the end about, they all do this and whatever. Your first part about
they do all do this. It's demonstrable.
But we should be selective when the niche group is investigating their niche. I mean, they should be the ones selecting the things that need to be scrutinized. I mean,
right, but it just shows that their epistemology, though, is inconsistent, because for the vast majority of things in their life, they just believe what they've been told. They don't go around and try to prove it and do experiments and demonstrate it for themselves. They just accept it and believe it. It's only on this issue so that they can be in this little cult that they say, oh, now we're going to take this one thing and put it in contention, and I refuse to believe it unless I can test it 100% for myself. Oh, and by the way, when I say test it, I mean we have to throw out 99% of the reasonable ways to test it, and it can only be proven by this one this incredibly difficult, if not
Great double
impossible, way
point,
to
great
prove it.
double
Test.
triple point. I mean, and again, your ending point is great. And I'm going to agree with that, but your beginning point, that's where I kind of have to disagree. It's hard to do it when, you know, we're going fast with this here, but you're you know, of course that they're not going to believe everything, or they're not going to test everything in their life. I mean, it's okay to test some things. Now, you
That's
know,
right.
over believing it at the end, that's
You're
what you're
right.
making 2 points in one here, though. And
Yeah,
it's
you're right. I don't test a lot of things in my life. Um, I have no expertise in the computer I'm using right now, or the microwave I'm going to use to cook my food, or how to run the bus when I take to go get groceries. I don't. There's all kinds of things I do just during an ordinary day that I haven't validated for myself. I don't have intimate knowledge about
But if
those
you want to
things.
go take Cialis, you might start caring and you might investigate Cialis rather than just
No,
fucking
I have no
trusting
interest in
Cialis.
Cialis.
Whatever. It's the first pill that came to my mind from a
Oh,
commercial.
It tells me in the Bible. It tells me test all things, cling to those which
Oh.
are good.
So when I go to a doctor, I'm going to trust the doctor because I know enough about medical science that this is a person who has taken the time to study the things that I don't know, right? And is an expert in that area, and they are a person that I can trust that knows what they're doing.
I
Even
like
yeah.
I like the point. Of course, you trust them, right? But the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
thing when you say you know enough about medical, you're kind of trusting yourself too. And though, fine, both all your points are awesome, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with going deeper. Though, still being like, hey, I trust the guy, but let me just look deeper.
Oh, sure. If you
Yeah, I
want
mean,
to
most
do that,
people,
yeah.
like, if anyone's about to do anything serious with their body, most people would say, I want to get a second opinion or a third opinion, right? And then they trust that if they get a consensus in people that they deem as experts, then that'll be reason enough for them to do something maybe drastic to their body, right?
Right. But what happens,
And that's a
Jake? And this
perfectly
now
reasonable way
because
to go
you
through
don't
life,
have
right?
the time. You don't have the
Or,
time for a second opinion. You don't have the right to a first opinion. The door is closed.
Right.
It's over.
Or
and
like
done.
if I get shot, if you know I'm walking down the street, I get shot by a gangbanger, and they rush me to the ER, I'm not going to be able to get a second opinion on how they should treat my bullet wound as I'm bleeding out, right? I'm just going to trust that their training and medical science has taught a proven method of treating a bullet wound such
Well,
that
keep
they have
trusting
a
them.
fairly good
Just
chance of
keep
keeping me alive.
trusting.
you have no choice in the matter in that example. But what
But
Brendan
I've
was
talked
saying
to
with the
flat
doctor,
earthers that say that if
Fuck
they
the
take you to the
stupid flat earthers, Jake.
I've talked
Stop
to hold
picking
on
on
a
the
second,
stupid
let me
ones.
finish my point. I've
You
talked to
versus me.
not just one, multiple flat earthers that have said in that exact scenario, you're actually in much graver risk if you go to the hospital than if you were to go to your house and have your family go online and look up how to best treat you and have them treat you in their kitchen. I've had multiple flat earthers make that argument.
Stop throwing mud. Stop talking about the dumb flat earthers. That means that there's smart ones, bro. You know that there is. And you know, like the point about we get a second opinion and a third opinion. Bro, this is what the interesting thing about this topic is. I don't care which one is right or wrong. You will find a lot of situations in society where you don't have a right to the opinion. It's over and fucking done. That is the opinion. It's over and done. You can't look.
What do you mean you don't have a right to opinion? What are you
You
talking
can't
about?
go on, dude. You can't go. Hey, can we debate whether the Earth is flat? No, there's no opinions on it. It's
We're
over.
doing it. We're doing it.
I'm
What do you
talking
mean?
about in most areas, a lot of areas. If you don't want to, if you think I'm a liar or you think I'm stupid, Brenda, I mean, keep
But there's
argue
nobody.
with me. But I'm telling you, man, this is the phenomenon. There is a stigma in society. And
There's
talk
a stigma,
about
but
every person doesn't know. Gio brought up the point earlier about these people, trusted or they don't know, and they should have enough, or could they have enough?
but nobody's
Stuff.
preventing you.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to make the point of I respect you guys for having these discussions. There's 90x% of people that won't. That Barack Obama, we don't have
No.
time for a meeting. Okay, that means no opinion. You don't get a second opinion.
Well, there's nobody preventing you of putting a gun to your head and saying you can't talk about flat Earth. That's just not happening.
but in the public space, it's frowned upon. Is what he was getting at.
Yeah. So what?
By design, I'd say that's my opinion. But going back to your point with the doctor, not just asking a second opinion of doctors, but also looking at patients that have had the same treatment. That's also another way to find out whether it's good or not.
My bad. I need 2 minutes.
Well, I think that there is a utility in not having to know everything, right? So that way I can focus on the
Ignorance is bliss.
No, not ignorance. It's specialization. I don't have to know everything, right? So I can concentrate on the things I am interested in. So supposedly, let's say I have a certain talent or capabilities or expertise in one area. I don't have to have an expertise in other areas. I can let other people do those things, and that's efficient. It's economically it's cost efficient.
No, I agree, Brenda. I mean, I'm never going to be a car mechanic, so like I don't know that much about cars. I mean, I do know some, but not enough to rebuild a carburetor or change out a transmission or anything. I could probably learn, but I'm just saying in this lifetime, that's not my focus. And so, yeah, when I take my car to a mechanic, I hope that they can do it right and
Yeah,
we're willing to pay them for it.
Yeah,
that's understandable.
That's all my point. That's all my point.
But at the same time, there's not a large community of people discussing, the transmissions don't work or transmissions don't exist or something. So what I'm saying is that in this particular topic of the earth and all of that, obviously there's a huge amount of questioning and discussion around it. So what I'm saying is that to just let your car mechanic fix your car is not necessarily the same as just letting NASA depict your cosmology in terms of accuracy and truth.
But I think that there's some ideas that are just too far out of line that there's no use in considering them at all. Because obviously car transmissions do exist because my car goes through first, second, and third gear, right? When I step on the gas, so there's an automatic transmission. It could be little hamsters in there. I don't think so.
Brenda, I have a question. Could your expert mechanic that you and I both would go to because we don't know anything about cars, could they take advantage of us because we don't know anything?
They do. It's called fraud.
Right, but I mean that's not just exclusionary to service industry jobs, right? Like, so experts could always take advantage of the fact that you're not an expert, right? In any situation.
Right. And I can call in other people who can verify that in fact this person didn't install the brakes correctly. This is not the correct way. We go to the manual, it's not correct. Or we go to the opinion of several mechanics and it turns out that this person installed the brakes.
I understand that, but what if all the mechanics work for or work with under one branch of business? Like, you might be able to go down the road to another mechanic, but they also work for the same, overall corporation.
Exactly. How do you test what the Earth looks like from space? We can't go there ourselves. We have to trust NASA.
Yeah, you can.
You can go to space and look down at the Earth from space.
Yes, you can. You can buy a ticket now.
Can you show us that?
You can buy a ticket if you have enough money. You can buy a ticket.
Can you buy a ticket? How much does it
They're
cost?
canceled. All flights next year are canceled. You can't buy any tickets.
Why?
They don't really say, but if you look up the blue, or I did this with Moyak. Both of us tried to find any sort of civilian space flight for next year. 100% canceled.
Yeah, how could millions of billions for some fuel be not profitable? Why would they cancel that shit? Think about it.
Maybe they feel they need to work on the tech a little bit more.
That was now after you realize they canceled. But if you're an expert in this and you said buy a ticket that you can't buy, that doesn't change your epistemology at all, not even 1 degree.
Yeah, I think Brenda, you think you got caught. I think you said you can buy tickets. How do we buy the ticket now?
Yeah, I don't think that refutes anything because this is a new technology, right?
You said you can
So
call on your specialist to ask them to verify it.
yeah,
So how do
so
we do
you
it now?
can. It's a new technology. I don't know why or if it's true that you can't buy tickets right now.
Well, I thought they
And
went
in
all the way to the
future-
moon. They went
in
all
the
the way to the moon in 69. There's nothing new about launching humans up in a rocket, right? It's
That's
40,
true.
50 years
That's
old.
true. That's true.
So they can't do it in 2022 almost, 2021, but they did it in 69 with no problem all the way to the moon?
It's 50-year-old technology.
They're doing slingshot orbit now. Do you guys see this thing? It's fucking beautiful. Blessed, beautiful.
You don't want to be in that projectile though.
No.
You'll come out as jam.
So what we were talking about before, so Brenda, your basic bottom line is that you trust NASA as much as you trust a car mechanic, even though you know a car mechanic could be fraudulent, but obviously you can verify their work to some degree to make sure your car works when you get it back. But you trust NASA and what they're doing, in an equal way.
I would adjust my trust to the amount of risk and reputation and things like that, the history somebody has. So I trust my bus driver to get me to the next to where I'm going, to the place I'm going, a lot more than I trust Blue Origin to get me into low Earth orbit. I would be very afraid on the Blue Origin craft because it's a new technology. It might fail and I might burn up.
Never mind.
What are you going to say, Lewis?
He's an expert bus driver.
That's right.
Hey, Don. Hope you've been well. Haven't heard you in a while.
Hell no, you supposed to be in Charlotte. Why you don't come save your boy? What the fuck?
Because I really don't go to your side of town very often.
Man, I hope you really are in the Army. So when I really need it,
I'm not in the Army. I'm out of the Army.
Oh man, I might need somebody official on my side sometime soon.
Well, I came into the conversation kind of late, but I was trying to get a grasp of where you guys were headed with this. Is this just a?
It's not really. It's just kind of wandering all over the place.
Oh, okay. All right.
Philosophy. It was philosophy of kind of like Jake Lewis on this, and everybody really like you got to have consistent philosophies. You can't trust much. You can't trust most things in your life, and then turn around and say you don't trust this thing. You know what I mean? It was like kind of some of that business.
I think you can trust a lot of things.
I'm saying that's the point.
Yeah, absolutely. You can trust your bus driver.
Yeah.
Right, so what I was saying.
But can you trust people up until they lie, and then once they lie?
Yeah, if my bus driver slapped a liquid oxygen tank on the bus, I would not trust him.
But what if it was nitrous oxide?
I super wouldn't trust him.
But you get there really fast, though. He'd get you where you wanted to go fast, Brenda.
Yeah, but if I get on a bus and there's a bus driver, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I could trust this guy, or maybe he's a complete criminal and something may happen. But it could be one or the other. If he's obviously hired by a company, and I'm talking if it's like a public bus, let's say, then there's obviously a pretty high chance that he's probably okay and he's not a complete criminal. But when it comes to the government, it's not 50-50 or even 70-30 or 80-20. It's not even close when it comes to anything for me. I'm
Huh.
saying in terms of what the government's doing, that meaning that the government has lied so many times on so many levels and is so corrupt, so deeply through and through, that to assume that they are honest in virtually anything is a leap.
Gio, do you have diarrhea right now?
At this moment,
Yeah, at this moment, do you have diarrhea?
no.
So you could at least say the government has done a reasonable job as making sure that the drinking water that you drink is reasonably safe, right?
It's not. The water I live in just found out that it's contaminated from landfills. There's tons of people in my neighborhood who no longer can drink their water.
Right, but people in other countries, their government gives them water that gives them parasites and
Other people,
and you know,
the people of Flint, Michigan.
Yeah, it's
gives
also
them
too Native American
cholera and all kinds
reservations.
of horrible things, right?
Yeah, Native
British-
American reservations. There's people all across America that do not have access to drinking water.
But Jake, you're not saying just because you can trust that they're going to deliver you somewhat of a certain standard of clean water, that means that they're not going, you can trust them on everything. Certainly you're not doing that, are you?
I mean, the government is pretty good at wasting money, but they're also not, there isn't a tremendous amount of stuff about the government where I can say, wow, the government has really made my life a lot more dangerous because of this.
Do you know how many terrorists they've created? How many wars they've started? What are you talking about?
I don't know anyone that's been killed by a terrorist. Do you?
The drug dealer gave me fresh clean water. Does that mean he's always going to be good?
Do you know anyone, or
I
do you know
know
anyone that
Jake
knows
Long.
anyone that's been killed by a terrorist?
You're missing the point. The United States is the one that's doing the invading to other
There was
countries.
3,000 people killed on 9/11 by terrorists.
Y'all know y'all trying to be. Don't segue like that. Come on.
The big,
Well, I mean,
the bigger
he just made a silly comment.
the bigger terrorist is the one with the bigger weapon.
Is China a biological terrorist?
No, you're missing the point. The point is there's lots of things the government does that creates chaos and death and destruction and misery. What are you talking about?
Yeah. For me, a good example is those people who tried to kidnap Governor Whitmer. Like 6 out of 7 of them were feds.
Yeah, I mean, the strange thing though is worldwide, even though we have all these governments, there's never been a safer time to be a human, because right now the world has the lowest of basically violent murder in the history of mankind.
Since records began, so we don't know about before that.
That's true. Yeah, maybe things were safer, before the Sumerians or something.
Who knows?
Have started making records about their own amazing deeds.
But I mean, when it comes to cosmology, the current WGS 84 model of the globe Earth, the ellipsoid datum, which is the oblate spheroid Earth, comes from an organization called the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is a United States intelligence agency in a group with the CIA, the FBI. So, I mean, essentially, that's who you're trusting if you believe that that's what the Earth is.
Uh-oh.
So how do they?
Someone made a good point literally just before you spoke, Gio, about the written record.
I think you cut out, Jim. Maybe say that again.
Someone made a point just before you spoke about those that write the records.
All right, can I make a point real quick about the water? I heard something about the prime minister or somebody said they should only take a shower 3 times a week.
Because the water's so toxic?
Yeah, I mean, dude, well, no, because they probably were short, but it's like, come on, man. Like, what are they, who the fuck they think they talking to, bro? Take a shower 2 times.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be regionally dependent, right? Some places lack water, some places are overrun with water.
But it's like, It's like just recycle the water or like what the fuck ever, dude. Like make heater. Like we need 3,000 masks, a million billion masks and ventilators. Like, dude, make the good shit for people. Like what the fuck, dude? Like Twit be up here. Twit, what is with this bullshit and fucking with this traffic, dude? I don't care how fast people is moving up in this bitch. This is some bullshit.
I know. It's been bad this week. Worse than ever, I think.
But like, dude, nah, up north, this shit don't be going like this, bro. They get that
I
shit
don't
done.
know. Do they though? I think everybody's traffic's pretty bad in the city. They just keep working on these roads. They have those barrels up and those concrete barrier things, and they just sit there. And nobody's ever working on the road. Like 77. Who goes on that road anymore? I don't understand. They're just constantly in construction mode.
Up north, they get that shit done before the winter. They working constantly.
Well, we don't have snow to worry with. They do.
My brother complains about traffic around DC probably once a week.
Oh, he's right to complain about that.
It shouldn't take you an hour to go 2 miles. That's not acceptable. The leaders need to be thrown away when that happens, in my opinion.
He was like, it's 3 p.m. on a Wednesday. What's everyone gonna do? We're gonna get on 95 South and drive 3 miles an hour.
He was on the mixing bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we should figure traffic out before we go to Mars. What do you guys think?
I think they're gonna try to cut down traffic significantly within the next 10 years.
Yeah. They're gonna try. I mean,
yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be such a bad thing, right?
Well, how are they gonna do it?
Well, I think when
there's some proposals, but none that most Americans would be willing to accept.
Like what?
Like what if now that we've got like app connected phones and the technology to do this, what if the government said that within whatever the rush hours are when traffic is at its worst, no one is allowed to drive on the road unless they use this app to have it plan a carpool, so that you're going to have to pick up a certain number of people along the way, and everyone has to pay through the app, kind of like a forced Uber rideshare, right? Where it's like, okay, well, if you want to drive your car, you're going to have to pick up, let's say a minimum of 2 people along your way. That's going to be someone that lives near you and is going reasonably where you're going.
No.
And everyone's going to pay so that you're not just eating the cost, but
that's ridiculous.
Something like that.
You're not going to force me to have strangers in my car.
Exactly. Right. But that would solve traffic, right? But we're not willing to do that as Americans.
No one's going to accept that.
Never.
Right. But it is a solution that would work, right?
No.
I think it's more likely that they're going to tell you if you don't have the vaccine, you can't drive. That'll be a start.
Right.
That knocks off how many?
That'll
50
never
million?
happen.
That knocks off 50 million people right there.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
That's more likely to happen than your idea.
Yeah.
All they'd have to do is integrate that into like getting a driver's license. You just have to show your thing to get it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They could be like, look, with this car, you could cross state lines. And now you have to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what they could do is, or they could make it like extremely cost prohibitive. Like one of the annoying things that they did out here on freeways that used to, used to be completely free. They took like two of your 4 or 5 lanes and they turned them into pay lanes, express lanes, and you have to pay a ridiculous amount of money to use those lanes. But you get to get where you're going right away. Otherwise, you got to drag butt in the free lane. In the 2 remaining free lanes, you got to drag butt and have waste an extra hour in your car, or you pay the king's ransom to use the fast lanes. That's the type of things that they've done.
Now, you guys are all talking about how they're going to change us, or they're going to change this many people with driver's license. These guys are playing the long game. They're going after the kids right now. They're establishing a new generation of people that will literally just accept everything they need to do because they live in a post-COVID world, and will just, oh, we got a COVID alert this week, everyone wear a mask and do whatever the government says for a week. And that's just the way that they will behave because that is how they've been conditioned to live. They don't care about us. They care about how the next generation is going to move forward into this new, brave new world.
Yeah, I see a lot of elements of Brave New World in this.
Yeah, they just, all they have to do is control what the schools have to dictate to children, and that's it. It doesn't matter what we do, what we say, what we do, what we vote. It doesn't matter. They're creating the next generation of people to do literally whatever they're told.
God, I hate baby boomers. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, but they're probably the worst people to ever existed, ever, as a group. They're horrible people.
Yeah, it's not necessarily their fault.
Wow.
Yeah, I hate baby boomers. I'm sorry. I have a problem with them. I always have. I think they're really
What don't you like about
weird
them?
people. I think they're bad ego people. I think they're really bad. They were terrible parents.
No,
No,
hold on.
of course there's exceptions. I'm not saying there's
No,
not
no, no,
exceptions.
no. As a group, they were raised on the first generation of raised on television, thinking that they are the peak of civilization. That
Do you
every
feel that way
technology
about your
that comes
parents,
out is
Twit?
amazing.
Yeah, my parents are huge hypocrites. Huge. They don't see it. They're arrogant as fuck too. So are all their
Seems like
friends.
it's the main goal in everybody's life.
Yeah, because they believe their entire
Main
lives
goal
they were the cutting edge. Every new thing that comes out is their thing. So
all of a
that's what
sudden,
they-
I feel the need to say that I like my dad.
No, I love my parents. But I can love somebody and recognize that they have faults, and I just think it was a really bad generation of people, and it happens to be a really large generation of people. They're very self-centered. And they're very self-centered and then they like to show the world that they're not self-centered by forcing change upon other people. Which are
But if they're a
Oh,
product
younger
of their
people.
environment to it, then they're sort of innocent in it, right?
What was their environment?
Whatever environment brewed a large percentage of people to act the way that they're acting.
But it's been them doing this the whole time. Like the whole time we've all been alive. They've been in charge of everything, basically. I mean, starting in the 60s, right? That's when they came of age.
Yeah, I guess the youngest ones.
Yeah, these are their parents were the heroes of World War II, and then the government and all the good things that came out of that. Why would you question any of it? They're the best civilization in the whole world. But they went on the moon. They watched it on TV. They are at the peak of civilization because they saw it on television.
Actually, someone made a good point. Why are people as old as Pelosi and Biden in charge of anything?
Because we allow them to be.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you think about the Cold War that they grew up in, the constant threat being told when they were kids that the Russians could bomb your town at any time, and everything was anti-socialism, right? Hardcore anti-socialism to the point where it was even a crime to be a socialist, right? I think that what that did is that like just absolute self, just and not caring about society and being very self-centered, and it bred that type of thing.
They're small-minded. They're thinking of only their own society, not society at large. They're only American.
And what's crazy,
the Russians are bad because they were told on television that they're bad.
Right.
It's pretty freaky to think the baby boomer. I just looked up the exact dates, like 1946 to 64. So that was right, obviously World War II coming out of that. And then of course, everything that happened in the 50s, NASA and the United Nations, all that stuff. And then of course the moon landings, everything that kind of happened during that time. It's just pretty wild to think that they World War II was whatever it was. And then they were pushing was who knows how much propaganda for this like new generation, like to have more babies and, you know, to create like this new world that they wanted to out of World War II.
They created an entire generation of kids that grew up believing what the television taught them, what their parents said about World War II, because they only have a very small scope of that entire situation. So it's very real to them. And they are at the peak of civilization where they can literally watch them landing on the moon on their television at home. What an amazing place to live.
Yeah,
Why would
at
you
the s-
question anything?
Oh, sorry, but yeah, at the same time, you could tune in and watch Vietnam combat cameramen and actually see people dying. Like there wasn't any censorship. It wasn't like you'd see some guy just get blown up right in front of your eyes, like real time. I mean, not real time, pre-recorded, but wasn't live.
Can you
there was,
still
like-
find any of those videos? Did they like take them off of YouTube? Or I mean, I don't
I
know
don't
if they were
know.
ever on YouTube, but
Yeah, live news reports. I'm sure you'll see them. Then they would.
I don't think I've ever met a flat earther that believes Vietnam was a real war.
What?
And also they would do.
I'm serious.
What? They don't think it was an actual
No,
war?
most flat earthers think that all the wars are made up, that no one actually died and it was all.
No, the reason why is made up. Actually, people went and
More of
died,
Jake's
and things were
generalizations.
exploded.
Yeah, I think what
Well, I
they're
mean,
saying,
You
Jake,
think that
is
they
that
told
they
the
don't.
truth about the Gulf of Tonkin?
No,
They admitted
specifically
that they
about the
lied.
numbers of that died, right? Like, or whatever the number is, 60,000
How would
died
we
in
know?
Vietnam or whatever it is. They say that that's all made up, that it's not more than a few hundred at most.
What?
How would we know anyway?
Right,
how
I think it's
would
propaganda.
we count? We just have to believe what they tell us.
No, because you have families that lost their sons or their brothers. So those are actual
But you
people that can say
right,
they.
but one person can't go.
Right,
tell
but
them.
most of those are actors that were paid to say that their kid was killed.
I think you might be missing the point.
They still to this day, Dow Chemical will tell you Agent Orange is nothing wrong with it.
You guys they admitted that they lied about
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Well,
What are we talking about here?
they're getting the federal government recognized that Agent Orange was a thing, so they are paying the vets for that. But I don't know if they're actually paying the is it Vietnamese? Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
think of the
I don't know if they're
damage
getting
there.
paid. Yeah.
Yeah, so like Monsanto is still a thing, Dow is still a thing, yet they've done this incredible, ecological damage and human cost too. And they're still. I mean, if you're close enough to someone who served in Vietnam, you've got Agent Orange inside you. It's gonna last a long time.
What they're putting in glyphosate and in Roundup Ready is as bad or worse than Agent Orange. It just happens a little bit more slowly.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that's a thing too. Like they didn't even stop them. They're like, wow, this did a lot of damage. Who wants to buy this to kill the weeds in between the cracks of your patio?
I think the important takeaway is here.
Well, it's been widely used in
Definitely
American
trust the
agriculture
franchise.
since the 70s, right? So most people in this room have eaten lots of stuff that was where Roundup was used on the farm.
Yeah, almost everything. I mean, unless you buy certified organic, even certified organic can still have some in it, but everything that's not certified organic, including like even if you get cheese that's not organic, that animal has been eating pounds and pounds of glyphosate sprayed corn and other grains. So you're getting a very concentrated dose of it.
So what year do you think people are going to start dying from it?
From Agent Orange or from Roundup?
From Roundup.
Ever since it started.
Yeah, but I think, are we in the weeds here talking about how much exactly we should trust the government in certain
I think
situations
people already
and
have
not in
cancer.
others?
And
It's
they
why
should-
would they lie?
Yeah.
They
They
just
got-
exactly.
straight up lied.
But whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right?
I mean, they've been spraying on the crop since the early 70s, right? So
Yeah,
Americans have been consuming it for the better part of 50 years now.
and 1 in 4 people have cancer, or how many people have cancer in the world,
Yeah,
especially in the
Jay.
United States?
What
Tell me all
about
about
the
it.
what about the
Jesus
Aaron
fucking Christ.
Brockovich thing there,
Yeah,
where
I was just about to say that.
yeah, we know that they denied it forever. The government denied it. The companies denied it. They said it's not happening, and they had to win a lawsuit that said it is happening. And now everybody accepts that, oh, their water was shit. It was causing cancer,
Right.
major cancer. So, I mean, until you can
Yeah, there was
have
lead in the
somebody,
pipes in Michigan, right?
yeah, that's another example. But it was denied until it wasn't. So to say that this stuff isn't causing cancer, I mean, and killing people right now is silly. It's just saying it hasn't been proven, but it doesn't mean it's not happening.
It's the same thing with
Are you waiting for Dow Chemicals to come out with a report?
We were just
that
talking
says
about
that
the
Dow
huge amount of
Chemicals is
traffic,
poison?
right?
Yeah.
So apparently people aren't dying fast enough to clear out the traffic. So
No,
apparently
they're
this stuff is not.
So are you guys really, are you waiting, like you're not going to believe that all this stuff is bad for you until Dow itself comes out with a
No, I believe
statement that
you.
says we've been poisoning forever?
And I think it's
Sounds
one
like
of
they
those things. I think it's one of those things that I'm sure it's not good for you, but there's lots of stuff in our daily lives that is, I mean, just fried,
Yeah, no,
the
you're
fried
absolutely right.
grease,
There's
just from a
there are
completely natural food.
Yeah,
Even if
there are lots
even
of
if
things.
you, even if you just take some greasy meat from an animal and fry it in a perfectly clean stainless steel pan or whatever, you know, the safest cookware that you can, that grease becomes carcinogenic when you heat it up to a certain temperature, right? So, I mean, there's all kinds of things that we consume that could add up to causing you health problems in life.
Sounds like you have daddy duties,
So
bro.
therefore, just keep putting poison in the water system.
That's somebody else,
fine.
not me.
Not me.
It-
That would have me moving out.
It does
So,
happen
yeah,
quite a bit, though, Jake.
So basically, until Dow Chemical tells you that they've been knowingly poisoning people, that you're just gonna continue to believe that they're just fine.
Oh, someone's watching Home Alone.
Even that, it would be a shakedown, right? Someone could just say, yeah, Dow Chemical did a settlement because it was cheaper because the legal system's a
Yeah,
mess.
right. But therefore, like until they actually say that, like no cause for concern or anyone who looks into them is crazy.
I don't know. Sometimes I think Jake just takes the opposite opinion for whatever reason.
I mean, yeah, companies do terrible things, and sometimes the government is involved also in the.
But isn't it?
The government doesn't have to be
Solution.
involved. What? Am I breaking up? Sorry.
That's like one of those things where it can't even happen once, and if it does, you're done.
But here's the thing: the government's a double-edged sword, right? Because without it, then these companies would be able to operate with impunity.
Well, they kind of are.
Yeah, they are anyway.
Not really.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Absolutely
they write
are.
bills. They literally just.
I mean, like
into legislation.
things are relatively safe here compared to other countries that don't have strong governments, right?
Do you know what lobbyists are?
How safe the
Do you know what
buildings are, how safe the food and water is, to how safe.
Do you know what a lobbyist is in Washington?
No, I don't know. What is that?
A lobbyist. Okay, then you maybe don't
Never heard of
need to
that
be
term
in this
before.
Yeah.
He's
Maybe
being
you're in the wrong
sarcastic.
room. No, I know.
He knows. Okay.
Oh, I need it explained.
So
what is it?
It's exactly what you're talking about when you just said that governments or corporations don't run things. That would be lobbyists are the exact opposite of what you just said.
Well, what does the lobby of a company have anything to do with it?
See, if you're just gonna like, yeah.
Don't let him troll you.
No, but it's just like, I mean, what are we talking? I mean,
I mean, sure, yes, lobbyists exist, and they're a problem with the way that campaign contributions work in the United States, and they have undue influence on politicians that they shouldn't have such power. And this is a big problem in the United States. So that does lead to corruption, right? That leads to corruption, where politicians are not going to do something that's good for the people or good for their constituents. They're going to do something that might actually harm their constituents, but they'll do it because they need that money for the next campaign, right?
Yeah. So, and when do we break this cycle of complete nonsense?
I think there should be, laws against that. We shouldn't be able to have lobbyists that have such strong influence and grasps on our politicians.
Right, I agree. So who's going to write that bill? The lobbyists themselves? That's not going to work.
Yeah, it's a problem. But if there was enough will of the people that they said, look, we're not going to vote in anybody that doesn't go against the lobbyists, then that would be the way that things would get changed.
You think the people in power right now are there because people voted for them?
But that's the whole point of divide and conquer.
He still has faith in it, and because he thinks the vote was accept, it was done and it was legitimate and everybody cast a fair vote and all that stuff. But he doesn't realize that no matter what, it can go whichever way they'd like it to go, and we'll never know. Never know. There's no recounting. There's no monitoring that will ever assure us that it is actually, in fact, a legitimate election. We'll just never know. There's no way for us to know.
I feel like I know.
I guess you could. I mean, you could say that about lots of things, right?
Sure, but this is a big one though, because you're saying that that's the course that we have, is that we have voting. We can vote for these people, and that's our only. That's our only.
What other option do we have?
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Revolution.
How are they counting votes in the middle of the night?
How are you going to start a revolution?
How are they putting votes in the machine in the middle of the night when nobody's there observing? Why do they put paper up the window glass and nobody can observe the vote? How is that not fraud?
I would dump some tea in a harbor. That might help start stuff. I don't know. I could try it.
I think today the proverbial tea would be vaccines.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've already lost that game because. Yeah. And
well, we could get a few semi-truckloads of vaccines and dump them in a harbor.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Oh, that'd be funny.
The thing is, we can't even have a revolution at this point because they've already did a fake, false flag version of that to the Capitol. Therefore, any talk of that is therefore poo-pooed by most people, saying, "Oh, some Trump supporter," and then also now that they've reinforced all of the walls of all the important places just in case, and given complete justification for them doing it because of their fake version of revolution.
Oh, I know. I agree with you. I either way, there's no. I'm not saying this for any other reason than it's right there. They really are setting things up to their advantage, and they being people in power. It's not me. It's not any specific one person. It's people who don't want to have a bridgeable wall between the peasantry and the elite political class. Yeah.
It's basically like where the Nazis are in power, and we have to trust the Nazis to make sure they fairly count all the anti-Nazi votes. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Or I think what we got to do what we got to do is convince the Nazis to write legislation that minimizes their own power. That's what we got to do. We got to get them to pass it.
I saw the broadcast March 27th, 1970, CBS News for Platoon Comes Under Fire. Vietnam.
I mean, most of the flat earthers in here aren't really willing to do a huge plethora of experiments to verify the shape of the earth. And now you're talking about starting a revolution, right? Which is a lot more effort.
Nobody was talking about starting one. You asked, and they said that was the answer. It was the answer
well,
given.
I mean, I think well, I guess if they're not willing to start the revolution, then I guess they can just sit and complain.
But that's your right to sit and complain, right?
I guess it's just not very productive.
Well,
Yeah, no-
I mean, talking's good.
Well, are you
complaining?
complaining about
we
flat
can't
earthers
even.
complaining about not revolving,
Yeah,
revolting?
well, I was saying, like, we can't even do that. That was the point of this, is that because it's already been anticipated and red flagged or false flagged already, so that therefore they are now in control of whatever revolution narrative is in place.
But the thing is, I slightly agreed with what Jake said about voting is a way to change it. But in my sense, if everyone didn't vote, that would be the way to change it, because no one is playing the game, so the
That'll
game
never
would have to
happen.
play.
Yeah, no, exactly. If everyone stayed home on voting day, but again, most people will say, well, no, that's just because then if one person comes in charge and then they just vote for the one person, then they're in charge. So you got to participate.
Divide and conquer is divide and conquer.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, you got to, when you say your voice is your vote, no. The only way to win a rigged game is to not even participate in the first place. But
Or have a unified non-vote.
Yeah, but again, you're getting 100% of the people to just stay home that day. Ooh, there are some real zealots out there.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, what would probably overthrow it, but I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Just same with the revolution.
Yeah, no, that would be a revolution. That would be a sit-in peaceful non-compliance. But again, that is the answer. But yeah.
The ship's already sailed. Like, we're already in the new.
Exactly.
That
ship
the new way.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
That ship sailed a while ago. Now they're just solidifying, like they're just cementing their position.
Sure. And I don't think it's as simple as a lot of people would like to think it is. Like a Republican or a Democrat, you vote for one or the other, and you have your side, which you think is against what's currently in play, politically wise. But what you have to realize is they're really, they're not different. They're on board with it because they want to have their job. So they're going to say whatever they need to do to get reelected or whatever it is to stay there. But they're all playing for the same team once they're there. So it doesn't matter if you vote for a Republican or a Democrat for the most part.
Well, exactly. It doesn't matter if you vote for, heads or tails. The coin wins.
Yeah, that's true.
Flipped, right?
We're not the coin.
So maybe the only way is to just knock out the power system, because then that way people aren't being brainwashed and they're not thinking, oh, I'm going to vote this person because they said something smart on TV. Yeah, I like that policy.
Yeah, but the chances of that happening are so slim. Because I'm not going to start knocking out any power grid.
If you knock out the power system, people starve. Then you'll see real anarchy.
Well, maybe that's what we need. I've heard somebody say that before. That we just need a big EMP. We need a big comet or something to hit us or something. We need a reset.
Actually saying that we need a mini catastrophe.
Yeah.
You guys all want to play Russian roulette with your life? Sure.
I don't want to play Russian roulette.
Probably worse than Russian roulette. Probably worse odds than Russian roulette if something like that were to happen.
We're already in the middle of the current catastrophe. They engineered the newest catastrophe, which is what we're currently in, which is why they're resetting it to whatever they feel like right now. You can't even go to McDonald's and get the same things you used to a year ago. They're resetting the whole world.
Well, and if you do get something
are you talking about the McRib?
More expensive. McRib.
Oh yeah, and since when did the value meal start costing $15?
Well, that's inflation. It's just transitory, though.
I don't know. I use the app. The stuff is still pretty cheap on the app.
No, it's not. Everything, Jake, you're full of shit. You're full of shit.
No, like a
Yeah,
deluxe
so
breakfast on the app is like $16, right? Which is like
I
2
went to
sets of
when I went to
hotcakes,
high school.
eggs, 2 egg McMuffins,
When I went to high school, you
hash
could get a
browns.
value meal for $4.25.
He's just bullshitting because he knows everything. There is
No,
inflation.
I mean, obviously
You
there's
know there's
inflation. It's not as cheap as it was obviously in the 90s, but it's
No,
still
it's not as cheap
comparatively
as it
cheap.
was 2 years ago. Period. Period. End of full stop. End of sentence. It's inflation has hit and it's at its highest that it's been in. I don't remember what they just said, but
Sure.
you're just full of shit.
Well,
if
I'm
you're
not
gonna
full of
try to
shit.
if you're gonna try to
Prices have gone
say
up. I'm not arguing that they have.
inflation is okay.
I'm not arguing that they haven't gone up. I'm just saying it's not like McDonald's is now like, you know, for what we pay for McDonald's now, you used to be able to go get filet mignon at the steakhouse, right? It's not like that.
But that's what a lot of
Yeah, it is.
I mean, if you go
underpaid
back
people
far
eat.
enough, sure. But
Well, if you had your own cow, it
2
would
years.
cost you with energy.
And it's not just in food, it's in everything.
But see, the whole voting thing is just such a scam. Like all you're voting for is the corporations that funded the what do they
candidate,
call
yeah,
it?
the candidate.
Yeah.
No, they're the ones that write the bills and and have the super PACs and
Right. Even
present.
if
It's all divide. Yeah,
even if you
exactly.
didn't do deliberate black and white fraud, you can still use propaganda in the news for commercials, for these advertisements to sway the vote to your favor.
Exactly. We're basically sitting here trying to trust the government that couldn't, still looking for those WMDs, and a media that still thinks Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, or did kill himself. I'm so sorry. This is the media, and this is the government we're supposed to be trusting. Very cool story.
Look at the story that gave us virginity.
Yeah, and look how long it lasted until someone started questioning it.
But your vote counts, remember?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's it. Like, yeah, I'll take a jab as soon as you show me one weapon of mass destruction. Sure, go right ahead.
COVID is a mass destruction, weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, well, right. No. Found in Iraq. I should have said found in around Baghdad, north, southwest.
Yeah, the whole
what-
invasion of Iraq. The whole invasion of Iraq was done on a false pretense.
Well, that's a fact.
Yeah, but not according to the media sources that were supposed to be covering it.
I think
So
they
should
know
we
it is
trust
now.
Well, everyone with a thinking mind knew what it was back then, and everyone went along with it because the fucking assholes are not doing their jobs.
I didn't know
Just
back
complicit.
then. I was on board.
You didn't think that you thought that they were going to actually find a weapon of mass destruction?
No,
somewhere?
I believed all of it. That's why I joined the army.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
For specifically weapons of mass destruction or 9/11?
For all of it. I thought
Can you
that
tell
they
us
were
what you
horrible
did?
terrorists that were
Can
trying
you tell us
to
what you did in the army? What did
as
you
a
do there?
medic. As a
Did
medic.
you find someone with like their arm blown off?
No, I didn't go to Iraq. I was in Germany.
What did you do in Germany?
I worked in a hospital.
Under the military banner?
Yeah, I was in the army.
Okay.
Yeah, we have hospitals.
So Fuzzy, is there any do you have any hope in all of this? Like, is there any possible in your mind resolution in a positive way, or is
right? Maybe the only thing, when Princess Leia says to Tarkin, the more that they tighten their grip, the more places will slip through their fingers, like trying to squeeze, to crush sand, right? Or like to really grip it tight. It's just gonna, I don't know.
It's a good question. I don't know. I have to have hope, but kind of a Gemini that way. I see both sides of it. I'm like, blissfully hopeful and the opposite of that. Negatively, sarcastic.
Yeah, kind of simultaneously holding both of those. But you were saying you cut out a little bit at the beginning there, but you're saying the idea that as they're doing what they're doing, kind of tightening down the grip, that they could basically either slip up
Yeah.
or have some
But yeah,
kind
the
of.
more, yeah. And maybe they just literally get so bad that people can't see it. But I don't know how much worse it has to get before people see it. I don't know. It's hard to know seeing it from the outside and seeing it's like seeing the 3D magic eye. If when you see it, it's so obvious. Like, look, people, you don't see the magic. The sailboat is right there. Like, why don't you just look at it? It's right there. But people, you can't make people see. So yeah, I guess the hope is just always trying to plant as many seeds as possible, right? That's the only thing you can do. Because you never know what it's going to take. Someone, it might be 9/11. Some other person might be JFK. Someone else might be whatever it might be, leading someone down the eventual, path. However you want to do it, but maybe I don't know. All you can do is be what you're going to do. Be a light for others to see, and hopefully that plants a seed in someone's mind. It doesn't matter what they're thinking. Just think for themselves. I mean, obviously, you know what I mean. Yeah, obviously, but yeah. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of people wearing masks around lately, so it's an uphill battle for sure.
Yeah, my Walmart for a while you couldn't go in without a mask on, and they changed it, and they weren't rocking a mask. And now recently, they changed it back to you need a mask. We're gonna be doing this. China's been doing it since the swine flu, I think, or some shit. Right? They've been doing it for wearing masks for 5, 6, 7 years now, 8 years maybe. We're gonna be doing this forever. This is not.
Yeah, this is not
This
going
ain't
away
going
anytime
away.
soon.
I told people that right from the jump.
Or it's going to go away, but it's going to go away in a very negative fashion, which we don't want, if that makes sense.
What up, Fuzzy? How you been?
Busy, super busy.
No doubt, no doubt. We do a show instead of Brandon's now. We're doing a show here at 5 p.m. Eastern. So
Yeah, I've been off and on randomly whenever I have a second or chance, wherever I can find things. But yeah. And technically I should be editing right now, but I'm stalling, which is part of why I can't get on, because then if I start engaging, then I'm not doing what I should be doing.
What should you be doing?
Working from home. Like I work from home, so I can stall very easily. I put the pro in.
home
Can you
now
tell us
too.
what kind of work that is?
Photography, video.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Porn.
It's not bad.
Fuzzy got an OnlyFans.
So do you think that NASA did some funny doctoring of the photos?
What are you talking about? I think every photo from NASA is 100% legit. What are you talking about?
You asked the photographer, so I'm asking the source.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
asking
no.
the authority.
You kidding? Exposures for film on the moon without even being able to look through the camera? No problem.
Yeah. Actually, I saw a little thing on that. They made like 500 photos, and they were all perfect.
Yeah, that was another thing too. If you count the amount, I saw someone did a video on this a long time ago, and I've yet to find it ever since. But if you count the amount of photos taken on the surface during outside of the lunar lander, on surface, the amount of photos taken divided by the amount of time spent outside of the capsule, that means that they would have had to have taken a photo like every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds. Well, I can't remember exactly, but it'd have to be like every few seconds they'd have to be taking a picture to make that many, given the amount of time. And you're not like burst firing like a red carpet, like no. you have to change exposure. Like, you don't know what the exposure is going to be, so you try it at thousandths of a second, then you try it at 500th of a second. You have to try it at all these different things because you've got no atmosphere. You've got literally direct sunlight. All
And I remember
how would you ever know how to expose for that?
And I remember the official story saying something like how cumbersome and awkward it is to actually press the button on the camera in the suit.
Attached to their chest that they can't even look, they can't even frame or compose their shots.
That's like it's like shooting from the hip, basically, instead of looking down a barrel.
Yeah, and if you have a wide enough view, fine. But again, it's more about exposure. You're gonna blow out. I mean, if I'm in the middle of the day, like at just noon sun, you have to be, depending on you're not gonna be shooting at 2.8. You got to be shooting on. If I'm on the moon, I'm shooting at f9, f10, f15 at least.
It works out to this one. It works out to 1. A photograph every 1.19 minutes.
So as a photographer, what are the chances mathematically that the astronauts took those excellent photos in the time given?
Well,
1.19 photographs per minute.
Okay, hold on a second,
So
Jake.
just over one per minute. So if you took 60 photos in 2 minutes, then you would be free for the other 58 minutes.
What about?
But I think there was like 500.
Like my wedding, like my photographer gave me a disc for my wedding. My wedding was only a couple of hours. I had I had 500 photos in 2 hours, right?
Jake, let's use a real example. I think there was 500 photos. So what time frame are we talking about?
Raw photos or the culled ones that are the best ones and not the ones that had bad exposures?
No, all the raw photos.
500 in 2 hours? You had a shitty photographer.
Or maybe it was like 3 hours.
Bro.
I mean, I had all the polished images too, but I also had all the raw images.
Okay, yeah, but again, all those raw images where you have to take test shots to see what you're doing. If I'm on the moon and I don't take a different exposure at different times, you could get back and every single one of the exposures is blown out.
Yeah, there were a lot of poorly exposed photos, right? But they took enough of them that there were still some good shots.
Right. The photography mission alone in that environment for the very first time would be mission enough. Doing nothing else. The
photography was a pretty big deal. The astronauts practiced so much with the cameras. They would take them when they go out with dinner with their families. They would practice. They practiced a lot because the photographs were a major aspect of it.
They walked around with cameras attached to their chest going out to dinner with their family.
I don't think they were attached to their chest, but they were playing with the f-stops to get the exposures right.
But that going out to dinner, learning the exposure for that would be a complete waste of time when you're on the moon. What are you talking about?
It's a bright environment. They had a reasonable idea what the f-stop would be in a bright environment.
The individual settings that you would have on the moon would be different than at dinner, but the controls that you use to change the settings would be the same. So they're practicing controlling the camera.
I mean, the original claim was that it's some ridiculous amount of pictures, but a picture every minute or so averaged out is really not a high bar, right? Because literally you could get done with all the pictures in a couple of minutes that you would for an entire hour's worth of pictures.
No, well, yeah, but again, no, you have to take one photo, then change the exposure, take that exact same photo. Let's just say you just get out of the LEM and you're walking and you turn around to take a picture of the spacecraft you just went in. You have to take a picture at 8,000ths of a second, 4,000ths of a second, 2,000ths of a second, and so on to make sure you have some kind of exposure so that something worthwhile returns. That takes more than a minute.
I mean, I think a lot of times they would set it for the letting and they'd take a whole bunch of photos on that one setting. They wouldn't play with the setting. And lots of times they would take bursts of photos, right?
Yeah. Really?
And they had magazines that held like 160 photos in one magazine.
I still want to know how they got the buggy on the lander.
And just fold it up on the side.
I'm wondering also how that.
Have you never seen the pictures?
You know how
Yeah.
film. You ever tried to take film through an X-ray machine? Undeveloped film through an X-ray machine, and apparently they went through a lethal dose of Van Allen radiation.
They did not go through a lethal dose of Van Allen radiation.
Why do they use that as an excuse?
Yeah, it
not
was
to be able to go to the moon again?
particle radiation. Particle radiation, not ion, not gamma or X-ray radiation, but particle radiation, which was perfectly shielded by the container that everything was in.
So we don't have that shielding nowadays?
Of course they do.
Different types of
Well,
electronics
why?
are different.
Oh,
It's about the
film is
electronics.
fine. Oh, so we can't just use electronics that worked in the fucking 60s?
The electronics are much more sensitive to that type of stuff now.
So why don't we just use what we had in the 60s?
Why would we use 60-year-old technology?
Because apparently it fucking worked.
Well,
they're making up excuses.
Hey,
Well,
there
they
may
can't make
be
it anymore.
there may be a good argument for using some of the older technology. We don't.
Exactly.
I don't know.
A World War II, or even better, a World War I biplane was almost completely impervious to an EMP, right? Whereas something like a modern fighter jet is very sensitive to an EMP, right? So by that token, we should just completely just use, World War I biplanes, because if they ever got hit by an EMP, they'd be impervious.
No, that's a false analogy. No, it's false entirely, because obviously newer things have developed and can work. But in this case, the only thing that has ever worked in history is something that worked apparently perfectly well 60 years ago.
Well,
and no one thought to maybe sort of, since we can't do it otherwise, maybe let's look about that technology that already got us there.
Minimizing mass is pretty much the driving factor in designing spacecraft. So if they, they're, well, I don't know. I don't know how exactly they're going to design it, but I would imagine.
Yeah, these are the smartest people in the world, and they haven't figured out how to get over 80s, 60s technology.
I would imagine that they
Is
would.
what you think, for real?
I would imagine that they would design it so that the electronics, because the silicone chips and that circuitry that can be put on the chips is a lot more lightweight than the technology they used in the 60s. But if they could probably shield it, and the shielding and the weight of the chips is still going to be less than the technology that it was in the 60s. And so that,
why?
Then it's still
So
better.
nobody's saying that we can't build spacecraft that could pass through the Van Allen belts. That's nonsense. We pass sophisticated spacecraft through the Van Allen belts all the time.
Well, apparently you need to talk to that guy at NASA who says that's one of the reasons why we can't go back to the moon.
Never said that. He said it has to be tested to make sure it can safely pass through without endangering without endangering the lives of the crew if those systems were to fail. They never said they couldn't do it. They said it has to be tested to make sure that they're reasonably confident that it wouldn't be affected enough to where it could cause a system failure. I know exactly the video you're talking about. We've been talking about it for 6 years now.
Yeah. So how are they coming on that technology? They've had trillions of dollars in how many years?
Yeah, the Orion spacecraft is done. It's been done for a long time. They're waiting on SLS, which has been a budgetary nightmare and an overrun.
Oh my God, budget. Too bad they don't have trillions of dollars.
They do more than just go to the moon. They do a lot of fucking other things than just go to the moon.
Oh, do they? What do they do?
They set up satellites fucking like weekly, dude.
Do they?
Yeah.
In where?
Have you not seen all this? There's launches all the fucking
Yeah,
time.
I've seen rockets go up in the air.
Yeah, that's a big part of what NASA does.
Send rockets up in the air.
Yeah, well, Fuzzy, this whole time you've been entertaining the hypothetical where space stuff is real, and now all of a sudden...
No, I'm not entertaining it to point out how even if it is real, it doesn't make sense, and you guys are crazy for believing the people are telling you. Because
but now
especially when you can't
when he
go
brought up the satellite launches, like the weekly satellite launches, now you're acting as if it's not real?
No, a launch is real. You can launch stuff.
Yeah, but if NASA is doing what they're saying that they're doing, their sole focus isn't going to the moon, and so it shouldn't be that surprising that they haven't gone to the moon.
So you said satellites are the only other thing they're doing.
No, I said it's a big part of what they do.
Yeah. So, but again, where do they do this? It just happens to
I
be
mean,
the place that you and I can't go to.
It
right?
seems
We
like
can't
you're
go to that
changing the
place to
subject of the
verify.
debate now.
You can
Like
absolutely
you
go
know,
watch the launch.
No, we can watch it. You and I go to the place that they claim to go and place satellites to prove that they're
You
telling
want
the
you
truth.
want to go to space and launch and put the satellites out manually?
I would like to go there to prove that they're telling the truth. Is there any way we can do that? Is there any way we can do anything to verify that they are in fact telling the truth about how all that works?
Yeah, you can look at the sky and see the satellites, dude.
You can see the satellite.
Yeah, you can see the satellites with the naked eye.
250 miles away.
Yeah, they're just fucking bright spots in the sky that are fucking flying at fucking
Yeah,
thousands
I've
of miles
seen
per
them.
hour. You see
Yeah,
them though.
yeah.
You see
a
them.
light. You see a dot, a white dot in the
Yeah,
sky.
and if you get a good enough telescope, you can resolve it into something that actually looks like something other than just a white dot in the sky.
And that means that it equates to 250 miles away.
I don't know how far away every single satellite is. No. Not every single satellite is 250 miles away. Some satellites are different. There's all sorts of different fucking distances that the satellites are at.
You can independently verify the altitude just by triangulating it, right?
Yeah.
Get
Why do you
two
laugh?
people to simultaneously observe the satellite. You can figure out exactly how fast it's going, exactly how high it is.
Have they figured out how high it is?
Triangulation. You get two people to simultaneously observe the same satellite.
They were there.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you don't believe that there aren't satellites, right? I mean, wasn't it just a matter of how far off the ground they actually are and what, I thought balloons or some other way of them maintaining their height, whatever it is, above Earth. They use that instead of the technology it supposedly uses, right? Or do you guys just not think that there are satellites at all?
I got one for you, Twit.
What?
Let's say space is real, right? And there's a lot of space. And you find someone that you don't like for whatever reason in a different space. Say like a poetry reading server. Do you accept space as space, or do you just go completely emo until the server admin bans you and then blame the person you don't like for why you got banned?
I can't really follow that too much, but I can accept that there's servers in space that I don't like, but I'm not going to deny that they exist because I don't like them.
No, maybe I said I didn't tell a
Okay.
story good enough. Okay.
Okay.
So there's space, right? And there's lots of space.
Okay.
Okay, and there's other spaces. Like this space here is about talking about Earth Awakens. Let's say there's another space for poetry reading. So say if you were to find somebody that you disagree with on Earth in a different space that has to do with poetry, do you disrupt the whole server to tell everyone that you disagree with somebody
No.
until they ban you, right? Because they said, dude, this
Yeah.
is your vibe you're bringing here. Everyone knows what everyone's about. The people in the server have been here for since the beginning. Okay, it's a really chill place. You need to relax until they get banned, right? Eventually, they said, dude, this is nuts. This guy is absolutely bonkers. And they ban them, and then you go and you blame someone else for that.
I don't do
makes
that.
sense.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm just saying, would that make sense to you, given space?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I can't make the connection. It's me because I'm a little intoxicated, but I'm sure I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't appreciate the person who disrupts the server to the point of getting banned. But I don't know the connection to
Well, the
what we were
connection is
talking about.
space, right?
Mhm.
So if space is real, you could look out and see there's a lot of space out there.
There is.
Why not give people space then?
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well,
wouldn't there be enough?
I was just wondering if you believe that there are actual satellites in space, wherever it may be.
No, there's no space. You could
Okay.
see that by people who actually believe in space. Even they disagree with themselves on that.
Oh.
People that believe in space don't believe in space? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, you heard that right.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Crit.
Use any answer you need to trigger or not trigger, and just drive on to whatever point you're going to make, which is no point at all.
Why are you being so toxic, Crit?
That's a baseline Lewis set months ago.
Or are you bringing up old shit, Crit?
It stays in place.
Were you
It
negated?
never changes. Nothing new under the sun.
I think you just got negated, Crit.
You can think what you want to think in your own headspace that I don't care about.
You don't get any jokes, Crit. I don't understand.
All right, that's fine. Frankly, I've lost curiosity.
And I
Yeah,
think
so-
most of us, Crit, have been here since the beginning as well.
So did NASA.
You lost curiosity.
Oh, I like
That was a good one.
Well, Twin, I'll share my viewpoint on what you were saying. I think there are high altitude communication devices for sure on balloons, drones. So yeah, I don't think there's satellites in outer space necessarily, like in a vacuum surrounding a globe. But yeah, I do think there's a lot of communication devices at high
Okay.
altitude.
Well, see, that makes a lot of difference, right? To somebody who maybe when they hear that you don't believe, not you personally, but when somebody says they don't believe there are satellites because they don't believe there's any space, then that probably puts it into a category of being completely silly to the person who's hearing that, because satellites are a given, or whatever you want to, whatever word they really are, but what we know of as satellites, right? Communication satellites, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I always assumed that the debate was really if they do exist, and how they exist, what state they exist in. Are they on balloons, drones, like you said, and how far they are from the actual ground itself. But I think that when you say that, again, not you personally, but when somebody says that they don't exist at all, that just moves it into a whole different category. And it's just coming from where I spend time with the globe earthers, that's where it becomes almost silly to them. So they think a whole different way when somebody says something like that satellites don't exist. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why I wanted to know because most of the not globe earthers that I've run into don't deny that there are what we know as satellites, right? But it's a matter of where they exist and how they exist.
Yeah, for sure. I think I know what you're saying. It's kind of like the idea of, I guess, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Like to say like satellites don't exist at all. It kind of is a bit perplexing to people because what does that exactly mean? Like you're
Yeah.
saying, does that mean there's no communication devices at high altitudes, or does that mean there's just not things that are floating around a globe like in a vacuum type of a thing? So yeah, some of those statements kind of are so broad that it sort of reminds me of like, it's like if you're playing chess and you're trying to make a move, but then someone comes in and just like sweeps all the pieces off the table or something, like just making those like large kind of sweeping statements. But at the same time, the word satellite is usually denoted as something that is in an orbit surrounding a globe Earth. So
even if the Earth was flat, I don't see why there couldn't be satellites, unless your flats or plane would have a dome that would be so low that it would prohibit any satellites.
You know that's how they try to get you, girl. You know.
Okay, right here. Look at
They have to
this.
be so high, or they're going so straight, or what?
Look at this life hack here, right? Which one's easier? Space junk or a cable?
Where am I looking?
LS.
Oh, okay.
He posted a bunch of images, and then
Which is 2?
Well, one of them has 4 or 5, and one of them's clearly CGI.
It's actually a very good argument against Starlink as an internet supplier.
What's that?
That we're putting too many satellites up there.
Yeah.
Well, I was just looking at like the definition of the word satellite. The two that fit what we're describing, one of them is in astronomy, a natural body that revolves around a planet like the moon. So of course on a stationary planar Earth, I mean, you could say that I guess things are orbiting above the plane or in a circuit, but wouldn't quite fit that. Then the other one is using an Earth orbiting satellite to transmit communication signals transmitted or broadcasted by satellite. So that one again, so I guess Earth orbiting. So technically that could be something orbiting around a globe, but it also, if it's just on that definition, it could be something in a circuit revolving above. Yeah.
Like the moon and the sun does in the flat Earth.
You mean the
moon and the sun? Yeah.
Doing what on a flat Earth?
Doing a circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if the satellites on a flat Earth like that, they wouldn't even necessarily have to be moving at that speed. They could actually just be stationary above the Earth.
I mean, you can see them moving. If you watch the night sky, you'll see satellites fucking zipping by. They move pretty fast.
Yeah, I've seen lights, but I have no way to verify that is an actual communication device. But
well, it doesn't even necessarily have to be a communication device. It could be a spy satellite. It could be anything, weather satellite. So
be a natural body that
could be a natural
being
body
lit up by the sun.
Yeah, it could even be a wandering star.
But would and I'm just asking. This is not an accusation of wrongness, but would you say that what would you? When you say that you don't know what they are, because I can look up and not know what they are either, but when you say that to somebody, I don't know what those are. They're zipping around, they're moving. There are explanations of possibilities of what they could be, right? So, but you have said that it can't be those. Is that
they
what
have
you're
lights? When did you guys read? Who told you that satellites have lights on them?
No, you see them because of the reflection of this. They reflect light.
That's how we see everything.
Who told you that?
That's how we see things, Crit.
Well, what's so wild about that is like even on the Earth, like a little piece of metal, like a chunk, a little satellite thing, which they're not that large. I mean, at 1,000 feet away, you're hardly going to see a reflection of it.
You can see light a lot further than you can see a physical object of the same size. Right, so if something's emitting or reflecting a bright light, you'll see it from a lot further than you should be able to see it if it's just, a dark object.
Yeah, I see what you mean. That the glimmer of light would travel further than the actual physical
Yeah,
object.
because we need about 1 photon per second to hit our eyes to be able to perceive something, which is not very much at all.
I mean, I think there's like, yeah, I've had times where I've been outside with friends and we've seen that, which would be a quote unquote satellite, like the way that they're tracking across the sky, like it moves kind of quickly. Like I've seen it many times, but I wouldn't put it past them to have that be a complete deception, meaning that's a particular drone, a particular technology that they fly around in different areas, to kind of have this, that's
Yeah.
a satellite. It's like a meme almost. Like a
So
meme.
something is up there moving really fast.
Or not.
Well, it is definitely moving fast, and you can see it. So it's something.
Well,
you
the
can tell
speed
it's
is
moving
moving-
fast because it's definitely really far away because of how small. It's either really small and everybody can see it, and like over a large area, or it's really far away.
What if it's a lot closer and just moving somewhat fast, but not 17,000 miles an hour fast?
Well,
Like maybe
You can
800
independently
miles an hour.
verify the speed, though.
Like maybe 800 miles an hour, but it's a lot closer.
But it wouldn't make sense because it travels an entire state in a couple of minutes, and people all along the path can see it go from one state to the other.
You talk about the ISS?
So last
The
time
ISS or any other low Earth orbiting satellite.
last time I went camping, we actually spotted some of the, not SpaceX, the Starlink satellites, and you can tell they're the Starlink satellites because Starlink is the only satellite program that launches dozens of satellites at a time and puts them in essentially the same orbit. So you only see one satellite for a couple seconds at the most, but you'll see they follow each other. So you'll see one satellite, and then if you watch the same spot, you'll see another satellite, and then a couple seconds later, you'll see another satellite, and
So,
that happens for a few minutes.
With all this all this talk of satellites, right? The only way to put a satellite into orbit around ball Earth is to know the radius, to know how high you got to bring up that satellite. So, does anyone have a radius that we verified?
Yeah, the radius is about 3,959 miles as an average.
That we verified?
Yes, we have verified that.
How? When?
Actually, you don't need to know the radius. All you need to know is how strong the gravity is, and then you can calculate the speed that you need so that.
How do you calculate the size of the fucking thing you're on unless you know it to get?
You don't need to know the size.
Yeah, while you guys are trying to figure out the radius, if you use math, as far as I know, 250 miles away and 17,000 miles speed is the same as 40,000 feet away and 350 miles speed. Just saying, which is the distance of a commercial airliner.
But
And
Godric,
350 miles an hour might be like a superior drone.
the problem is that we can triangulate satellites using if you use
Can you
two
show us that?
independent.
I'm all ears. I'm gonna write in my journal. You can show us that right now, please. Go ahead.
It's just an awfully odd objection to have because you object to the verification of the radius value.
You made a claim. Please.
You would then go for.
Triangulate the satellites.
All right, I guess I won't finish what I'm saying.
You can finish what you're saying. And
no,
then
that's all right.
And then back your claim.
Well, what isn't the bottom line then really, at least in my mind, is if you're saying that we don't know what these things are, and the only thing that we can be 100% sure of is that they're lights in the sky and they're moving quickly. So, and then you raise the possibility that that is a deception, right? That's being played on us. But what would be the need to do that? Because to put these lights in the sky to deceive us.
Why would they lie?
No, I'm asking why would they need to?
They make 60 million a day, so they can spend a few million on faking these drones and satellites and space
But what
pigs
do they get out
and
of that,
pocket
though?
the rest of the money.
But
That's
what do
why.
they?
No,
But
no,
they could.
you're assuming that they're the
No,
ones making it. They could just be other planet sort of moving things in the sky that they don't even know, and they're just making up a story. The point is, we can't verify it independently to find out.
I mean, I don't know why they'd have to go through all this trouble and risk getting caught when the military industrial complex makes like what 3-4 billion a day, and then there's no question about it, right?
well, they were deceiving us
What do you mean?
before there were
Yeah, what's
satellites,
getting
right?
caught?
So what's the need for
Risk
satellites?
I mean, well, why do they need to spend? Why do they need to crash a rocket into the ocean like practically every week, sometimes twice a week?
to keep up the illusion, to keep people.
Hey, you made a good point. Why are rockets
Every
going
single
to the
time they do one of these launches, they think about all the people involved. They have to have all the engineers that are too dumb to figure it out. So they have to have other engineers that make all the fake telemetry to feed to the other engineers that are compartmentalized, so that they think the rocket's going up and they're seeing the telemetry, but really it's fake telemetry created by other group of engineers who are in on the conspiracy. And then those engineers that are involved with creating the fake telemetry and the fake data, not only from the launch, but also, as the satellite goes around the globe Earth and is constantly faking the signals and pictures and things like that, all the engineers involved with that program for each and every satellite, which does something unique and different, you have some engineering team that's creating the fake data to feed to the other engineers that think they're looking at real data, but the data is being spoofed. And at the same time, there's not one whistleblower, not one deathbed confession, not one document.
No, it's called compartmentalization. Each department is only doing what their one department is there for, and they're handing the baton off.
Right,
from
but
each
but
department to
but you
department.
can't compartmentalize the people that have to create the fake telemetry, right?
Well, Jake, I would say that
one person could feed that information to each of the departments.
From my perspective, it's like this is their business. It's sort of like a business who offers, a water park or something, and so they have to maintain the water park and make sure for their people, for the people who come and want to go down the slides or whatever at the water park. So in the same way, whatever NASA and these companies are doing, this is like it's their profession, it's their job, as it were, to sell this to people. And so I don't think they have any limitation of money. So it's not like they're begging for money to do it. They print the money, so they have enough money to do whatever they need. The important part is not the little bit of money they spend on a rocket ship or a fake light in the sky that they're saying is a satellite. It's the story that they're selling to maintain that, and that's
exactly.
Like
when you say when you said before, why would they risk getting caught lying? They can openly admit that they're lying and get away with it. And I mean, they can do anything they want. They are in control.
I provide
of
one
the
example of them
narrative.
openly admitting that they're lying about space.
No, I'm talking about lying about. They lied about the Gulf of Tonkin. Got millions of people, millions of families, and people all over the
That's
world.
one
They
event.
can lie and get away with
One
it.
event. They lied about one event. They didn't lie
How those
every
weapons of
week
mass
for
destruction.
50 years,
How they
60
work?
years.
The weapons of mass destruction. They've been found anytime soon in Kuwait or outside of Baghdad. How are they working on that? Any day now.
So if they were to be
It's only been
exposed,
20 years, right?
if they've been
They've been doing it for 50
exposed,
years. Only been doing it
and
20 years.
what gets exposed when the lie of the shape of the Earth is discovered by all people?
The control that they currently possess will go away.
Oh,
What control is that? The
You
executive
wouldn't know,
branch.
would you?
Yeah,
Aren't
simply
these the
put,
same people that had control before we went to space, or supposedly went to space? Didn't they have control?
Yeah.
not like they did. Part
Oh, I
of
mean,
them.
they had far less control, but they were definitely. I mean, there've been people who have been writing the narrative for a very long time.
Have they gained control by putting up a satellite?
Weapons.
I mean, I see it as it's like a magic show, essentially. So any magician who's running a magic show, their purpose is to try to convince the audience that it's real, but it isn't. But they're trying to convince them that it is. And in magic, that's part of the trick of it. On this scale, it's just the world's largest magic show. It's just a massive magic show that involves a lot of more working parts, a lot more money, and a lot of the media and propaganda to push it all.
Couldn't I just bypass the whole thing and say, okay, there was a satellite crash up there. It made one of the, I call them, but this storm of satellites. We can't go up there anymore. But we'll keep on trying to find ways of cleaning up the mess. I mean, there's so many ways
They
around this. You
easily could do that.
adding to the complexity of what we're doing every day, having to add more and more engineers every day in order to cover all the new systems, new telemetry, new faking of data.
No. All of that
Insane.
telemetry
And then
was worked
keeping it all
out.
compartmentalized so nobody lets it leak out.
All of that telemetry was figured out when they initially started the plan.
But it's different telemetry every time.
If whatever they start with, they just say once they hit the Karman line and someone else's data takes over, they just go with
And
whatever
that
they're
requires
given.
fully vetted. To fake out an engineer with fake telemetry takes a vetted engineer to do it.
Yeah, it would take. Yeah, you don't think there are people working for nefarious ends?
I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't be involved in that process because it's like a waste of effort.
There was a
It'd
yes
be a
or
waste
no
of my
question.
talent.
There's a yes or no question. Are there people behind the scenes working towards nefarious ends?
Not enough.
But some. Okay.
Yeah. There are military contractors that are working on spy satellites and stuff like that, but they're not doing what you're proposing.
They're telling you all the things they're doing?
So I actually have a friend who works
Are they
for one of
telling
the.
you all the
So
things that they're doing, or are they compartmentalized too?
so my friend, let me finish. Let me give me a minute. So he works for, I believe he works for Boeing or Lockheed Martin or one of those companies, and he works on spy satellite software that if he is doing this job for absolutely no reason if what we're saying isn't true. Absolutely no reason.
No, because
No,
again,
yes,
it's to keep
absolutely
people.
zero reason. They're
No.
paying him fucking a six-figure
Doesn't matter.
salary to do a job
You
that
think
is
He's doing
total.
it. He's
You
doing
think
it
they
to get
care
saying
about
paid.
is
money?
true.
They don't
Doing it
care
to get
about
paid,
making
number
money.
one.
They care
He's
about what
getting paid,
money
number
buys
one.
them. They
He's
care.
getting
They don't.
paid, number one. Plus, he's creating the lie, unbeknownst to him.
He's an unwilling. He doesn't know that he's part of the magic trick.
I think you misunderstand what it takes to be an engineer. I mean, it just there
I
is
think
not.
you
You
misunderstand
don't
how
fake
easy it
the.
is
You
to
don't fake this stuff
compartmentalize
the way
things.
you think you.
It's so easy to
The complexity
compartmentalize
of
things.
faking. They're not only faking the telemetry, but they're also faking the errors, the
No,
glitches, the twists and turns
right.
of what
What you're
happens up
saying.
there that has to be correct. You know, you can't shut the fuck up for. Goodbye.
No, you're saying that these people who years ago couldn't agree on the metric system or versus the American imperial system, right? Back in the day, I remember a story that say, "Oh man, a bunch of rocket scientists over here." One of them, they compartmentalized so much that they didn't even know that they were working in a friggin' metric system.
Yeah,
Now,
one
either
person
that
made a
story.
mistake. It
So,
takes one
you're
person
saying
to
that
make a
they
mistake.
couldn't compartmentalize enough to where they don't know what they're going like. So, if that story is true and that NASA's telling the truth, then these are the people. Yes, they absolutely could be easily compartmentalized enough to where they don't know anything that the other team is doing.
That's not true.
That's not what's not true.
That they can be compartmentalized to that degree.
So my story that years ago that
No,
they
no,
were
your
using the
story
metric
is
system
true. That is
wrong.
a thing that happened. They crashed this. They crashed a rover. They crashed something into Mars because one person fucking used the metric system and another person used the imperial system, and they didn't communicate that. That's
So
all that happened.
therefore, it's possible to.
Okay, that's a one fucking error. They would have to be making.
So it is possible. Then,
No.
It's not possible then, even though it
One
did happen?
miscommunication where they missed one piece of data is not evidence that they compartmentalized to the degree. No, I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. It's not evidence that they compartmentalized to the degree that they wouldn't know that everything that they're doing is a lie.
And what about Gene Kranz? And when Gene Kranz said that their simulations are so similar to real missions that you don't know. You could easily not know if you're working on a mission or a simulation.
I don't care about that quote.
You don't care about Gene Kranz, who was
I don't even fucking. I've never heard that name in my life.
You've never seen the movie Apollo 13. I find that hard to believe.
I probably saw it when I was like 6 years old.
Let me give you an example.
Well,
I know a guy
whatever
who
you need to tell yourself.
It's a movie. You're
It's
you're getting
a
shit
se-
off of
about
movies. Why should I care about a quote from a movie? Why should I care about a quote from a movie?
Why are you so aggressive?
Gene Kranz.
Let me use an example. I know.
There's a
I know a
senior
guy who's
NASA
working on
official
one
who
of
said
these.
that.
Was
in a
it
book.
in a movie? Are
It
you
was in a
getting a
book
quote
that he
from a
wrote.
movie that was about
Harris
something that happened, but it wasn't a perfect documentary of what happened?
Played him in a movie. That quote that I said
You
is
just
from a
fucking
book.
talked over me. Great.
You saying I'm trying to I'm trying to tell you more about your own worldview than you know. If you don't know who Gene Kranz is,
it doesn't matter who Gene Kranz is.
it does because I just quoted him and you said that
Yeah,
you don't
lots
care
of people
that I
say
quoted
lots
a
of
senior
things. I don't
NASA
care.
official. You don't
Lots
care
of
that I
people say
quoted
lots of things.
a senior NASA official who's
Don't care.
running the mission. That's not relevant to this conversation about compartmentalization. The senior NASA official running the friggin' mission. Okay, cool. I guess we're done then. Bye.
He fucking died. Oh, he's 88. When was the last time you worked for NASA?
Bro, you're out of your mind. You're arguing a person you've never heard of
Yeah.
5 seconds ago until you had to look him up. You didn't even know he, bro.
Yeah, I don't care about Gene Kranz. I don't care about individuals. I care about the organization as a whole. The organization as a whole does not work in the way that you think it does. It does not compartmentalize to the
You know more
degree
about it than
that
Gene
you
Kranz?
think it does.
You know more about it than Gene Kranz. That's funny, but that's just good luck.
Well, he's not saying he knows more about it than Gene Kranz. He's disagreeing with your interpretation of a quote that Gene Kranz made that you believe you know of.
Let me give you a different example. I know a guy who's working on one of these big military satellites. He got a government contract, and he has a big company, and he's making this awesome, unbelievable, cutting edge satellite that's supposed to go in space. And it took him 12 years to work on the satellite, and they pushed back the due date like 3 times. And he got triggered that I believed in a flat Earth, and he got really triggered when I confronted him that there's no way he's going to confirm that this is really going into space because he has to trust NASA to do it. That's why. So that's where we are. Yes, there's people building these things. No, they have no confirmation they're actually going to go into space any more than we do.
So do you think that if the government, who is in control now, mainly in part because of this globe lie, right? You think if they came out and said, actually, the Earth's flat, do you think they would lose control because of that?
Well, they lose credibility, right? And NASA would be shut down, right? And then they'd be lawsuits, right? Anybody who donated to space would have a lawsuit on their hands, right? So it would be, it would be a catastrophe. Yes.
All right. Well, I don't think it would disrupt the power structures in any meaningful way at all.
But these power structures are proposed if it is flat and space is fake, and we can't get up there, that we say, to the moon, these other planets, then because they're promoting this lie, they would lose credibility, and we wouldn't trust them for anything. There's already distrust. There's already distrust of the government. It would be like twice that or 3 times that, right? How would you feel? You've been lied to your whole life about this whole space project, which we've never been to. How would you feel?
I don't think I would feel so bad that I would think that the right thing to do is take up arms and overthrow the government, which is exactly which is why the power structure wouldn't change. It just wouldn't.
Look, the elites are always going to try to stay in power. It's back when they had kings and queens. They had people in charge, and they would make laws, rules, and we had to follow the rules. It hasn't changed much. There's people in charge. They make these rules. We have to follow them. They stay in power. They may be tied into that banking system. Who knows what they're tied into? They have their, this elite, life where they can basically do whatever they want, and they're going to stay in power as long as they can. They're going to fight as long as they can. And it would take some kind of revolution to stop that.
Yeah, it would. I think human nature would end up creating more elites, though. I think it's just a matter of time.
Well, the thing is, what I would say on a planar stationary Earth kind of world, it's more decentralized. Where maybe I have some land over here, you've got some land over there. There's no need for like a centralized control. So you do what you want on your land, I do what I want on mine, and I don't literally mean you and I, but you know what I'm saying, just in general. And there's plenty of land for all of us to have abundant resources. So I don't see there's no need for a centralized authority. Whereas on a globe Earth, there is, and there's a centralized, system and taxes and land ownership and all of that. So I think it's possible that we could actually just live off the land and be like decentralized humans, and then we all just hang out with who we want to hang out with, and we live off the land and eat food and enjoy
Well,
life.
I don't know if that could be accomplished now because there's other centralized governments around the world who would take advantage of the fact that we are decentralized and don't have the protection against their, invasion.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pretty complicated system. That's currently what's going on. Yeah, so I know what you're saying. Like it's so, like I've thought too. Like in terms of like prisons, for example, like it's possible that people in prisons can actually be sort of resuscitated. That's not really the right word, but recovered from their situation that they're in and possibly let back out into the world. But you can't just necessarily. But I also don't think it'd be wise just to open up every prison gate because there's a lot of people that may really hurt other people. So I don't know if it's directly related, but I'm just saying that, like the system that's set up right now, I know what you're saying. There would have to be a serious transition to even get to that point. And then could you actually have it where there aren't any power hungry people that want to invade you and, enslave you and all that kind of stuff? That's seems to be.
Also, we don't know if the elites, let's say that, let's say there are elites that are in control. Let's say that control America, aren't in league with the Russians, with the Chinese. We don't know that they're not working together secretly. So there would be really no invasion unless they wanted to do that.
I disagree that the shape of the Earth has anything to do with the government and centralized power. I just don't think it. I think centralized power comes out of human nature. We create it every time.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Well, that's something important because
Whoa.
maybe you would believe in God if you figured out that this perfect plane with the sun and moon circling overhead and everything to give us life couldn't happen from a Big Bang. Couldn't happen by randomly without an intelligent creator.
I don't believe I don't not believe in God because of my beliefs about the cosmos and the universe. It's totally separate in my mind. If the Earth was flat with a dome, that I still wouldn't believe in God.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I believe in God, and I don't see a connection between God, between the flat Earth, the shape of the Earth, and government either.
If science had no way to explain the Earth, the creation, and they didn't have gravity, and they didn't have spinning space balls, and they didn't have space, and everything led to an intelligent designer making this world, how can you honestly say that you wouldn't believe an intelligent creator.
Well, that's your point of view. You believe that everything would point to an intelligent designer. I don't see that. That's not my point of view.
And why don't you think an intelligent designer could design a globe?
He could, but listen, it's an attack on religion. It's an attack on our holy books. The Torah, the Bible, the Quran, they all talk about a flat, stationary earth that doesn't move, and it's not a spinning space ball. So what happened is science, what we call scientism, has hijacked science, making us believe that our Bible's false, creating lukewarm Christians, creating people that don't really believe anymore because they believe in science instead, and have lost their faith, have lost their belief in God for a couple generations now. And here's the product. People come tell me, well, I don't believe that makes a difference. I don't think God is, real. I don't think God made anything. Doesn't matter. They could have been a globe or flat. This is the result of that.
Well, I was homeschooled until about 4th grade. And the first book that was ever read to me was the Bible. And I can tell you, I was probably about 4 years old, and I never believed it. Ever. So, whatever it is that religious people have where they believe the Bible or the Quran or whatever, I don't have that. I just don't.
Me either.
You had hate in your heart that early on, huh?
How is it hate though?
That was a joke.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's.
I'm gonna assume that anything.
Yeah, don't worry, that was a joke.
Ruby. Thanks.
I don't judge you if you do believe it.
What if everything in the Bible is true? Just hypothetically, what if everything in the Bible is true? Then what?
Well, then I'm going to hell.
That's not what I meant. I meant change your philosophy of life. If
Then
you knew
reality
everything
doesn't
that
match what
happened
we observe.
true.
If the Bible was true, well, is the question if the Bible was true and I knew it?
If the Bible's
I
true
think,
and you
what
found
he's
out,
saying,
yeah.
if
Yeah.
you walked up and saw the dome, you really don't think that someone created that dome?
Yeah. If I saw a dome, I would think a person, a thing
That's the
created
point.
that.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe gravity created the dome.
Well, the dome I'm thinking of is like something physical that you could touch, and yeah, it has a wall holding it up. Yeah, the dome that Flat Earth has showed me. I think that if I saw that, I'd be like, but there is no dome.
Explain the gas pressure
It's been explained
by the dome.
I don't
You're
see
a
that
dome.
connection with the dome. I don't know.
If you saw an actual dome, like,
Now, if I saw an
what would you
actual
think?
gas
I'd
being
shit
affected by
bricks.
gravity,
Well, I'm also assuming that in the experience where I see this dome, I don't have any preconceptions about the universe.
No. It's today, tomorrow. You go and somebody says, "Look at this, behold the dome," and you're like, "Fuck, there's a dome."
Go to Antarctica.
Shit, I was wrong. There is a dome. I mean, wouldn't you be a little surprised if you saw a dome? I would be.
Well, yeah, I would, but that's only because I have preconceptions about the world.
That's the point. He was just making it. At least it's what I heard. Is if you were to see the dome tomorrow or whatever, you wouldn't think somebody, an intelligent creator, made that dome. Well, I would think somebody had to be pretty intelligent to make a dome.
I didn't interpret the question that way.
Yeah.
I mean, a dome is like, it's not really a smart shape. I mean, a cube is pretty
Joey.
smart. No, seriously, like what's the first shape a child does with Play-Doh?
What's the shape of your head? It's a dome.
That's not really a dome. Well, maybe the top part of it is.
The shape of your bowl haircut, maybe.
His head's dumb.
Yeah, if dumb means stupid, then yes.
A fun story, Joby. If I type the letters IN into Chrome, it comes up with Instagram.com/forehead _____.
Does it?
I
That's
think
not
there's actually a
true.
connection there, a
Flow by
microcosm to the
leg.
macrocosm. Like I do think that our head being a dome is connected to. It's like our eyes are level, which is like the plane. So when we sort of are just standing, looking out, that's like the plane, and then we have the dome piece above, and then we have the larger system of the cosmos above us. It's like layers. It's like domes within domes, like layers within layers.
Going back to we can move on if you don't want to go back, Gio. But I was interested in. I have never read the Bible for myself. I've picked up a lot over the years of other people talking about the Bible, but I'm just wondering if there's anything that's actually been proven that you could say, oh, look, this is from the Bible, and here it is, So this proves that the Bible is right. And at least in this instance, it was right because we have proof of it. Other than locations,
Yeah, we measure flatness over distances, not curving. Bible says it's flat. We measure flat. That's a confirmation.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Gio, did you like my Rampton Windmills presentation last night with the pictures? 8.1 miles distant, no curvature. Also, look at this. Like, we're breathing air right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you have a vacuum of space and then air? How does that work? Have you got that through?
Gradient. There's a gradient.
I mean, we can show gradients on the surface level, so we know that that gradients do exist.
Yeah, but you have no proof that goes to zero.
We have
That's the story
evidence
they tell you.
it does, but I guess not proof per se.
Right. Can you demonstrate gas being affected by gravity? Any demonstration at all?
Yeah.
Beyond the logical fallacy.
That's the gradient.
Beyond
I'll give
the
you a
logical
gradient,
fallacy.
but you have no proof of it.
Sulfur hexafluoride is an example of gas being affected by gravity.
It's gas in a container.
But it's still being affected by gravity.
It's more dense than the air.
It is a gas that is being affected by gravity. You asked for a gas being affected by gravity.
Is that gas still in the tank?
Without gravity, there wouldn't be any density. So you can't use density in your favor.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Why is that not true?
I think she meant buoyancy.
Oh yeah. Okay, buoyancy. Right. Sorry.
Okay. I just wanted specifically didn't say buoyancy. Okay. And we're talking about, so if you take the sulfur hexafluoride and you leave it there for several hours, is that sulfur hexafluoride still in the fish tank?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. It doesn't.
Some of it might escape because of random motions of gases, but most of it will still be in the tank.
But wait, you said random motions of gases only being pulled down, right?
Well, no.
So parts of the gases aren't being affected by the gravity?
That's not what I said either.
Well, so how does some of it get affected, but some of it doesn't?
Because some of it will have enough energy to leave the gas tank or the fish tank, because
so it's not being affected by gravity.
It's still being affected by gravity,
even though it's defying it.
Because gas behaves in a probabilistic way.
If you're defying something, how is it still acting on you?
It's not defying gravity. I didn't say defied gravity.
Well, it escapes any kind of pull.
It is not escaping the pull of gravity.
If
What's it?
it's going up, then it's not going
Things that go
down.
up are not escaping the pull of gravity.
Yep, that's exactly what they're
That's
doing.
literally like saying that when you pour water into a cup with a ping pong ball, the ping pong ball going up in the cup is escaping gravity.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, that's the point. Is that
That's exactly what's
density-
happening.
Yes, density affects everything beyond gravity, more so than gravity.
Right.
So
Buoyancy is a
how did you
gravitational
how
effect.
did you ever isolate gravity from density?
Buoyancy is a gravitational effect.
How?
Yeah, the helium balloon is less dense than the air around it. So the air around it acts like the liquid water pouring into the cup, lifting up the ping pong ball.
Right. Things more dense than the air or environment around it go one direction, and things that
Yeah, there's always the force down, and that force down means that the things that are denser get pushed down harder than the things that are less dense, and that displaces those things and lifts them up. That's why water will displace the lighter ping pong ball and lift it up, so that as the water fills up the cup, the ping pong ball goes higher and higher. But
the
everything is
gas
being pulled
is
down.
not
The
going
ping
there.
pong ball is being pulled down. The water in the cup is being pulled down.
The gas is not being pulled down.
And the second that the water stops being poured in, the ping pong ball will stay where it was on top of that water.
And the gas is going where?
Okay.
Going up doesn't mean it's not being pulled down.
Well, here's
the
hold on.
pull down is an acceleration.
So the stuff that goes up, I mean, it's going up because, from my understanding, it's being displaced by that heavier stuff. If you think about it this way, imagine you have like a pit of like balloons, all right, and then let's say you have a bowling ball, all right. Now, assuming the bowling ball doesn't like pop the balloons, all right, if you were to like put the bowling ball in that pit, right, it would start to dig through the balloons, right, and it would seek the bottom of that pit, right. And as you filled this pit with bowling balls, the balloons would have to go up because it's being displaced by the bowling balls, right. So it would appear that the balloons are going up, but really they're just being kind of displaced. And it's like the same thing with this, where you have heavy stuff displacing the lighter stuff. So the gas that goes up it's not like it's defying gravity. It just literally can't go down because heavier stuff is there.
So the example we
space.
started with was sulfur hexafluoride, and I said that some of the sulfur hexafluoride would escape the fish tank, and it would. Some of the sulfur hexafluoride would escape the fish tank, and that is because some of the sulfur hexafluoride would have enough energy to leave the fish tank, and most of it would not, because the way that energy works inside any medium is that it is basically a curve. We average things together to get their properties, but no individual particle has those exact properties, right? So some particles will receive enough energy from the environment around them to escape the fish tank. Just like some water, even though the bulk water is too low of a temperature to evaporate, some of the water will evaporate. We see this happen all the time in lakes and any other body of waters. Some of the water evaporates. That's why we have clouds. If this kind of phenomenon didn't occur, we wouldn't fucking have rain ever.
It just seems to me there's probably a more intuitive way to explain that, which is that the very upper layer of the sulfur hexafluoride is going to be interfacing with the air above it. And because there isn't very many, the walls of the container aren't always there, any momentum from the air above that top layer is going to impart momentum to the sulfur hexafluoride there at the top.
That's the same thing.
Yeah. And so some of it will get knocked out.
Doesn't mean it's defying gravity.
Yeah, obviously, but it just your explanation was not an intuitive explanation.
Yeah, I know. I kind of went on, I rambled a bit there. Because I didn't have it worked out fully in my head before I started talking.
That's all right, man.
I still don't understand how you isolated gravity. If density is always working on all objects and all mediums all the time, how do you ever find out that there is always a downward?
Because density doesn't give us any reason to have a direction.
It just is.
Okay, but
There
but
would
there was,
be there would
It's
be
not a
no
great
pressure
explanation.
gradient. There would be
Well,
no
the direction
pressure
is
gradient.
the direction
It's
of the object is towards equilibrium, whatever that object is,
why
depending on
is
whatever its
down
environment is.
equilibrium? Why is
It's
down
not. I didn't say
equilibrium for
down
both
one.
objects?
If I take a basketball and force it to be underwater, it's going to accelerate upwards
Because
to
there's
equilibrium.
gravity. It wouldn't do that if there wasn't
Because
gravity.
there's gravity?
Yes,
It accelerates
buoyancy
upwards.
You know
buoyancy
what?
does
He
not
said it.
exist without gravity.
He said the right word. He said explanation.
Yeah, but well,
That's
no,
all it is.
no. So forget gravity.
That
Why do you
accelerate
think the
upwards
basketball
because
goes up?
I forced it down there. It was never ever going to be down there until I put it there.
Right. And so why does it go back up to the surface?
Equilibrium.
Okay, and why is the equilibrium for that ball up at the surface?
Because that's what the nature of that ball.
All right, so
It's
that's not really an answer though.
and everything. Well, yeah, that's what that ball.
That's like just like saying the ball just wants to go there. Well, why does it want to go there? Because that's what it wants.
Right? It doesn't want anything. It's
You
just going
used the right
to
word.
equilibrium. It's going to be at equilibrium all the time. Wherever it can be, it's going to be.
Listen, use the right word. You said explanation. It's only an explanation. If I had an explanation that said the sky pushes heavy stuff down and pulls light stuff up to it, that's exactly the same thing you're saying, except I
No,
have
it
a
isn't.
different explanation.
Godric, we have mathematical
Prove me wrong.
understanding of
Here's
known physics that
here's the
describes
difference.
phenomena.
Here's the difference. We can create buoyancy in any direction we want simply by imparting an acceleration, right? We can create buoyancy in every direction. Just like the fighter pilot who pours the water into the cup, he could make the ping pong ball rise up in the cup and any orientation of that aircraft by pulling G's and having the aircraft be under an acceleration.
that's true. Which means that, yeah, a force is behind, or we would have to assume a force is behind this. Yeah, this buoyancy. Which is yeah.
Because if this was just an intrinsic property of these materials, you wouldn't be able to arbitrarily change the direction at which their buoyancy density behaves. But we can do that, right? All we have to do is accelerate those objects in a different direction, and we can create the exact same behavior that we see within the acceleration of the gravitational field.
You're just applying force and changing its equilibrium because you're taking it out of equilibrium by applying more force to it.
You're literally creating the same type of equilibrium that you're talking about, a balancing of the forces. We can create buoyancy, density, sinkity, downity, or whatever in any direction that we want simply by creating an acceleration, which is why we define the effects of gravity as an acceleration.
You're creating that acceleration. You're taking whatever object you're talking about.
Why does it? Well, why don't the intrinsic properties? Why don't the intrinsic properties of those objects dictate what direction? You're saying that the down direction is just an intrinsic. You're saying that the reason why denser things want to go down is because there's an intrinsic property in those things to want to go down. But we can create downity in any direction.
No, I didn't say downity. I didn't say downity. No. Yeah, because of course we can, because I can force a basketball under the water. Would it ever do that by nature? Or any other outside
No, but we're not
force?
talking about we're not just talking about
equilibrium and then observing what it does when it's out of equilibrium and then seeing what happens to it. It's just the same thing as me pulling the ball under the water and watching it accelerate upwards. I could measure that acceleration and say the moon gravity is pulling it this direction. And what I could have math to show you. How could you prove me wrong?
Because we can measure the pressure gradient within the water.
I think with that one would be pretty easy to prove you wrong.
You just measure the pressure gradient within the water.
Yeah, well, I mean, why doesn't it keep accelerating towards the moon when it gets to the surface?
Why doesn't the ball accelerate down towards the bottom of the ocean once it hits the surface of the water?
Because there's stuff in the way. I already give you my example with the balloons and the bowling ball. There's stuff in the way that, all right, like.
The air is in the way.
Oh,
no, it's a certain layer of air that the ball can't pass through.
The ball is less dense than the air.
Well,
why can't it pass through that air?
You're
You
basically
don't think I could come up with math to tell you about what the air is or is not doing?
you're ad hocing all of
No,
these
because of the no. See, here's the
explanations.
thing. No, here it is. Because of the gradient
Let me get
of the
this
air,
out because
the
this
gradient of
I
the
think
air
this
that
is
you
a
agree with, right? The
I think this
gradient of
is
air that you agree with, that it's strongest at the
can I
bottom. So
please
therefore, the
get this
ball
out?
can't go any further up. That's why. That's a perfectly easily enough explainable answer.
Right.
The gradient is
So
too
you've
strong.
got you're able to create explanations for why down is down, and a way you're basically creating ways to explain away gravity so that you don't have to accept that concept, so that you can then say the ball Earth doesn't work. But you're just you're just using that as it's convenient to you.
I'm trying to point out how gravity was faked to people, how easy it could be to
Yeah,
just
but
make up another
look,
version that you can't debunk. Because
you
how?
think that the Earth is flat and that there are these other possible
No. I
alternatives.
don't know what it is. I
Yeah,
started this
right.
entire journey.
You
I started down this entire path
can
to
you
try to
please
prove
just
this
let me make
globe
the
to be
point
correct.
because
Well,
we're
don't
speaking.
say wrong things about me then.
Can you please just let me
Can
make
you
the
please
point?
get the right things about me if you're going to make up stories about me about what I'm
All
doing?
right, man. Do you think the Earth's a sphere?
Not the size NASA claims it to be.
Okay, so you think it might be? What is this conversation?
It could be. I don't know what it is. I'm not making a causative claim that it was. If you were listening, I was trying to point out that I started down this entire journey to try to prove the globe to be correct, because flat Earth is the stupidest idea I've ever heard of.
All right, so you don't think the Earth's flat?
I don't know what it is.
You don't know what you think?
It is flatter than what NASA claims it to be.
Do you know what you think?
I think it's flatter than what NASA claims it to be.
Well, they don't claim it's flat.
They certainly claim that it's round, and I think it's flatter than what they claim it to be.
Okay, well, now
They
you're just
claim it
being
to be round
pedantic.
at a very specific.
Listen, I'm just gonna make the
it's
point.
a very
Okay,
specific amount of roundness.
dude,
correct?
Fuzzy.
Do they?
It's fine. It's just let me make this point. If it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. Great. But you flatter, and you're not the only person who has done this. Many people who argue against the sphere in this arena, they often come up with these different explanations for gravity. And the problem is they do that in the context of trying to say that the Earth cannot possibly work. But if you can ad hoc these explanations to explain away gravity, they could also be true on the sphere, and you would have no way of knowing that they're not.
Right, which is why I asked, how did you separate gravity from what is naturally density in all things? Because that density takes over everything. An anvil will sink in the water, it will sink in the air, it'll sink in a vacuum, but it will float in mercury. So the medium has everything to do with whatever the object does at any given time.
Yeah, and that could be true on a sphere
how
too.
Did you?
How would you ever know?
How did you separate that fundamental truth with a very specific force of down?
Well, okay, if I'm allowed to interrupt, I mean, we know there is like a downwards direction because.
Well, no, we don't.
Well, hold on. All right, so.
Well, of things that are more dense than the medium, that's it.
Well, Fuzzy, let's try to give him a full time so he can say what he wants.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
Down is it's all relative to the medium.
No, that makes me quiet.
Okay, no. So I've made this argument before, but the reason why I believe that there is a downwards direction, not universal downwards direction, but there is a downwards direction, at least towards the Earth, according to me, right? But I believe there is because if you look at, for example, water, right? I've said this 1,000 times, but there's water pressure, right? The lower you go, the more pressure there is, right? And that's because water is falling on top of water, right? Now, if this is just a density issue, right, then we wouldn't get that, all right? Water is the same density as water, so we wouldn't have water falling on top of water. But because there is a downwards direction, right, because things are falling, all the time, we can get that, all right? We can get water pressure. It would make sense to have water pressure with relative density alone.
You need the water to be contained, and that's what causes the pressure.
No, but it's falling on top of itself, though. I mean, there's a clear gradient. The farther you go down in water, that pressure increases. I mean, how does a container that goes all the way around, all right, how does that create a downwards like a gradient? How does that do that? I mean, you guys say this all the time. There's a container so therefore it's it's doing that. But you guys never really explain how it creates this downwards direction. Like why is there a bias towards down?
Can you?
Arma.
The way how can you explain something like that? I think it's
Arma,
something
his
more to a fundamental law.
Listen, we have a gradient because we have a container.
Yeah,
Without
but
the container,
Arma,
everything would just
his
equalize.
that shouldn't dictate a bias downwards direction. It doesn't make any sense. There's no
Is water more
rhyme or
dense
reason.
than air?
let Arma.
Yes.
Fuzzy is not making a positive assertion about anything. He is.
No, I am.
He
I am,
has a
actually.
purely skeptical point of view here.
No. You misunderstand.
Speculative.
I didn't say speculative. I said skeptical.
No, but it is speculative. I'm saying he gonna ask, well, how does if it's a thing, create the fucking downward bias? It doesn't matter. The
No.
fucking simulation makes it that way.
A skeptic would ask all of those questions.
Of course. But the answer is gonna be speculative. Come on, man. So
No,
really,
the answer is not necessarily speculative.
Come on, man. Come on, Lou.
Okay, whatever.
I don't fucking.
Still don't buy the argument that a container can create a biased, direction. Like, oh, it's downwards. Like it.
No, it's
Look,
because
the words
water
he-
is being more dense than air, right? That's why they said like in a density tower, right? Whatever it is that's separating the liquids from each other is just the natural state of whatever they do. Like it's just it's hard. It's sort of more like a natural law. It's just like hot goes to cold.
Well,
I mean, liquid goes to whatever the room
And
temperature.
you know what?
is
It
all
still
the
could
time.
be. It still could be some sort of based on amount of mass towards this vector, which we're assuming is center of Earth, right? And then we're matching star things to happening under the same phenomenon, but maybe it's different. But you could imagine a simulation in Minecraft, okay, where you give it the same fucking rules and it's a flat plane and it's not a fucking sphere. And the same shit happens the same fucking way. It doesn't matter if you know why. Same way you don't know why gravity still is in contention with quantum physics.
Well,
You know?
even
Go
in
ahead.
even in Minecraft though, if you were to program, this thing, whatever, you would still need, like I said, a downwards direction. You would need like a force because once again, the water issue, water falling on top of water. If you were to program specifically just relative density, then the water would be equal all throughout. You wouldn't have any pressure difference in the water.
And that's why flat
We're
Earth
talking about
argue this point because it's actually irrelevant. It's not mutually exclusive point.
we're also talking about water as if it's the exact same thing as air, as gas.
No, no,
Gases
I
do
do.
different things than water. They
Yeah,
go
but
in all kinds of different
a,
directions.
a column of gas increases in pressure just the way that a column of water increases in pressure, or
Yeah, 'cause
liquid
it's
increases.
contained.
Oh,
Well,
Wait,
I mean,
but
look,
hold up, hold
this
up.
is
The gas compressor.
this just isn't an issue in our minds whether or not the water is contained. It's just not an issue.
Well, it's
I understand
contained
it's an
up-
issue for you, but it's not for us.
No. I'm wondering.
And
my
a
question was
free-falling
about gravity and
container.
How free-falling container is not at rest. Like that's retarded.
Yeah.
Why
Well, a
would anyone
free-falling
try to look
container
at
wouldn't
that?
have a pressure gradient.
Why would anyone think that dropping something and then seeing what it
Well,
does in
the
midair?
question is, why is it that a free-falling container?
Talk about equilibrium.
If you don't have that up or downward jolt, Jake, I believe if you.
But why would a free-falling container? Why does a free-falling container not have a pressure gradient? But as soon as the container is on the surface of the Earth, it has a pressure gradient.
A free-falling container debunks gravity.
No, wait, what?
Come on, it does,
There's a
man.
science project that you take the tube and you put bubbles in the bottom and it shoots up the tube filled with water. The bubbles go up to the top of the tube. You drop that tube, and the bubbles don't go up in
It doesn't
free fall.
debunk gravity, Godric.
So
It doesn't
that
debunk gravity,
920 meters per second doesn't really apply. It only applies in certain conditions.
Yeah.
How does
things in
that disprove gravity, though?
Things in free fall don't form density
I think
gradients.
I think it debunks gravity. I mean, you can argue.
I didn't understand what you said.
Basically, when in a free fall situation, you trick gravity effectively.
I'm not tricking
How are you
anything.
tricking gravity?
The experiment is you take a tube and you fill with water. You put bubbles in the bottom, and the bubbles go to the top of the tube. But then you drop this tube, free fall. The bubbles don't go up; it just stays completely still.
Yeah,
Yeah, because gravity is an acceleration, and if in a certain direction, and if that object is matching that acceleration, then the net force is zero.
Wait,
Gravity
your example. So you're saying that the bubbles. So you put your bubbles in, they go to the top, right?
Yeah.
And then you
That's
drop
right.
it. And then you drop it, and you're saying that the bubbles stay on top?
The bubbles don't go up through the tube; they just stay stuck in the middle of the water.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we expect with gravity.
I think he gave two examples. One where it's on land, and one where it's in free fall. One on the land one, the bubbles go up, while in free fall the bubbles don't go up. I think that was the example he gave.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we expect with gravity.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's still well.
I don't see why you think that debunks gravity. That's exactly what we expect to happen.
Basically, you're tricking gravity to not work.
Well, no, because if you're saying that the bubbles should go up even when it's falling, then that thing gravity would have to be working even.
Gravity is really pulling something, which I don't think it is. I think the bubbles would go up even though it was falling down. Yeah.
Well, you're wrong though, because when something's when you have it falling, all of it's falling. All right, all of it's falling at the same time, same speed. So at least this is how I'm imagining it. So relatively in that thing, everything is just sort of like relative to itself. It's all just stationary. I mean, you wouldn't expect any. I don't know.
When the whole thing is stationary and you put your bubbles in, the bubbles go up because the water is accelerating down and it displaces the air upwards. But when you drop it in free fall, now the water itself is also falling and the air is also falling. So the air is not being displaced because that acceleration is acting on the air in the bubbles and the water equally.
It doesn't make sense to me. Call me crazy.
Hold on, you just said when you put air into bubbles into water, the reason that the air bubbles go to the top, the reason why the bubbles go to the top is because the water is pushing down.
Yes.
Yeah, the water is heavier.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. All right, so okay, but when you said earlier, things that are lighter than air go up because of density.
It's the same thing.
So air is lighter than the water.
Yeah.
So it goes up.
No.
Not it goes up because it's lighter than air.
It's
lighter
both.
than the
It's
density
both.
around.
It's both.
Oh, it's both now. So it's not. So why can't? So
Well,
again,
but in
how
this
did you
specific
isolate
example,
one?
it's because it's lighter than the water.
Why? Oh, really? So what other example?
Well, we hadn't talked about another.
I'm liking you more.
How do you know? How do you know?
How do I know what?
Explain it better than I could.
How do you know that the water is being pulled down when a moment ago you said lighter than air, things go up, and obviously the air is lighter than water, and that's why it goes up.
Yeah, this is the theory of that gravity. This is how the theory of gravity plays out with these substances.
Okay, and again, how did you isolate gravity beyond density?
Well, to be frank, man, I don't care if you think I have a good justification for believing the theory is true.
Then why are you here? I'm asking a legitimate question that should be easily Googleable.
Look, the answer is the explanation makes sense, and it's a very useful explanation.
I got an explanation for Santa that makes sense, and it's very useful for lots of children.
Well,
as long as we're talking about explanations.
This
it doesn't.
You're free to feel that way about this explanation. You don't have to.
I'm just asking where the actual evidence came from.
It is your choice to accept it or not. I don't believe that I can prove to you that it's true. I can tell you what
can't
the
prove
explanation
gravity.
is,
That's a
and you can
problem.
accept it or not.
You don't find that that's a problem, that you can't easily prove gravity to be a real thing?
I believe the explanations for how the universe
Again,
works will be
explanations.
largely self-evident.
I believed in explanations on Santa Claus because it was self-evident every Christmas
I
morning.
know you would.
You know, it's fine for you to not accept it. That's fine, and it's fine for you to make light of it and be rude. That's fine too.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm asking a very simple
Oh,
question.
you're that's
They're
right.
also
You're not
victims.
trying
Yeah,
to
that's
be. You
that's a
are
victim.
being rude.
Yeah, that's not.
That's
I'm
victims,
not being
Gavin.
rude. How did you? I asked it many times, and you haven't answered.
I
Where did
didn't
you
have an
isolate
answer.
gravity from density? You gave an explanation. Not any
Cavendish.
kind of like. Yeah, there it is.
Cavendish satellites.
You're always going to be able
Cavendish
to
is
ask
being.
why. No matter what explanation you're ever given, you're always going to be able to ask why about
Yeah,
something.
it's called investigating the truth
I mean,
about the way
there's
things
nothing
work.
intrinsic. There's no intrinsic direction of density, right? Density is just mass per unit volume, right? So there's just nothing to tell you about a direction there. It's
Density
not an
goes, heavy
explanation.
stuff goes down, light stuff goes up. There's a direction right there.
Why?
Look,
That's not true though, because everything goes down, right? Like if you put helium in a tank that has a vacuum in it, the tank becomes heavier because the helium pushes down.
Right, and the medium is what determines what an object does.
When you add mass, it's going to make more weight. Yes, helium has mass.
Right. So why is a helium tank that's full heavier than a helium tank that's empty?
But if you put
Because of
a
the
helium
helium.
balloon in an empty box, it can lift that box up. Makes it lighter.
I mean, like it's because you've trapped.
Why
is an empty glass of water
The
lighter
reason
than a full
why
glass of water?
helium is heavier in the tank is because it's condensed. It needs to expand to create that weightlessness.
Well, if you take any tank and you pull a vacuum on it so the tank doesn't have any gas in it, right? It's just empty space, reasonably empty space, right? It's hard to draw a hard vacuum, but extract most of all the gas out of the tank and you weigh it. You could put a tiny amount of helium in it to the limits of your ability to measure it. And then whatever tiny quantity you add to that tank, it's going to be that much heavier on the scale. It's not going to get any lighter no matter how much gas you put in it. Whether you put the most tiniest bit of gas or a whole bunch of gas, the tank will always be heavier, which means that gas is never at any point going up. It means it's always pushing down.
No, it's being contained.
No, I don't
you
think
measure
you can
gas?
actually. Have you inserted helium into a vacuum tank? Can you do that in real life?
Of course, you could just draw a vacuum on a tank. Just the way that everybody in the air conditioning industry draws a vacuum on the supply lines before they put their refrigerant in it. You just draw a vacuum on a tank, and then you could spritz in the tiniest amount of helium from a tank, and you'll see that within your ability to measure it, you will see that it will always be heavier. It will never be lighter after adding the gas, which means that there is no substance on Earth that doesn't want to go down.
No, it's because it's being contained.
Why would just containing it suddenly make it from wanting to go up to making it want to go down? That doesn't make any sense.
Hitting all the
What's the mechanism that when you contain the gas now wants to go down instead of up? What's that mechanism?
How do you know it wants to go down?
Because the tank is heavier. No matter how little gas you put in, the tank will always be heavier.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's apparently.
If the tank is heavier, that means the gas wants to go down. Because if it wanted to go up, the tank would be lighter.
Because of density.
No, it doesn't explain why it wants to go down, though. Density is just.
We don't need to explain why it goes down. Back to the beginning. I wanted to say something, man. They was arguing.
Then there's no explanatory power. Then your description has no explanatory power. You just say it wants to go down just cause.
Your shit ain't got shit, but you can play with the fucking stars and shape your fucking ball. Your fucking shit ain't got no explanatory powers either, man.
Wow, spoken like a true
hole,
genius.
fucking toilet bowl swirl. Okay, fucking USA on the moon. Listen, what was fucking?
Okay, let's now go completely off. Let's let the rails come completely off the wagon, right? Like wheels
Man.
completely off the wagon now, right?
I think we did that a while ago, Jake. We've been talking past each other for a minute.
I'm sorry, Lewis. What were you on with Ewok a minute ago?
I hate it when you get like this. It's so fucking annoying. It's your bipolar personality. Go get a psych to put you on some Paxil or something to calm down your bipolar.
Yeah.
Lewis,
all right.
Lewis, I
Mm-hmm.
want to comment on what you were saying earlier with Ewok, but just fuck my head up. He's on some other shit that we was on before. I can't fucking. What was y'all talking about?
Right. I have no idea what you're talking about now, though.
What was the last thing you and Ewok was going back and forth about? And I was interrupting on you.
I don't
The
know.
fucking government or the fucking what the fuck, man? It wasn't even them. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I don't even, man.
I think it had to do with explaining my acceptance of a particular explanation for gravity.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you.
At least that's how I chose.
I'm on it. You kind of on all this like, yo, it does this and this, but man, it's like they're moving off of that. Quantum is not agreeing with this, and you keep pressing. Oh, they're like, you know, it's just let me get it. It's this hypocriteness about uniformity, and then you get into we have 3 different fucking scales. We got quantum on this realm and gravity in this realm and the big thing. And it's like, dude, like this shit is fucking. Come on, man.
Well,
but Einstein still works, but quantum doesn't agree with it. But quantum works. Like, come on.
Hey, man, that's part of the. I don't know. That's just the way it is. Science doesn't care about what's true. It cares if the explanation, works. So,
you just made the whole crowd laugh right here, man. You made.
Did I just hear what? Oh my god!
I
What
just
the
the peanut
hell
gallery doesn't even know anything about anything. Is a laughing at that statement, bro.
Wow.
Wow, we got him.
This can't be the first time. I've said that multiple times, not here tonight, but
Science doesn't care what's true.
No, that's right.
If the
Science doesn't
explanation
care
works,
what's true. It cares about what.
if the explanation works, we can't differentiate it from something that's true.
That's our whole point.
And false.
You guys are standing on that thing.
The problem is we haven't been offered.
Team Unicorn for the win.
Don, we haven't been offered a functional alternative, so we continue to believe what science tells us.
You can believe both, though. You can have an open mind and be like, it just always be like, yo, what is the craziest other thing it could be? You should always be like that. That's what the best scientists, the best professors, the best workers are going to fucking tell you guys. Y'all, man, come on, man.
No, really, it's not the best way.
Really, Team Unicorn for the win. Get
Wait,
excited.
you're saying so since we don't since the 9/11 Commission didn't exactly tell us who actually pulled off 9/11, you're just going to believe that it was Osama bin Laden?
It's not science, dude. That has nothing to do with science.
Have we been doing science here?
In any
you have
case,
science for the globe. You have science for the globe. I'd love to see some science for the globe. Or science. Well, can we go back to science doesn't
I'd like to see
believe
some
there
science
something
for
is
flat
true?
Earth.
Science for some truth? Is it what? Can we go back to that?
I mean, the flat Earth is just about taking a bunch of things we have explanations for and saying that who knows, it could be magic.
Well, you
Really
don't
what
have
it's
to
all
work
about.
That's
you
what
don't
it
have
feels
to work
like.
at the really is level, though, do you?
I mean, you guys
Am I
ask
taking that
you
out of
guys,
context?
what,
Am I taking that out of
what keeps the moon in the sky? I don't know. It could be magic.
Explain
What
he means
causes
by
the
that.
phases of the moon? I don't know.
What
Some
does
kind of magic.
that guy mean by that? Like, we don't have to work at the really is level. What do you take from that?
I don't know if he could hear you talking over him at the same time. Might have to rephrase the question.
What do you take from George Musa saying we don't have to work at the really is level.
What?
All right, okay, just play dumb and deaf.
No,
Yeah,
you
'cause
said
science
we don't
doesn't
have to
care.
work at the really is level.
Right, that's what one of your
Oh,
scientists
I,
said.
Okay, well,
Tell
that's
me
not a
what you mean
complete
by that.
sentence, so I can't really comment on it.
Lewis, he's saying exactly what you just said. Essentially, he's saying we don't have to work, with truth, absolute truth. The really is level.
Okay.
Which is what you were saying is science doesn't deal in truth, it deals in what works.
Right.
We don't make a
That's
statement.
it. Game over. That's it.
But flat Earth doesn't work with truth.
Well, neither do you. It's admitted.
Well,
No,
no,
we have
individuals choose for themselves what they believe to be true, and they
There you
act
go.
on those beliefs.
That's it.
No, I'm sorry. The editor
I go with
of
the best
Scientific
co-witnessed
American does not
evidences.
know. The editor of Scientific American does not make up his own thing and publish it.
Because we're all quantum computing, and you think you got to choose. And that's only the result. Just see what happens. Accept, don't expect. Go with the flow.
All right. Well, this conversation is becoming needlessly pedantic and pointless.
Yeah, because we don't need to work at the really is level.
Yeah, I mean, once you said that science doesn't care about what's true, I don't know what else to say to you, bro.
Well, it doesn't. That this is. I don't know who
Why do you do it then? Why do
initially.
you do it? If it
I don't
doesn't
know
worry
who
about-
initially said it, but it was an Arabic philosopher many hundreds of years ago, and
Sounds like
he
an
had a
idiot.
bunch of what?
Sounds like an idiot if he's going to say that science doesn't care about whether or not something's true.
Well, what's the full thing again?
What
It
the
was
deal? Like, what is the
Okay,
point
well,
of doing it? What
I'll
is the
just
point of doing
keep
it?
it to myself, and if you're just gonna be this way, then I won't engage with you.
Bro, how are we ever supposed? Do you really want to be taken
You could be
seriously?
respectful and keep an open mind.
You think I don't have an open mind?
No.
Okay.
Well, on that note, it's not fun now.
I have one here from George F.R. Ellis talking about geocentrism. He says you can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. From George F.R. Ellis.
I think that's true. But just because something is being parsed on philosophical grounds doesn't mean it has more or less merit. And who said that, and when? What year?
That was George F.R. Ellis. He's still alive.
And when did he say that?
I don't know. I gotta look it up. I just had the quote.
Okay. Because I think, unless he's a space denier altogether, now he would have to say that we have more than philosophical grounds for believing in that the Earth is not at the center of the solar system.
Who is George Ellis? And why should we care about him?
I don't know, but on a broader point, virtually everything, any belief, is founded on philosophical grounds. I mean, that's what epistemology means.
Right. So I don't see what the problem is with all this angst that people get into here.
Well, part of how people determine what they believe is going to be on evidence, and what they accept as evidence is largely going to be based on an epistemology that they have. So I think the difference that Flat Earth has is a difference in epistemology.
So it was a letter to the editor in Scientific American by George Ellis.
What year?
95.
95. So this was after the moon. So we'd already been in space. I think that quote would require some more context, because without it, it sounds just factually incorrect.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the actual quote from the original source. I can't find it. I found it on a couple quote sites. I can't find the actual quote.
Although I would still agree in the spirit of what he's saying, which is that when it comes to astronomy, a lot of the science that's done is parsed on philosophical grounds. I think that's true.
I posted a publication that used the quote, but not the original source, but not the original,
Yeah,
publication that it's.
I think I might have found it in Scientific American, but I can't search the publication. But it was 1995, October 1995, Scientific American. The article is titled "Thinking Globally, Acting Universally," but I don't see the actual quote where he says that. It only gives me the first page. Might be able to log into it.
I think a good word to substitute in a lot of the times for philosophical might be metaphysical.
Isn't that just a branch of philosophy?
Yeah, it's more specific though, and
Yeah.
yeah. So like the cosmic microwave background radiation, that was, basically used to assume, something about the shape and size of the universe, which I think was probably a little bit premature. Yeah.
Jake, man, what's your most suspect current event?
What do you mean by that?
I have one. They said Omicron was like there was one in South Africa. There's one person here who had it. It was like 5 people in the world. Then the next day they said 3 out of 4 cases are Omicron. They just flipped it. Like basically complete propaganda, mind control.
About 4 days ago, it was like it was Houston, Texas. We've had the first death in the USA, Omicron, after weeks of Omicron being the worst thing ever.
But now 3 out
I
of
don't
4
think
people
anyone's
have it.
saying it's the worst thing ever. I think everyone is now
Terrible,
saying
most
that it's.
Everybody will have tasted the snot flu by the time.
Well, it's highly transmissible, way more than any other variant, but so far it looks a lot less dangerous.
No human's mucus will ever be the same.
So the statement I made earlier about science not caring about what's true is partially wrong. There's, I guess, there are 2 different groups of thought on that, and one, but there's a lot of overlap, and it seems like a distinction that doesn't really need to be made, but it is. The first one says that science aims to determine the ultimate truth, and understands that it may not ever succeed, but their theory should be regarded as true or approximately true or likely true. And then on the other side, the other way of thinking about it is that science does not aim at truth, or at least cannot succeed at obtaining it, especially with things that are unobservable. So I was expressing a point of view from the latter, but both points of view understand that science ultimately probably cannot find out what the truth is about
Louis,
any given thing.
Lewis, you know I fucks with you, bro. And although I was like, yo, we laughing and all this and that, that I know that there's
I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad at you.
Like if you behind something, I'm sure that there's some roots of philosophy in it.
Hang on, Lewis. I appreciate that you corrected yourself. That makes a big difference because that shows your honesty.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but I don't think that it was actually much of a correction at all, because the heart of what I was saying is still true.
Lewis, you did open with you were partially wrong. So, like, come on. We appreciate it.
Well, okay.
Well, for whatever it is, whatever words we put on it, your honesty is appreciated.
There's two schools of thought. The first school says science proves stuff, reality. The other school says science doesn't prove nothing. You have to determine the results. Did I say it right?
No. No. Here.
So, just curious, why are you guys all in here tonight instead of the other server?
I don't know.
Because Johnny's just a rambling asshole in the other server.
24/7. You mean 24/7?
No, Godric. I mean the server that most of us usually spend our time in.
Is it dead over there, or is it going on, or is it dead? I left there because it was dead.
On and off, man. Johnny's there. That's a good enough explanation. I understand. I just like randomly click into here because it's the same color. Oh yeah, they got Johnny and Pure and Merle. Good combination.
Yeah. No, I came in here a while ago. Estrella is waving goodbye. I came in earlier because I wanted to see if maybe I could troll Crit a little bit, but it got away from me, and I just ended up hanging out.
What was that rambling he was going on about earlier? I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Crit is never direct. So if you don't know him and you don't pay attention, you won't understand what he's trying to get at.
Just give people space, man.
Usually he's being snide. Yeah.
Spaceman, I always wanted you to go.
You think he just meant that we shouldn't? I think he thinks that people follow him around.
Well, he
On
certainly
Discord.
has thought that in the past. I've definitely seen him say that before. I wanted to ask him a couple of questions, but he responded in a way that wouldn't have set the joke up for any success. So I had to abort the mission.
You can ask me, Godric.
What's that?
You can ask me the questions.
Oh, okay. So you can walk. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, you can walk, and Hitler could also walk. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, I have no more questions.
Damn, you just got
Well, I did
smoked,
want to show you something, Godric. Remember the other day we were talking about those Legos on the desk?
Yo, what the
Yes.
fuck?
Yes.
I thought you were leaving Estrella.
What? No, I was waving hello. Sorry.
So I repeated that same thing on my desk, and I guarantee you my desk was longer. That my desk is almost 10 feet.
Hang on, is Hitler
I
gonna come
don't.
in this one too? I'm just checking.
I look at the picture I posted. Why isn't the bottom being obscured?
Oh, Jake.
There's something, I don't know, like a water stain on it.
Jake. So listen, thank you for this. This is a great experiment. So so it's not being obscured because you can see the very last Lego very clearly with your optics, right? But let me ask you a question. Which way are the tops of the Legos pointing? Downward to the ground, or are they going up in the sky?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh my
Which way are the tops of the Legos heading?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Which part of the Lego is the top Lego?
I'm looking at your picture. The
Sure.
tops are the red. The tops are red, and the bottoms are yellow.
Okay.
Take a ruler across that. Let's just draw an imaginary line across that top of the Legos. And which way is it headed?
Yeah.
Please
It's
tell me
headed.
what. Tell me that.
It's headed down, but here's the problem: the bottom is headed up. The bottom of the Legos are headed up, which is the way perspective works, right?
Yeah. The top is headed down. So what's the logical conclusion after X?
The Legos are gonna get. The top is gonna head down. The bottom is gonna head up, and they're gonna get smaller and smaller into the distance.
And it's gonna vanish into the horizon.
But not bottom up.
But not from the bottom up.
Well, I think eventually
the
the
bottom
yellow.
goes up and the top goes down. I'll give that
Eventually
to you.
the yellow,
I
like they'll
understand about
switch
the bottom,
positions.
The bottom goes up and top goes down, right? But eventually, you're gonna lose the optics on it, and it's gonna vanish into the horizon.
But here's the difference though, is that no matter what you do, there will never be a situation where the bottom is going to disappear faster than the top, or a situation where the bottom will, with my naked eye, the bottom will look like you can't see the yellow anymore. All you see is red. And then you take out binoculars and now you can see the yellow again. There's never going to be a situation like that.
But I want to confirm that the Legos will vanish. It might take 4,000 Legos, bro, but the Legos will vanish into the table on a flat table. As long
They
as we
won't
can agree
vanish
on
into
that.
the table. No, they're just going to get smaller and smaller. And maybe if you went far enough, they'll get to the point where now it'll just be a dot. It'll just vanish into a dot. But then you'll be able. Then you can just take out some binoculars, and you'll still see clearly an even number of white and of yellow and red. And there will never be more yellow missing than red.
I just want to check your honesty. Okay, so far we're doing good. Okay, take an imaginary ruler and put it on the top of those Legos. Which way is it headed?
It's headed down, but the bottom is headed up, which means that the yellow.
At some point,
Okay, this is how you.
The top is going to vanish into the flat table.
This is how you need it to work. You need the yellow to vanish faster than the red, or even get to a point where you don't see any yellow. All you see is red. But there is never any situation where that would ever happen.
I don't want to fight about this point. The Legos
that
will
is the
vanish
point.
Into the flat table. Yes,
But
or
it will
no?
never vanish in a way that we can clearly see the red, but we can't see the yellow, which is what we observe, right? With the cruise ships and all kinds of stuff, where you can clearly see the top. Not only see the top, we can see exquisite detail of the top, but the bottom is completely missing, as if the table swallowed the bottom. There is never a situation like that.
Listen, take a breath. I'm just talking about Legos. Don't insert cruise ships. I wasn't even talking about the yellow.
No, I just don't. I just. Everybody understands how perspective works, right? You go twice as far away, things are twice the decrease. The angular size decreases twice. But the important thing is, in all dimensions, it decreases in size. Not just only the top, only the bottom disappears, but the top stays the same. That's what the flat earthers need to claim to explain the cruise ship, right? To explain why it looks like the cruise ship is half sunk in the water.
As long as you confirm that the top is headed into the flat table, I'm okay with this.
I mean, you need to explain though. You need to explain what situation could you reproduce with these Legos where you would clearly make out the red part, but no longer see the yellow.
Well, that's another discussion, but I'll tell you what. This is optical. This is all optical. At some point, like you said, tiny dot, it's going to get to the tiny dot size, and they're going to vanish from your perspective.
Right, and then you could take out.
Hang on. They're not going to shoot up into the sky, vanish. They're going to vanish into the flat table ground. Not up in the sky.
There's always going to be an even proportion of yellow and red. There will never be a point where there's more red than yellow.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let's say we are vanishing at a distance into the horizon, into the flat table, whatever you want to call it, whatever experiment it is. Don't you think that the last thing you'll see is the tip of this red Lego?
No, it's not the way perspective works.
I think that's not the way perspective works. I think the yellow will vanish.
Perspective says that when things are twice as far away, they're half the angular size.
But that's not considering the bottom and the top of these Legos, and that's what I'm considering.
There's no test that you can make. If you ever use a truly flat surface, and you're never doing a trick like sticking the camera inside a hole so it's below the level of the surface, you will never ever be able to make any part of the bottom of something disappear before the top. Never.
Hey, look. Before you make a big claim like that, I appreciate you doing this experiment. I want to ask you the one thing, okay? Do the experiment again. Okay, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want you to please put 12 Legos, okay? And this is what we're gonna do, okay? I take these globe Masterpix and I measure like the pixels, okay? And they're perfect spheres as far as I know. So please, I want to measure the pixels of the yellow and the red I understand that the red stops where the square starts, not the very
Right.
tip. I want to see. This is just an experiment, not claiming nothing. I want to see if the yellow pixels become smaller by the 10th or 11th Lego than the red pixels. And if they do, then I'm right. If they don't, then you're right. And it's all optical. I get that part.
Yeah. I mean, there's no
We have to
property of optics that makes the bottom of something disappear before the top.
If
That's not the way
perspective
perspective
is how
works.
I believe it is, the
Perspective
yellow will
works exactly the way I just told you. Perspective works
Yeah,
by something
that's
that's twice as far away has half the angular size.
That's
The
the globe
perspective
plane.
does not single out the bottom of something in favor of the top.
It doesn't explain that. You haven't explained that part. That's a deeper level of explaining it. Which is
There's
gonna
no
vanish
explanation. It's nonsensical. You could just
Will the
draw it on a
bottom
piece of
vanish
paper
first?
and
Will
see
the
that the
top vanish?
geometry could never. You could just draw it out on a piece of paper and you'll see that the geometry will never produce that behavior.
I'm gonna go on record and say that the bottom will start vanishing first.
It won't. Look, flat earthers have been trying to reproduce this experiment for the last 10 years. No, not one has ever succeeded in an honest test of this where there's a truly flat surface and the camera is above that surface and something disappears from the bottom up. No flat earther has ever been able to reproduce that.
Bottom will begin to disappear first. At a
Then why
distance
is
of
it then all the years that I've been in this community, which is a lot longer than you, no flat earther has ever been able to produce that effect?
How long have you been in the community?
I've been in the community since 2015.
2015?
Yeah, what year did you get into the community?
October 16.
Okay, so I've been in it a little longer than you have.
Listen, it's all optical, and we have to do the experiment to where you start losing sight
It's
of these
been done.
Legos.
It's been done. And you can just draw it on a piece of paper and see that if you draw out the light rays on a piece of paper, there's never any situation by which the bottom of something will be obscured before the top. And that's not a rule of perspective either.
When you start, don't worry about perspective. What about rules? Since the rules could be wrong. When you start losing the optics of these Legos, the bottom will vanish first. That's
No, there's no reason why. By what mechanism would the bottom disappear before the top?
Did you accept my ruler? They're going into the ground.
They're not going into the ground. That's nonsense. There's no
This is
situation
why.
that happens.
They are
People, no one's been able to produce a test like that. And they've tried. Trust me, they've tried. Human Sheeple found this flat boardwalk, and he had people that were like walking away from this thing at half a mile on this flat boardwalk that ran along the beach, and you could still see the bottom of their shoes. There was never. You could see the soles of their feet half a mile out. There is no point. There is no point by which something will be obscured from the bottom up.
Listen, I've seen those, and the shoes do vanish. The shoes do vanish first, and you can see the legs. So somebody, either somebody's wrong or somebody just doesn't have correct experiments. But I'm going to do that on the table. We can continue more later. I'm not going to fight with.
Go ahead and try to reproduce that test. And by the way, there's all these flat earth videos that have come out where they cheat these tests, right? Where they do show a table that's not even as long as my table, and stuff is clearly being obstructed from the bottom, and they're claiming that, oh, see, this is just how it works. But really, you do this yourself, and you see that there's never a point where it gets obstructed. If you're being honest about it.
People cheat.
What do you mean I'm bullshitting? You've never seen the one where you've never seen those videos where the flat earthers use the coin and they show the coin going away and then they show the coin being cut off.
I know you're talking about the ones where the lens is only half above the table.
Right. The table itself is obscuring the lens.
Right, but consider that they're trying to get a lower perspective. Higher perspective sees farther.
Yeah.
Lower perspective sees shorter.
Yeah, and if I dig a hole up to if I dig myself a hole up to eye level as somebody walks away, once they get 20 feet away, the hole is going to start. The edge of the hole will start obscuring the people. So I can't. So then you would say, oh well, perspective shows that when someone walks 20 feet away, they get cut off in half.
It starts at their feet. Yes.
That's nonsense.
Have you ever?
And by the way, when you draw that out on a piece of paper, it also through the side view, you see geometrically why that happens. Right? It's very obvious. which is why when you draw this out geometrically, you can see that there is never a situation where anything would ever be obscured from the bottom if you have a line of sight to the bottom.
Can I give you one example? I don't know if it's a good example, but can I give you one example?
Sure.
Go to an empty gymnasium or a warehouse and put a flashlight on the ground. Turn it on. What you'll see is that the rim of the light will start wide at a certain maybe 20 or 30 feet, and then it'll dim as if it's going into the ground.
That would only be the case if the floor has undulations in it, and most floors do over a long enough distance. Very rarely do you find a floor that's perfectly flat.
Well, to be honest, all floors will have undulations.
Probably an ice skating rink or something would probably be your best bet for something like that. And I assure you that the ice skating rink from one edge to the other will not obscure anything from the bottom up.
I bet it would. Yeah, I'll give you another example. Okay, I haven't done this in a while, but let's put our head. You said ice skating rink, right? Let's put our head on the ice, where we have one eye close to the ground, and the other eye is, you're laying your head sideways. Look down that ice skating rink. When you start looking at people, you're going to find a horizon, and they're going to walk over this horizon. They're going to lose their feet, and probably, I don't know how much of their leg by the time they get to the other side of the ice skating rink. Again, I'm going to go on record and say that. So we'll have to prove it now. We'll have to do some experiments.
Yeah, I'll do it. I've been promising I was going to take my daughter ice skating. So next time I go ice skating, I will put my phone up against I'll put my phone to where I'll get the lens as close as I can to the surface of the ice. Yeah. And we'll see if anybody skates are to where it just looks like they're skating on their ankles, where the skates will now be obscured underneath the ice. We'll see if that ever happens, and I assure you that it won't.
Don't promise too soon. Lay your phone down there. Start a video, and then have it film you, and then walk straight away from the phone, and you'll see what happens.
This nonsense. The only time that ever happens in these flat Earth videos is because the floor itself is not flat.
You can claim that.
Floors are rarely flat, right? Like if you ever tried laying down tile in a house, a lot of times you have to run leveler on it because you can't even get it reasonably flat within 6 feet, right? I think that the tile standards is 1/8 of an inch. It has to be less than 1/8 of an inch of undulation over 6 feet, and most floors can't even meet that level of flatness.
That's right, but look at this. If you're talking about being relatively flat, that won't obscure somebody's whole foot, will it? That won't obscure somebody's whole ankle, will it?
No.
I'm talking about the whole ankle will be obscured first.
Yeah, but there's no video like that you can show me, right?
Well,
unless we have that video of that guy walking on a soccer field, which has many inches of drop because it's pitched for drainage, and it's like, oh look, this guy is getting cut off.
Yeah, I know what you mean on that one. We're gonna just exclude that one. We're not gonna use that. We're gonna do our own experiment.
That one was paraded around by the flat earthers for so long.
We're gonna do our own experiment, and I appreciate that. I'm gonna try to do one with Legos, but I gotta find a flat surface.
Oh yeah, that bridge one is really funny. Bridges are never flat.
Look, if you can agree that train tracks appear to meet in the distance, that's like an XY axis. Also on the Y axis.
Yeah, but here's the thing about train tracks, though, Godric. Here's the thing. When you look at to see the vanishing point on train tracks with the naked eye, you can always pull out a binoculars, and you'll be able to see the tracks will separate, and you'll have a new vanishing point much further down. And then when you see that vanishing point through the binoculars, you could take out a much more powerful telescope, and then you'll see that the tracks will separate, and then your vanishing point will now be much further down still, right? But that's not the case for boats over the horizon or the setting sun or moon or any of that stuff. All those objects, the moment they're obscured from the bottom up with your naked eye, you can pop out binoculars or a telescope or anything, and you don't bring any more of that back into view than anything else, which shows you that it's not the vanishing point that's creating that effect. It's obstruction. And the optics will never solve an obstruction problem.
I believe it will.
It's never been demonstrated. And they've tried. I mean, there's
Well, there's a
multiple flat
limit.
earthers,
There's a
including
limit.
Jose JG, who went to try that with his P900 and they became Globers because they're like, yes, there's no explanation for this.
Do you think if you think the Earth curves, there's a curve at the on the global calculator? Because we're measuring no curve on that global calculator.
What are you talking about?
How do you explain flatness over 8.1 miles?
Yeah, it's within the limits of refraction. That's why there's no black swan at 100 miles.
Okay.
Right? There's no CN Tower 80 miles across Lake Ontario where you can see the bottom of the CN Tower. There's no such black swan, and there should be on a flat Earth, but there isn't, right? The only black swan that's paraded one is one that's just a few miles out, which is within what refraction itself could bring up over the horizon, right? That's why the black swan is at 8 miles, not 80.
You say that refraction. I say it's sea mist and atmosphere that blocks those distant objects. So no, we can't do 100 miles. That's
If
ridiculous.
it's sea mist, you wouldn't. If it's sea mist, you wouldn't see an edge. You wouldn't see a resolved horizon, right? Sea mist would be like looking at cars driving into a fog, right? The silhouette gets dimmer and dimmer, and then it fades out. You don't see a defined edge.
Okay, so on that edge you're talking about, that could be when the bottom of the object is. I'm telling you, with the Legos, is vanishing into the horizon. You don't think it does? I hear what you're saying. We just disagree. So let's do some experiments. Have a lot of Legos.
I mean, do you see the type of you're having to do mental gymnastics so that you can believe in this internet meme that was started by a stand-up comedian named Matt Powerland and a yoga instructor who wanted to get YouTube click revenue through AdSense named Eric Dubay. And those are the starters of the Flat Earth movement.
And here we are now. Look at this. Look at this big cult they've created.
I know. And it's amazing how easy Jim Jones, who got all the people to drink poisonous Kool-Aid in their cult. We got the Branch Davidians who, not the Branch Davidians. Well, they're one, but I was thinking the Heaven's Gate ones, right? They all put on, they're intelligent, really intelligent people, right? They were into sci-fi. They believed that guy was an alien prophet. They put on their Nikes and drank the Kool-Aid, right?
The difference is our cult teaches us to think for ourselves, not to take information from so-called experts. Appeal to authority fallacy.
Yeah. Hasn't worked out too well considering how many have recently died because they refuse to believe in the scientific consensus, right?
Who died?
Flat Earth Fokker.
I don't know if you're doing your
Rob Skiba.
I don't know if
Jibby
you're doing your
Jedi.
homework. The Flat Earth Fokker, the coroner, did not release any information on how he actually died. That information he had COVID was done by the news media.
Yeah. Antonio
Hasn't
Subarak.
anyone vaccinated died, mate? Have all the vaccinated survived COVID, have they?
A much higher percentage have compared to the unvax.
Oh, okay, sure, much higher.
Yeah, in the LA County data, they were about 30-1.
I think they're admitting now that the vaccine is not helping all that
Define
much.
unvaccinated.
Anyone that
In
hasn't
that data?
completed in that data, unvaccinated was anyone that was less than 2 weeks from receiving a dose or no vaccine
So
record.
actually vaccinated. So they had been vaccinated.
Well, that
It
would
might
then
not have
mean
been
that all
efficacious.
the only logical thing you could say then is that, oh, well, if they were vaccinated, all the people that died were all people that got their vaccine within 2 weeks. That's nonsensical.
No, there's either unvaccinated people who have never had a jab, or there are vaccinated people, and there are then vaccinated people who are considered like efficacious. They've had long enough time
Right.
after they've
And-
finished
and-
their
and-
second or third So come on, where's that
In
data?
the
Show us
LA
that
County
data.
data, they had 3 categories: unvaccinated, partially vaccinated, and fully vaccinated. And unvaccinated meant
So
someone that had no vaccine, or they had just gotten a vaccine, but it was less than 2 weeks, meaning it wasn't efficacious in any way. So they considered people that were
right,
only
so
2
they
weeks out
don't
from the
have,
first vaccine were considered unvaxxed.
Could you share a source?
and that's disgusting when it comes down to safety.
Let me
What do you mean?
respond to Jake. Let me respond to Jake. Listen, Jake, I think you may have your information screwed up because the coroner did not release that Fucker had COVID. That was the media. And Rob Skiba, I don't know if you looked into it. He
He's
was
not
in
here.
hospital several times for having pneumonia before the COVID. So not buying it that day. Either of them died of COVID.
Australia,
And you
you
know,
know
Time
here's
isn't
the
real.
thing. If you're
you know
wrong,
you're hot
Jake,
micing, right?
if you're wrong, you're stomping on a person's
Sorry.
a dead person, and you're giving misinformation. So be careful.
Oh my fucking god, am I still hot micing? Sorry.
That's right. We couldn't hear you just in case you wanted a bit of privacy.
And then I ended up like choking, trying to speak. And fuck happened.
Well then.
Look, I have a theory about COVID, which is basically a nocebo effect, right? So, yeah, the placebo effect, which is you take 2 of these and call me in the morning, you start feeling better and not knowing they're sugar pills. So, yeah, mind over matter. The mind controls the body, makes itself well. Okay, now, placebo effects, if you give somebody a negative effect, like you tell the whole nation there's this deadly disease, they're short on body bags, you have to quarantine, you have to stay 6 feet apart, you better get your injections. This is mass fear mongering. So some people will make themselves ill. And if you are a weak immune system, or if you're already ill, you could, next step would be to die. And the percentage of this happening is probably 0.01, and there's your COVID result. 0.01, not even 1%. So it's regular flu that they fear monger and give us all a nocebo effect. That's my theory on it.
Sounds logical.
And nobody I know died of the so-called COVID. that I can confirm. I know one person's husband who they put him on a ventilator. Yes, he had a breathing problem. They put him on a ventilator, and I think that's what killed him. I think it was malpractice.
Yeah.
And so, knowing one person out of like 500 people I know, not a pandemic.
No, and if you took the testing away, there would definitely not be a pandemic.
And I'm suspect also that the flu deaths have gone way down. Emphysema deaths and pneumonia deaths have gone way down this year, probably because of labeling everything COVID. Why? Because the government's giving handouts to the hospitals. If they treat COVID patients, they get X dollars, up to $19,000 per patient. So yes, they're going to mark everything COVID so they get that free handout. So now you're misrepresenting the numbers, causing more fear propaganda, causing more nocebo effects, and here we are today.
Sounds about right. I'd go a step further and say that the flu was never even the flu, and it's just bacterial pneumonia. And they've just called it the flu for a long time to do exactly what they're doing now, but now they're calling it COVID. And they're doing it on a global scale.
Do you mean a world scale? You probably shouldn't use global. Can't be saying global.
No, I'm sticking to their narrative. So in their narrative, it's on a global